Order, order. We come to business questions. I'd like to welcome Thangun Debonair to the front bench as Shadow Leader of the House. Thangun Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House please give us the forthcoming business?
Mr. Speaker, the business for the week commencing the 17th of May will include Monday, the 17th of May, continuation of the debate on the Queen's speech on safe streets for all. Tuesday, the 18th of May, continuation of the debate on the Queen's speech on affordable and safe housing for all. Wednesday, the 19th of May, conclusion of the debate on the Queen's speech on a rescue plan for the NHS and social care. Thursday, the 20th of May, a general debate on the restoration and renewal of the Palace of Westminster. Friday, the 21st of May, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 24th of May will include Monday, the 24th of May, remaining stages of the Finance Bill. Tuesday, the 25th of May, remaining stages of the Telecommunications Security Bill. Wednesday, the 26th of May, conclusion of remaining stages of the Environment Bill Day 2. Thursday, the 27th of May, general debate on Dementia Action Week, followed by a general debate on implementing the 2020 obesity strategy. Both debates were previously recommended by the Backbench Business Committee. Honourable and right honourable members will also wish to be reminded that the House will rise for the Whitsun recess at the conclusion of business on Thursday the 27th of May and return on Monday the 7th of June.
I now call Thangun Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader for that, and I look forward to working with him and with you in this role, particularly on making this World Heritage Site the most accessible it can be, particularly autism accessible, in tribute to our late colleague Cheryl Gillam. Mr. Speaker, the news and images from the Middle East this morning are truly horrifying. We join the government in urging calm. We ask them to do all that they can to halt the terrifying attacks, the loss of life, and to work with allies to help restore a peace process. Mr. Speaker, my predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Walsall South, has a remarkable work ethic, championing colleagues and staff in this place, showing calmness in a crisis, and I thank her. She is a hard act to follow. Mr. Speaker, I was also pleased to see in recent elections the high regard that the people of North Somerset, the Leader's constituents, have for their previous MP, his predecessor, voting in large numbers for Labour's Dan Norris as our Metro Mayor. So will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Dan for his successful election in North Somerset and the West of England, and will he support Dan's call for a better deal for his own constituents from this government? I know that the Leader of the House prizes democracy, one of this country's greatest exports, so will he agree with me that it does not deserve the treatment it was given in the Queen's speech? The government proposes to restrict the right to vote by requiring photo identification, yet a mere 0.00002%, I thank the member of Ogmore for that figure, of the number of votes cast in 2019 was found to be fraudulent. The reason given for this attack on democracy: one conviction, Mr. Speaker, out of over 47 million votes. Ministers have said, well, we have to pick up ID, we have to have ID to pick up a package, we shift for voting. But 3.5 million people don't have photo ID. And in any case, these ministers are clearly not picking up their own parcels, as they would know then that many forms of ID without photos are indeed accepted. So will the Leader of the House please explain to his own constituents why they can't vote by giving their name to a clerk and being counted by a teller, when that is how their own MP votes in this place, in normal times at least? Will he join me in saluting the respect the British public has for democracy and reconsider this government's reckless, expensive and anti-democratic decision? Mr. Speaker, the Queen's speech was astonishing for the lack of understanding of the problems that we had before the pandemic, made worse by it, and for the lack of ambition to tackle them. We need urgency and boldness to create those decent, secure jobs, halt climate change, build truly affordable homes and boost productivity. And we also need to know what's happened to the Prime Minister's much-hyped plan to fix social care. Because after a truly terrible year, in which the need for this plan could not have been any clearer, barely a whisper of it in the Queen's speech, a paltry 9 words. Meanwhile, £8 billion of cuts from social care budgets by successive Tory governments since 2010, a welfare state for the 2020s built on the life expectancy of the 1940s. 659 days since the Prime Minister promised us a plan, but nearly 10 years since the Dilnot Commission published its recommendations, which could be that plan. Since then, older people who made this country what it is have had to spend their own hard-earned money on a care system urgently needing this plan. So will the Leader ask the Secretary of State to come to this House and explain this dereliction of duty? Mr Speaker, the Government fails to appreciate the strength of feeling across Parliament and the country about the cladding and fire safety crisis exposed so tragically and cruelly by the Grenfell Tower fire. Members of all parties know the struggles of their own constituents. They've repeatedly tried to get the Government to stick to their promise, oft made, that residents would not be made to pay for dangers they did not cause. So will the Leader ask the Secretary of State to lift these burdens from residents in buildings both above and below 18 metres and place them firmly on the industry that caused them? Will he urge him also not to wait until the Building Safety Bill, but to act now and vote with Her Majesty's opposition next week on our building safety motion? And finally, Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has of course welcomed on our behalf the Government announcement of a public inquiry into COVID and Government response. But the Prime Minister needs to heed the cry of bereaved families who have been calling for this inquiry for over a year, who want lessons to be learned urgently, not next year. They want them in time for informing any further waves, which are still sadly a risk because of the variants. So will the Leader ask the Government to publish the Lessons Learned review urgently and to heed the word of survivors and bereaved people? Mr Speaker, the COVID memorial wall, with its thousands of red hearts facing us across the Thames, bears witness to the loss and pain of the last year, and we owe it to those people who died, to their relatives, to the country, to make sure that the Government is openly and speedily transparent. They deserve no less, and we on this side will, on their behalf, hold the Government to that. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. May I welcome the Honourable Lady to her new position. We have been neighbours, or near neighbours, in Somerset and Bristol for some years, and I think we started debating together on Points West, and now we face each other across the dispatch box, and I'm sure it will continue to be as friendly but as forceful a debate as we had all those years ago. The Honourable Lady is known across the House for her good nature and kindliness, but also her clarity of thinking and forcefulness. And so I'm looking forward to these sessions as a source of a bit of heat, but also some light too. But I want to pay particular tribute to the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Walsall South, who was an absolute pleasure to work with, and Mr Speaker, I'm sure you found the same on the Commission, where she was very committed to making things work for the whole House in a bipartisan spirit. She raised every week at this dispatch box important issues, particularly, of course, relating to Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe and the other people held improperly by a regime that does not respect the rights of individuals. Her campaigning was forceful, her questions were usually quite tricky, and she was a delight to be a counterparty too. And I feel that the poor Right Honourable Lady has become the Admiral Byng of the Socialist Party, because Admiral Byng, as you may remember, was ultimately disposed of because he was sent out with ships that weren't good enough. And HQ failed, HQ blundered, but they had to look around and find some scapegoat. And the most senior scapegoat of Hartlepool seems to be the Right Honourable Lady, which seems a little bit harsh. So she is the Admiral Byng Memorial, former leader, shadow leader of the House of Commons. If I now come on to the Right Honourable Lady, the Honourable Lady's important questions, absolutely trying to restore peace process is important, and the Government has called on both sides to show restraint, and this is of a fundamental sense, and we hope that peace will be re-established, and we are working with our allies. And of course I congratulate Dan Norris on being elected as the Mayor of Wecker, much though I don't think Wecker should exist, because I think it's a means of taking money out of North East Somerset and giving it to Bristol, which is not something that I've ever been very much in favour of, but I wish him well in his new role. And it is important that elections are fair and proper. The Honourable Lady mentioned that we don't have to prove who we are when voting in the division lobbies in normal circumstances, but she is forgetting that we are not allowed to wear overcoats in the division lobbies, just in case we send somebody through to vote in our place, or indeed, as Mr Speaker helpfully says, hats. So therefore there are requirements in this place to prevent personation, and surely what is good enough for the House of Commons to prevent personation to prevent personation is right, but at the moment, though we get a wonderful heckle, we are using our identity cards to vote. So the honourable gentleman isn't right on this occasion, and most unusual lapse in his normal attention to the detailed procedures of that House. So having a photographic identification is ensuring that a problem doesn't arise. This country has an electoral system of which people can be proud and of which people have confidence. We mustn't allow that confidence to slip. We don't want hanging chads and then to deal with it afterwards. We want to stop hanging chads happening before that becomes an issue and before personation becomes a risk. It is only reasonable to ask people to turn up with their photographic identification or get it from their local council so they can vote. And I fear it's absolutely classic of the socialists. They don't have any confidence in their own voters. Because we have confidence in our voters, because we think our voters will not find it unduly onerous or taxing to turn up with an identity document of some kind. And as regards the ambition of the Queen's speech, it is actually delivering on all the things that the Honourable Lady seemed to be asking for. So there is a major planning reform, there is free ports to help boost the economy, COP26 is coming this year. So actually I thought her comments were rather more in favour of the Queen's speech than hostile to it. So I'm grateful for that. I will take what I can in these circumstances. As for social care, social care has been a long-standing issue. The last Labour government, happily a long time ago now, had 2 Green Papers and 1 Royal Commission and still couldn't come up with any solution. But this government is committed to coming forward with its solution by the end of this year. That is absolutely clear, and it was mentioned in the Queen's speech, in the gracious speech. And the Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, has been the most assiduous attender in this House, updating this House on every aspect of his responsibility. So he is very good at doing that, and he does it more often than almost any other Secretary of State. As regards cladding, and of course we come to the anniversary of Grenfell in June, that is a serious issue, and the Building Safety Bill will deal with it. It is proper to deal with these things in the appropriate legislation. That is what Her Majesty's Government said as the Fire Safety Bill was going through, and it will be dealt with in the Building Safety Bill, which will be coming forward shortly. The Honourable Lady should wait for the exciting announcements that come from this dispatch box. And finally, as regards the inquiry, it is surely better to do it when the pandemic has come to an end. It is still being dealt with. The vaccine rollout is an enormous achievement, but it is still being rolled out. That still requires an enormous administrative effort to make sure that it is taking place and that it's taking place effectively. And I think to distract from the good work that is being done with an inquiry now would be a mistake. But the time will come, and it will come relatively soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend make time for a debate on special educational needs support to not only ensure we level up equality of opportunity for everyone, but also consider the establishment of SEND hubs throughout the country, including in Bury, to provide health, emotional, educational and employment assistance to some of the most vulnerable in our communities?
Mr. Speaker, the Department for Education has launched a major review of special educational needs system, which is planned to be published before the summer of 2021, based on discussions with children, young people, families and partners across education and healthcare. It will consult on proposals to deliver a system which is clearly focused on preparing for fulfilled adulthood through every stage and identify and address issues earlier within mainstream education.
As I stand in this role and continue to stand in this role over the past weeks, obviously the honourable member for Perth and North Perthshire is very keen to make a return to this role, but we shall have to hold our anticipation for a little longer until we can see that happening. Now, I have no doubt that the leader will want to join with me in congratulating the new Scottish Government on a record-breaking election success in last week's Scottish Parliament elections, more votes than any other party in the history of devolution, and it's certainly great to see them returned in such great numbers. And from my own personal point of view, the members for Midlothian North, Colin Beattie, Midlothian South, Christine Graham, both returned with an increased vote share and increased majorities. Mr Speaker, I also share the concerns of other members around the ongoing situation in Israel and Palestine. I think that's of great concern to us all. But I wonder if the leader would perhaps make time available for the Secretary of State for International Trade to perhaps give a statement to the House on the impact of arms export licences and how this has such an impact on conflicts around the globe. Mr Speaker, I've often raised over recent weeks issues around openness and transparency, and we still see these issues ongoing and the allegations that still don't go away. The investigations are now ongoing, but concern does still remain that the Prime Minister can't let himself off the hook for any conclusions the advisory ministerial interests might come to, just as happened with the Home Secretary previously. Surely this is now evidence that the enforcement of the Ministerial Code is not nearly strong enough. In the words of Transparency International, the guiding principles alone are not sufficient when it comes to guaranteeing integrity in public office. So can we have a statement from the Minister for the Cabinet Office on strengthening the Code, perhaps even such as making it by law? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And yes, of course, we miss the honourable member for Perth and North Perthshire, but the honourable gentleman is an excellent stand-in, and as I understand it, is standing in for almost every role within the SNP at the moment. I wonder whether he might have to take over as First Minister in due course and be seconded. And of course, I congratulate the First Minister and the SNP on their election success, and Her Majesty's Government looks forward to working very closely with all the devolved administrations in a spirit of goodwill and cohesiveness. And I'm delighted that the First Minister has decided to join with the United Kingdom Government in the inquiry into COVID, showing the strength of the United Kingdom. I am beginning to hope, though this may be excessive hope, that there is the prospect of one sinner repenting, and that would give great joy over the others who do not need to, as the First Minister becomes more unionist in her outlook. The honourable gentleman quite rightly raises the question about arms export licences. These are extremely carefully controlled, and Her Majesty's Government works very closely with its allies to ensure that we sell arms only to those countries with which we have the closest relationship, as of course we do with the State of Israel. And then we come to openness and transparency. Well, Mr Speaker, the great openness is a majority of 80. The Prime Minister has the mandate from the British people. The Ministerial Code is the Prime Minister's code. It would be a ridiculous state of affairs to think that the will of the British people could in some bureaucratic way be superseded. It can't be. The Prime Minister has the support of the British people, shown again last week in an enormously successful vote. So whilst I'm congratulating the SNP and the Mayor for Weka, let me also congratulate our own Prime Minister on being able to connect with the British people in a way that few other politicians have ever achieved.
Lee Anderson.
Mr Speaker, now then, the residents of the Corsica estate in Ashfield are fed up with a handful of local idiots who are the source of the vast majority of antisocial behaviour. And this is happening all over the country. The majority of these nuisances are social housing tenants who show no respect to the vast majority of decent, hard-working tenants who are being let down by a system that makes it very difficult to evict nuisance tenants. Would my right honourable friend welcome a debate in this House to discuss how we could give our police, our councils and courts greater powers to allow the decent people, like the decent people of Corsica, the right to a peaceful life?
Mr Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his question, because I think all of us as constituency MPs deal with this issue, and some social landlords like Curo are actually very good and responsive. Others, and I found in my experience the Guinness Trust, very much less so, less responsive in helping. But social landlords are required by the regulator of social housing to work in partnership with other agencies to prevent and tackle antisocial behaviour in the neighbourhoods where they own homes. The Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act 2014 provides the police, local authorities, and other local agencies with a range of tools and powers that they can use to respond quickly and effectively to antisocial behaviour. These include civil injunctions, which can impose restrictions or positive requirements on individuals whose behaviour is causing or is likely to cause harassment, alarm or distress. My honourable friend is right to raise this in the chamber of the House, because sometimes the best way to get action is by putting pressure on, as the Member of Parliament, to get the various agencies to work together.
Let's go to Matt Weston. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The planning bill announced in the Queen's speech will ring loud alarm bells for many residents in my constituency of Warwick and Leamington, not least those in Sydenham, Whitnash and Bishop's Tatchbrook, given it would allow applications to automatically gain approval in certain areas, stripping residents of their right to have a say. For those in Sydenham, the news this week that the Council Planning Committee has recommended to approve the application of 500 homes in East Whitnash will come as a shock, given it was turned down previously, and that the planning inspector recommended that it should not be built due to the limited capacity of the Sydenham road network. The site is, after all, a cul-de-sac at the end of a cul-de-sac, on a cul-de-sac, on a cul-de-sac. The roads can't cope. Would the Leader of the House grant me a debate on the proposed development, which is totally unnecessary, as concluded by independent ONS data?
Mr. Speaker, in his constituency issue, of course, is ideally suited for an adjournment debate, but the planning bill is essential. Her Majesty's Government believes in helping people to own their own home. This is about home ownership and having a planning system that actually makes it easier for people to own their own homes, to build the houses that people need, something we have been failing to do now over many years, based on a system established in the late 1940s that thought that the central government always knew best. And the central government does not always know best. There is a significant demand that is out there. The supply needs to meet that demand, and we need to strengthen and reinvigorate our home-owning democracy.
Let's go to Sir David Emms. Sir David.
Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on numbers allowed for life events such as weddings and funerals in the roadmap out of lockdown? Whilst I welcome the government research programme, which saw an audience of 4,000 people at the O2 for the Brit Awards earlier this week, which I used to be invited to when I was younger, many constituents are frustrated that they are having to wait until the 21st of June to have more than 30 friends and family at their wedding. Following the success of our vaccination programme, I do hope this guidance can be reviewed.
I hope the Brit Awards are listening. Leader.
I'm sure they are. My honourable friend's words are heard across the nation. They reverberate around the land. They go out from this great hall to be heard in every corner of the United Kingdom. But I'm glad to say that this week my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, confirmed a further easing of restrictions from the 17th of May, as the latest data confirm the 4 tests have been met. This includes weddings, receptions and other life events taking place with up to 30 people. And I think importantly, and I think this was the right priority, increasing the cap on the numbers attending funerals in line with how many people can be safely accommodated in venues. It is crucial that we push on with our vaccination programme, that people follow the rules and take advantage of the lateral flow tests so that we can make this roadmap to freedom a one-way road.
Let's go to Ellie Reeves. Ellie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month in my constituency, a 17-year-old boy, Levi Ernest Morrison, was stabbed to death metres from his front door. Despite the government saying they're committed to a public health approach to youth violence, over the last 10 years we've seen youth centres and Sure Start centres close and education and children's mental health budgets slashed. So can we please have a debate in government time about tackling youth violence once and for all?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there has clearly been a problem with the rising levels of crime in London. The government is committed to doing everything it can to tackle that. This is partly the employment of more police, with over 6,000 more police officers already recruited and a target for 20,000 more, and the policing bill which is currently before this House. It is really important that across all parties we support the efforts that are being made to back up the police, to have more police. And I feel so sorry for the families affected, and the Honourable Lady, I'm sure, is giving support to her constituent in this very sad time.
Michael Lovely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to see former Labour leader Tony Blair show that he is concerned, as I am, with the woke left, wanting to cancel anyone who disagrees with them. So I'm delighted that the government is coming forward with legislation to protect freedoms of speech at universities. But Dudley does not have a university. So will my right honourable friend agree with me that this legislation should also be applicable to colleges, online and also other areas of our lives?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to raise his concerns about the charge of the woke brigade, though I seem to remember that the charge of the light brigade was ultimately not an enormously successful venture, and I think the charge of the light brigade, of the woke brigade, will be similarly thwarted in the end. But my honourable friend is absolutely right to say that the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill, which was announced in the Queen's speech, will protect the fundamental principle of freedom of speech by strengthening existing freedoms of speech and addressing gaps within the current framework. There must be consequences for the breach of freedom of speech duties, and these legislative changes will ensure the significance and compliance that freedom of speech deserves. And this is of fundamental importance. If our places of education are not bastions of freedom of speech, what purpose do they serve? The whole point of university, this clash of ideas, as in this House, the clash of ideas that we have back and forth. This House is protecting freedom of speech by the Bill of Rights. We should protect and encourage and enhance freedom of speech across the land.
Let's go to Alison Thewlis. Alison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Scottish Parliament has extended the franchise first to 16 and 17-year-olds and most recently to all new Scots with leave to remain and refugee status. And last Thursday saw a record turnout, which was a victory for democracy as well as for the SNP. The Leader of the House says that his voters might be able to afford ID, but many across the country will not. So can we have an urgent statement on exactly why the UK government is seeking to suppress and restrict electoral participation with their offensive, unevidenced and exclusionary photo ID rules?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady may want to consult Hansard, because I pointed out that councils will make ID available for free to people who do not have suitable identification documents, and 98% of people, I believe, already do. And the franchise will be extended in the bill that we bring forward to ensure that people living overseas don't lose their votes over 15 years. So I hope the Honourable Lady will support that further extension of democracy.
Let's go to Suzanne Webb. Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman for the 22q11 all-party parliamentary group, where 22q is a genetic disorder best described as the most common syndrome not heard of unless you have got it, with many children having, amongst other things, learning difficulties. With this in mind, I do believe many children who require specialist educational support, such as those who 22q, that the educational catch-up from COVID-19 may not be as straightforward as for those without. Our recovery from COVID-19 must be as equal as possible for all, so may we have a debate in government time to raise awareness of the lesser known but equally prevalent genetic disorders such as 22q and the impact COVID-19 has had on their learning and educational recovery post-pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate the Honourable Lady in taking over the APPG that looks at these issues, and the point she raised is one of great importance, that we must value everybody in our society equally. That must be a fundamental principle of how the society of the United Kingdom works, and therefore supporting those with special educational needs and disabilities and helping them make up for time lost during the pandemic. Sir Kevin Collins has been appointed as the Education Recovery Commissioner and is considering how schools and the system can more effectively target resources and support at the pupils in the greatest needs. Special schools and alternative provision will be available to access funding to provide summer schools and the National Tutoring Programme. We have also prioritised children who attend specialist settings by providing additional uplift both in the 2020 catch-up premium and in the 2021 recovery premium. It so happens that today's Queen's Speech debate on a brighter future for the next generation is an opportunity to raise this matter further.
Speaker, my congratulations to Pam Duncan-Glancy, the first permanent wheelchair user elected to the Scottish Parliament. But not all wheelchair users in public office have a good story to tell. Harriet Clough, the second wheelchair-using councillor ever elected to Bristol Council, could not stand this time because of the closure of the Enable Fund, a temporary fund designed to cover the cost for reasonable adjustments for candidates with a disability. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that having a disability should never stand in the way of running for public office? And will he outline when the government will bring forward a permanent fund as a first step towards removing barriers for people with candidates with a disability?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Lady that it is absolutely right that people with a disability should face no barrier to engaging in public life. They should be helped and supported and encouraged. But I think in the selection of candidates, the primary responsibility is with political parties.
Right, let's go to Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent report, which included input from the Department of Transport, looked at rail services in and around Manchester and suggested that one option should be a change in the pattern of services on the Hope Valley line, which includes services between Cleethorpes and Manchester Airport, which is regarded as absolutely essential as it provides connections into the rest of the network. Concerns have also been expressed by Sheffield members. Could the Leader of the House arrange for the Rail Minister to come to the House and make a statement to reassure members and passengers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable friend, as always, is a great champion for his constituency. I can assure him that the government does take this seriously. It is set to spend £137 million of taxpayers' money to deliver more capacity and improve connectivity between Sheffield and Manchester. The Hope Valley capacity scheme is designed to remove bottlenecks on the line by creating places for fast passenger services to overtake slower-moving freight trains, allowing more trains to run and increasing the reliability of services. I think when this is finished, Mr. Speaker, the Hope Valley line should be renamed the Martin Vickers line as a proper tribute to the honourable member for all he does for his constituents.
13 withdrawn. Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents are telling me that they are finding it difficult to get face-to-face appointments with GPs. Whilst I appreciate that telephone and video consultations will become a factor going forward as they are today, will my right honourable friend potentially give a statement to the House saying that face-to-face appointments should be available if they are needed and within a reasonable timeframe?
Mr. Speaker, this is obviously important, and my honourable friend is right to raise it. A general practice is open and has been throughout the pandemic, and people should be able to continue to receive services in the way that is most suitable for them. The way in which people can get general practice services during COVID-19 has changed. Practices are offering more triage and remote consultations, video and online, to see as many patients as possible while protecting staff and patients from the avoidable risk of infection. NHS England and NHS Improvement have issued guidance on the importance of continuing to offer face-to-face appointments, utilising remote triage and making use of online and telephone consultations where suitable. General practice appointment levels are, I'm glad to say, now close to pre-pandemic numbers. In February 2021, an estimated 23.5 million appointments were booked in general practice in England, an average of 1.19 million per working day. And in February 2021, also 13 million appointments were face-to-face, which is 55.3% of all appointments. So people who need face-to-face appointments ought to be able to get them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we are congratulating people, could we congratulate Buffy Williams on winning her seat in the Senate in the Rhondda last week? And at the same time, could we also pay tribute to Leanne Wood? She was the Plaid Cymru Assembly member, Senate member for 18 years. That shows phenomenal dedication, and we should pay tribute to those who are our opponents, not our enemies. But can I ask the Leader of the House whether he attended the Brit Awards the other night, or watched the Brit Awards, perhaps, or if he knows what the Brit Awards are, and in particular whether he listened to Dua Lipa when she made a very important contribution saying of our health workers in this country, it's good to clap them, but we need to pay them. I say this because it's not just the people who've been doing the vaccinating, the people who've kept us safe over the last 15 months. It's also the people who are going to have to get the NHS back into shape to be able to deal with all the other conditions that haven't been able to be dealt with for the last year. We need to give them a boost in the arm, and that's money, isn't it? Can we have a debate on it?
Mr. Speaker, may I join the honourable gentleman in congratulating Buffy Williams on the victory in the Rhondda, but he is most gracious in paying tribute to Leanne Wood, and right to do so, because 18 years of public service is a long time, and losing elections is never fun, even for our political opponents, and it's worth recognising that. Unfortunately, I didn't pay much attention to the British awards. I am neither as trendy, fashionable, nor as à la mode as the honourable gentleman. If only we could all be such models of modernity as he is. However, coming to his fundamental point, nurses will receive a 1% pay rise and have received some additional funding as well. But we must recognise that the public finances are under great strain after the hundreds of billions, over £400 billion, that has been spent to protect the economy and to deal with COVID, and that there are constraints on what can be spent, but there is a review, an independent review, and the proposal by the government has been made. We will see what the review says.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Spode Works in Stoke-on-Trent Central is a complex and exciting regeneration project where new creative businesses are breathing life back into a much-loved historic site, bringing new cultural recovery to a historically underfunded area. Will my right honourable friend make parliamentary time to discuss the impact small businesses in the cultural sector will have on reviving towns and cities post-pandemic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely share my honourable friend's concern. It is of top priority that small businesses are the engine of our recovery. They are as much part of our cultural heritage, especially in industrial cities such as Stoke, as any museum or concert hall. We have to date spent over £1.2 billion in financial support to over 5,000 individual organisations and sites, both large and small, across the United Kingdom, including, I'm glad to say, the Spode Museum Trust. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, also announced in the 2021 budget an additional £300 million of taxpayers' money to support theatres, museums and other cultural organisations in England through the Cultural Recovery Fund. Together with other cultural support, such as funding for our national museums, this means the total taxpayer package for culture during the pandemic is now approaching £2 billion, which is really an unprecedented sum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over recent weeks, many constituents have contacted me with huge concern about the removal of hedgerows at the start of a housing development in what most of us think of as the closed season for cutting or removing hedgerows. Now, clearly, I've looked into the individual incidents, but my constituents and I would like to see further protection of our hedgerows and our wildlife in the context of development. So can we have a debate in government time on how we can strengthen that protection for hedgerows, birds and our wildlife?
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable lady is really calling for the agricultural reforms that are being put forward that will ensure support for farmers who support the environment, and certainly talking to farmers in North East Somerset, they are well aware of the obligations they have to protect hedgerows, but this is not an obligation that they resent. They feel it is a natural part of their farming duty.
Let's go to Peter Bone.
I'm afraid Parliament isn't working. It's not holding properly the government to account. And it strikes me that Parliament should lead. So could we have a statement from the Leader of the House telling us when Parliament, and particularly the House of Commons, is going to be restored to normal process, and that we will end virtual proceedings? We won't have hundreds of votes in the Deputy Chief Whip's pocket and have proper voting, and we'll end social distancing in the chamber. We really need to lead and get Parliament back doing its job properly.
Leader. A voice crieth in the wilderness. I'm tempted to say, physician, heal thyself. That, Mr. Speaker, where is my honourable friend? Why is he not in this chamber, holding me to account, leading by the example he wants? I entirely agree with him. I am waiting with joy for that day when we are back to normal, which I hope will be the 21st of June, when everybody will be back here and it will be safe and we won't have to wear masks and the dispatch box won't be covered in perspex. And we will be back to a full and flourishing chamber, because I agree with my honourable friend that scrutiny is good for the nation, it's good for the government, and it's good for our constituents. But I would encourage him to come to London, come to Westminster, take his seat.
Steve. Mr. Speaker, on this holy day of Eid, day of celebrations for Muslims across the world, many, including in my own constituency, watch on in horror an abhorrent humanitarian crisis escalates in the region against the Palestinian people. It may well be an uncomfortable truth for the UK Government that it has and continues to fuel deadly conflicts such as that we see in Gaza through the reckless sale of arms to right-wing coalition governments. But it is a truth nonetheless. Given the continued intransigence of this UK Government and its willingness to turn a blind eye, will the Leader of the House allow a full and frank debate on such matters and allow us, the members of this House, the opportunity to work to prevent such atrocities being committed at the hands of our perceived allies? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman has mentioned Eid, and it is an opportunity to wish people a joyous Eid, and it is also, of course, the Feast of the Ascension, so it is an important religious day for many, many communities. I mentioned earlier the issue of the sale of arms. It is covered very carefully by regulations that ensure that arms are only sold to regimes that we have close relationships with, that are our key allies, and who behave in a humane and proper way. The government has called for restraint on both sides, has pointed out that the killing of unarmed civilians is always wrong in the conflict that is currently going on, but Israel is a very important ally to the United Kingdom.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you so much, sir, for calling me. In the last 2 weeks, in my constituency, there have been 4 attempted abductions of children. This is causing huge alarm among families there, and of course I'm really quite shocked by it. The police have increased their patrols in the areas where this has happened, but could I ask my right honourable friend if it would be possible for us to have a debate about how we can alert the public and highlight the fact that each one of us should help the police by being eyes and ears and try and stop further abductions of children. By the way, they didn't succeed, thankfully, but there is a real worry, and I think we should highlight this to the general public.
Well, my right honourable friend, is doing this very effectively. What he reports is deeply troubling that this should be going on. I will reiterate that the government is recruiting more police, 6,620 so far. But it was Sir Robert Peel who said that we are the police and the police are us. And in his call for us to support the police, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. We are a society that is policed with civilians, not by a military, and therefore everything we can do to support the police in their difficult task is worth doing. And I'm glad to hear that there are more patrols in response to these very worrying circumstances that my right honourable friend reports to the House.
Let's go to Kerry McCarthy. Kerry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House said earlier that he doesn't think the West of England Combined Authority should exist because it unduly benefits Bristol. But Bristol is not getting the support it needs for Temple Quarter regeneration, for example, or for improving transport infrastructure such as the A4, which many of his constituents use to drive through mine and into Bristol city centre. So can we have a statement on what the government's levelling up agenda means for the West of England? As to me, and to many of the people who voted for Dan Norris last week, it looks very much like it means we've been written off.
Mr. Speaker, there is a socialist mayor of Bristol and a socialist mayor of Wecco, and they have responsibility for a lot of these development areas. Levelling up is something for the whole country. And I know this very well in my own constituency, and I'm very much looking forward to things like the lifelong learning loan that will be introduced, which will help people who may have been left behind in education previously, who will be able to get a second chance. So levelling up is for everybody, but I fear it is true that money leaks out of North East Somerset into Bristol under Wecco, and that is not something I'm broadly in favour of.
Let's go to Steve Baker. Steve.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I represent the largest population from St Vincent and the Grenadines outside the islands. Of course, I share my residents' acute concerns about the aftermath of the Le Soufriere volcano eruption for their family for their friends and for their property. So can we please have an oral statement on the situation on the islands and the British government's response?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is a great champion for his constituents and is right to bring this important issue to the attention of the House. I can assure him that Her Majesty's Government is monitoring the situation in St Vincent and the Grenadines closely, and our thoughts are very much with those affected by the eruption. The Minister of State for South Asia and the Commonwealth spoke to the Prime Minister of St Vincent and the Grenadines and his High Commissioner to the UK on the 14th of April. They discussed initial and continuing UK support for the recovery following the volcanic eruption. Our resident British Commissioner in St Vincent and the Grenadines has also been in contact with the Prime Minister and other officials in St Vincent and the Grenadines. I would encourage my honourable friend in the first instance to apply for Adjournment Debate so this may be aired more fully.
I support the government's work to do all it can to stop any variants of the virus coming into the United Kingdom. But can I raise an issue with the leader around the support that disabled constituents receive when they're having to quarantine? My constituent, Mr Davis, despite raising with the hotel staff that he would need additional support, received none during his 10-day quarantine. His wife wasn't able to support him, and what this led to was several visits from paramedics to offer additional medical support. He didn't receive the right type of food, and his care during the 10 days was truly shocking. I understand that the Health Secretary has made a statement on the 5th of May to qualify the exemption process for constituents with disabilities, but the system isn't working, Mr Speaker, and in fact it's virtually impossible to gain the exemptions from ministers in time for constituents who may then not have to quarantine or could quarantine at home. I wonder if the leader could arrange for the Minister of State for Health or the Health Secretary to make a statement to set out how the exemption system works, that members can do their jobs in supporting disabled constituents, and crucially, if a disabled constituent does have to quarantine, that the hotel staff are aware of those constituents' needs.
Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman raises a constituency case of great importance, and I am very sorry to hear about what happened to Mr Davis. I will take up the issue he has raised immediately after this session with the Secretary of State for Health, because clearly disabled people who do need additional support ought to receive it.
Andy Cutt.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. One of the recurring themes when I was back out on the doorstep in Warrington during the local election campaign was the level of antisocial behaviour being inflicted on some of my constituents. The police often referring to it as low-level antisocial behaviour, but for those people suffering it, really high levels of annoyance. I wonder if I can ask my right honourable friend if we can have a debate in government time on the value of community policing and the importance of freeing up police officers from unnecessary paperwork so they can get out on the streets and deal with antisocial behaviour.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend raises a very important point, though I was concerned that he said that antisocial behaviour rose once he got back on the streets. I'm sure that the two were not directly connected, but it is remarkable how unpleasant low-level antisocial behaviour is, how fretful it is for constituents, particularly for elderly constituents. Adding 20,000 police officers will, I'm sure, help, but community policing is of fundamental importance. I've often found this in my own constituency, that a quiet word from a PCSO can nip this type of antisocial behaviour in the bud. So I think we all have to work with our police forces across the country to encourage them in the right direction and to get back to the Dixon of Dock Green policing, which I think does stop low-level criminality.
Let's go to Alex Norris. Alex.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Retail workers have been COVID heroes, but this pandemic has exacerbated the already growing levels of violence and abuse that they are facing at work. This, of course, is unacceptable, but Parliament has an obligation to act in this session to protect them. Will the leader facilitate this by giving over government time for a debate on this crucial matter?
Mr Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman again for raising this important issue. I think it is a concern shared across the House about crime affecting retail workers, and also his tribute that he pays to the retail workers who stayed at work throughout the pandemic. The service they gave to the nation was second to none, and like the NHS, they made huge sacrifices and took risks that they were initially unaware of the level of the risk they were taking to ensure that the rest of us could have access to essential supplies. In terms of debating time, it's rather easy for me this week, Mr. Speaker, because the Queen's Speech debate is going on, and that is an opportunity of several days' length for people to raise any issue and all issues that they think are of importance, and this is definitely an important issue.
Let's go to Selene Saxby. Selene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the MP for North Devon, I am proud to represent some of the best beaches in the country and have pledged 10 hours of my time to keep Britain Tidy's Great British Spring Clean, joining volunteers cleaning them up. Microplastics and nurdles, however, are too small to be picked up by our wonderful volunteers, but still cause great harm to nature and are finding their way into our food chain. Will my right honourable friend consider allocating government time to discussing how we can fix this problem at source, perhaps with new legislation within the government's Environment Bill?
Leader.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question, but it's obviously important to protect the marine environment from litter, and it's one of the government's priorities, which is why we introduced our robust ban on microbeads in rinse-off personal care products in 2018, preventing billions of tiny pieces of harmful plastic from entering the ocean. But my honourable friend is fantastic in her war against litter. And I think all I can say to her, Mr. Speaker, is we will fight litter on the beaches. We will fight litter on the landing grounds. We will fight litter in the fields and in the hills. We will never surrender to litter.
In which case, let's go to Angela Crawley, who's audio only. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The loss of a baby at any stage of pregnancy can be extremely traumatic experience for parents. However, if your baby is stillborn before the end of the 24th week, it is treated as a miscarriage, and under current rules, bereaved parents receive no formal support or paid leave from their employment. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that we must do more to support families suffering baby loss, and will he agree to have a debate in government time on providing paid leave to those who experience miscarriage?
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have the greatest sympathy for the issue the Honourable Lady is raising. The loss of a baby is such a terrible blow, such a traumatic blow for families who are looking forward to bringing a new life into the world, and they deserve all possible support. I can't promise a debate in government time, but it is an issue that has cross-party support to ensure that people who suffer in this way do receive help and assistance, and I think her point is very well made, and perhaps an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate would find a lot of support from other members.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Harrow Council spent £250,000 putting in dangerous cycle lanes and a series of deeply unpopular low traffic neighbourhoods. They're now spending £85,000 to remove them after the public outcry. In addition, they propose to sell off the very popular Belmont Community Centre to be redeveloped for flats. Then, of course, with the public outcry, a screeching U-turn and claim to have saved the Belmont Community Centre for the public. So could we have a debate in government time on the waste of money that takes place in certain places in local government?
Mr. Speaker, the Council seems to be rather remarkable in its skills if it were able to do a screeching U-turn in the midst of all these cycle lanes. But the waste of taxpayers' money is scandalous, and we have to hold socialist councils to account when they waste public funds doing things that don't work and waging war on the motorist. We all know that it is only the Conservatives who back the motorists. The Socialists and the Liberal Democrats, if there are any left, do not like the motorist and do everything they can to make the motorist life more difficult, whereas we aim to make it easier with a huge road building plan that will make motoring the pleasure that it has always historically been.
Ian Burns.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Dunstan Stairs are a large timber structure on the south bank of the River Tyne in Gateshead. They were used to load coal onto the ships for transport to London and to the south of England, and the stairs were extensively renovated for their use in Gateshead's 1990 Garden Festival. They are a very important symbol of our industrial heritage and are a monument to the coal industry, and at over 600 metres long, Mr. Speaker, a feat of engineering and construction in themselves. Sadly, in recent years, they've been subject to several very damaging arson attacks, and the time we are building preservation trusts simply do not have the resource to properly repair them. So could we have a debate about sustaining our industrial heritage? And would the leader please assist me in securing a meeting with the DCMS Minister to explore a solution for our ongoing repair and maintenance problem on one of the country's most important industrial heritage landmarks?
Mr. Speaker, what the honourable gentleman asks for is something of importance, because our industrial heritage is important to the nation as a whole. But may I commend him on his diffidence, because I have brought forward in my name, on behalf of the recommendations made by the Backbench Business Committee, 2 debates on the 27th of May, and the honourable gentleman did not lobby, nor prod, nor push to have a debate on his pet subject, and I think that shows considerable restraint and honourability, as of course all honourable members show at all times.
Let us go to the final question to Pauline Latham. Pauline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Leader knows that the roadmap is going along slowly but steadily, and that restrictions are being removed. In fact, the nightclubs will be open in the foreseeable future, and I look forward to attending with him. But in the House of Commons, we are supposed to be leaders, but we're not leaders. If we look at the House today, and we can see how few people are sitting in there because they can't. Now, I'm at home today because I had to come home for personal reasons, and I've been there all week, and I will be there next week. But also, 6 people can be entertained outside in the fresh air in most places in the country, but not in the House of Commons. Only 2 people. Next week, 6 people will be able to enjoy hospitality inside, but not in the House of Commons. Only 4 people, I understand, in the dining room. I don't know how many in the tea room or in any other rooms. But why are we so far behind the rest of the country when it is legal to meet people in groups of 6 outside this week, inside next week? But we don't do it. When will we be up with the rest of the people of England, and when will we be the same?
Can I just say, and just help the leader, that there is a meeting on Monday where we'll be looking at the roadmap, where everything is being reviewed. Now, to say that these things aren't going to happen, I wouldn't want to disappoint the Honourable Lady. I think she ought to wait till Monday. Let's see what we come with, and we are exactly in line with Public Health England advice and the way the rest of the country is working. She may shake her head. The reality is, and I will say this to her, if she waits till Monday, she may well be happy and surprised, and I'm sure that's what we'd all wish to do for her. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are really matters for the Commission and for the spokesman for the Commission to answer, that the issues that affect the Leader of the House are the bringing forward of motions, and I can assure my honourable friend that the motions fall away on the 21st of June, at which point we will be back to normal. But I would say to her what I said to my honourable friend, the member for Wellingborough. There are seats here, and that if people want to lead by example, the example is on the seats here.
Order. I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Okay. Order. I call Secretary Brandon Lewis to make a statement. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make a statement on the findings of the Ballymurphy inquest. I want to put on record the government's acknowledgement of the terrible hurt that has been caused to the families of Francis Quinn, Father Hugh Mullen, Noel Phillips, Joan Connolly, Daniel Teggart, Joseph Murphy, Edward Doherty, John Laverty, Joseph Corr and John McCurr. I also want to pay tribute to the great patience with which these families have conducted themselves during their determined campaign, which has lasted for almost 50 years. The Prime Minister is writing personally to the families and expresses deep regret to the First and Deputy First Ministers of Northern Ireland yesterday and has apologised unreservedly on behalf of the State. The findings of the coroner are clear. Those who died were entirely innocent of wrongdoing. The events at Ballymurphy should never have happened. The families of those who were killed should never have had to experience the grief and trauma of that loss. They should have not had to wait nearly 5 decades for the judgment this week, nor have been compelled to relive that terrible time in August 1971 again and again in their long and distressing quest for truth. Over the course of the Troubles, more than 3,500 people were killed and tens of thousands injured, with families torn apart forever. The majority of those killed were innocent civilians, like those on the streets of Ballymurphy. The vast majority of those who served in Northern Ireland did so with great dignity and professionalism. But it is clear that in some cases, the security forces and the army made terrible errors too. The duty of the state is to hold itself to the high standards at all times. When we fail to meet these high standards, we must recognise the hurt and the agony caused. There is no doubt that what happened on those awful few days in Ballymurphy also fuelled further violence and escalation, particularly in the early years of the Troubles. The government profoundly regrets and is truly sorry for these events, and how investigations after these terrible events were handled, and for the additional pain that the families have had to endure in their fight to clear the names of their loved ones since they began their campaign almost 5 decades ago. To make lasting change, actions are required as well. The Belfast Good Friday Agreement was the defining action that allowed Northern Ireland to begin to move away from violence. But the events of the past do continue to cast a long shadow, as we have seen. Those who were killed and injured during the Troubles came from all communities, and also included many members of the security forces and the armed forces. Immense and difficult compromises have been made on all sides since then, including the early release of prisoners, which was so difficult for many people to accept. To a very large extent, Northern Ireland has moved away from violence. So we stand by those compromises and the progress made towards a more peaceful society. Yet the desire for families of victims, to know the truth about what happened to their loved ones is strong, legitimate and right. The campaign for justice in Ballymurphy has reminded us all of this, if we needed to be reminded at all. 23 years after the signing of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, thousands of murders remain unresolved, and many families still yearn for answers. With each passing year, the integrity of evidence and the prospects of prosecution do diminish, and the government is not shrinking away from those challenges. We are determined to address them in a way that reflects the time that has passed, the complexity of Northern Ireland's troubled history, and the reality of the compromises that have already been made. But above all, we are determined to address it in a way that enables victims and survivors to get to the truth which they deserve. We must never ignore or dismiss the past. Learning what we can, we must find a way to move beyond it. And the coroner's findings this week are part of that very often painful process. Mr. Speaker, this government wants to deliver a way forward in addressing the legacy of the past in Northern Ireland, one that will allow all individuals or families who want information to seek and receive answers about what happened during the Troubles, with far less delay and distress. We want a path forward which will also pave the way for wider societal reconciliation for all communities, allowing all the people of Northern Ireland to focus on building a shared, stable, peaceful and prosperous future. I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to the Shadow Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Lou Haig.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. As the Secretary of State has outlined, in 5 separate shootings across 3 days in August 1971 in the Ballymurphy estate in West Belfast, 10 innocent civilians were shot dead, 9 by the armed forces, with evidence unable to conclusively determine in a 10th. Amongst them, a priest, a mother of 8, and a former soldier who had fought and was injured in World War II. 57 children left without a parent, their lives forever changed. Yet the trauma of their murders was undoubtedly compounded by what followed. Families prevented from finding comfort by lies told about their loved ones, which have haunted them down the decades. A fight for the truth hampered through entirely inadequate investigations and wholly unjustifiable obstacles. Who cannot therefore be struck by the dignity and tenacity of those families who, in the face of those obstacles, have fought for the truth and finally, this week, been vindicated? The conclusions of Justice Keegan were clear and irrefutable. Those who lost their lives were posing no threat. Their deaths were without justification. They were Francis Quinn, Father Hugh Mallon, Noel Phillips, Joan Connolly, Daniel Teggett, Joseph Murphy, Eddie Doherty, John Laverty, Joseph Corr, John McCurr. An 11th man, Paddy McCarthy, a youth worker, died from a heart attack. That families have had to wait for so long to clear their name is a profound failure of justice and one we must learn from. Because, as the Secretary of State has said, many more families are still fighting for answers. People like Cathy McCann, who in 1990 was the sole survivor of a provisional IRA bomb in Armagh, in which a nun and 3 policemen were killed. 21 years earlier, her father had been killed by the auxiliary police force, the B Specials. This ongoing failure to find the truth is an open wound which ties Northern Ireland perpetually to the past. Burying the truth, refusing to prosecute or investigate crimes has not worked in the 23 years since the signing of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. So how can anyone in this House look victims like Cathy in the eye and tell her she must move on? The government gave victims like Cathy McCann their word. Through the Stormont House Agreement, they promised to establish a comprehensive system to look at all outstanding legacy cases through effective investigations and a process that would, where possible, deliver the truth and the prospect of justice. Yet last Wednesday night, victims found out on Twitter that the government intends to tear up that plan and provide an effective amnesty to those who took lives. And from the statement today, we are no closer to understanding the government's policy to dealing with the legacy of the past. The lessons of the past are clear. Addressing legacy through a unilateral imposition of an amnesty from Westminster without the faintest hint of consultation with victims, the support of communities, any political party in Northern Ireland or the Irish government would be impossible to deliver. It would make reconciliation harder, and it would not achieve what the government claim they want. Any process that remains open to legal challenge will invite test cases and more veterans back through the courts. Let me finish with a word, Mr Speaker, on the Prime Minister's actions, or lack of them, over the last 2 days. In the aftermath of the Bloody Sunday inquiry, David Cameron came to this House and apologised in a statement. He didn't brief apologies from disputed calls with politicians. He took full responsibility. Where is the Prime Minister today, and why has he not publicly apologised to the Ballymurphy families and to this House? Will he take responsibility as Prime Minister and show the victims the respect they so obviously deserve? Victims, Mr Speaker, like those who lost loved ones at Ballymurphy, have been let down for far too long. Ministers should bear in mind the words of one victim I spoke with yesterday as they work through the next steps of legacy. I just want to know what happened. I want to know my dad's life meant something. I just want the truth.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Honourable Lady and I are actually overwhelmingly united in our thoughts for the Ballymurphy families and all families who have suffered so much and so unnecessarily during and since the Troubles, as she outlined. I believe we are also united in our determination to do what we can to put a stop to this suffering and to ensure that people do get the information and get to the truth, as she said. My apology and the Prime Minister's apology yesterday to the Ballymurphy families cannot change what they have endured, but I can promise that it will be followed by action to prevent others who have lost loved ones or been injured from all communities, whether civilians, paramilitaries or soldiers, from continuing to go through the same lengthy and traumatic experiences that have taken too long to get to the truth. Our approach will have at its heart a clear focus on doing what is right for all those who have been directly affected by Ballymurphy and the many other terrible events and incidents of the Troubles. And also what is right for wider Northern Ireland society, including the new generation, a younger generation who did not live through the Troubles. We need to ensure that we are not leaving this for them to deal with. This generation must be looking to the future whilst always understanding and being aware of the past, with its tragedies as well as its opportunities. The government will not balk from these challenges. The challenges involved in confronting the past are complex, they are sensitive, and we appreciate that. And we recognise that we will not balk from confronting the past, including our own state actions. This is necessary to ensure that we do get answers for individuals, but also as a critical step towards the reconciliation we all want to see continue and deliver in Northern Ireland for its shared and prosperous future.
Let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Simon Hall. Simon.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And this is clearly a tremendously emotional moment, and I thank the Secretary of State for prior notice of his statement and also for its tone and its contents. For many, Mr. Speaker, the events of which we're speaking this morning happened a lifetime ago. But for the victims' families and their communities, it happened yesterday and every day since they occurred. It was clearly an abuse of security power. The government is right to apologise and to make that loud and well known, because these events are as painful today as they were on the day that it happened. Mr. Speaker, as my right honourable friend tries to resolve the legacy of the Troubles, focusing, as I know he will, on truth and reconciliation, can he assure me that he will do so with the emotional sensitivity that he has demonstrated today, with compassion and understanding, and with a view to build a cross-community coalition as we helped Northern Ireland to turn the page to a better present and future as we resolve the issues of the past?
My honourable friend, the Chairman of the Select Committee, makes a really important point, and he's absolutely right. And I'm determined that we have to work, and we will work to do everything we can to make sure that in looking at how we move forward, we do that in a way with our partners, not just in the Irish Government, but across the parties and the victims groups and civic society in Northern Ireland, in order to ensure not just reconciliation, but an opportunity to recognise the accountability of the fact that Northern Ireland has suffered for far too long from the traumas of the past. Working together, I'm sure we can find a way to help Northern Ireland move forward and to ensure Northern can then deliver on the phenomenal opportunities and the expertise and excitement that is there in Northern Ireland to deliver for people and to have that shared, prosperous and stable society.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for the advanced sight of his statement. The pain that the loved ones of the victims of the Ballymurphy killings have gone through over the past half-century is absolutely unimaginable, and I pay tribute to their courage, their fortitude, their dignity and their unswerving determination to seek the truth, however difficult that was, about how their loved ones died. I think the First Minister of Northern Ireland, Arlene Foster, put it extremely well when she said, "Lots of lessons to be learned. Grief is grief. Justice must be blind." Too many empty chairs across Northern Ireland and unanswered questions. Now, the path to truth, justice and reconciliation, as we know, is an imperfect one, and while the past can't be changed, its truth can be acknowledged and reconciliations made easier. And in that vein, the Prime Minister should come, I believe, to the House to offer that apology in person on behalf of the citizens in whose names these actions were taken. And not only to apologise for the length of time it's taken to bring truth to the families, but also for the unjustified and unjustifiable deaths of their entirely innocent loved ones. Finally, Mr. Speaker, would the Secretary of State agree with me more generally that justice delayed is justice denied, and that the best interests of truth, reconciliation and the wider public interests are not best served by seeking to put a time bar on the pursuit of justice?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've already said, both myself and the Prime Minister have apologised, actually, and the Prime Minister, as I said in my opening statement, is writing directly to the families as well. As I've said, no apology can make up for the loss and the pain that the families have been through, but I do share the honourable gentleman's sentiments, appreciate the tone that he has used, and also I would say to him that we are in full agreement. My view is that we need to get to the truth. We need to allow the families, the victims who want that information, that knowledge of what happened, to be able to get to that much, much quicker. That's certainly something I'm focused on. And it's not about, he's also quite right, it's not about having time bars on anything, but it is about having a process that means the families don't have to wait decades to get to the bottom of what happened and to understand the truth of what happened.
Julian Smith.
I welcome the government's apology, Mr. Speaker, today. This tragic case lays bare again the horrors of the Troubles for victims and families from all parts of Northern Ireland. I'm concerned that when I signed the New Decade New Approach agreement, and the government signed that over a year ago, we committed to intensive discussions with victims groups. For a variety of reasons that's not happened. Would he commit today to undertaking comprehensive discussions with victims groups and victims directly? Could he give us a timeline for that? And would he also confirm he will not bring legislation back to this House until that engagement has happened and that victims and families have been able to shape and be part of what the government is proposing to resolve the issues of legacy?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for the question. Obviously, we do understand that the legacy issues are complex, as he knows well. That's why they remain unresolved for so many decades. I would say to you, I think that as I've been clear before, the principles of Stormont House are strong, powerful principles that we all want to see delivered on. What we want to do is work together to find a way to actually be able to put that into practice, to deliver on a way that means the families are not waiting decades, as sadly the Ballymurphy families have had to do, to get to the bottom of the truth and understanding of what has happened. We have been engaging across civic society with victims groups and representatives, as well as the Irish Government, and we will be looking to engage very, very directly and very deeply over the period ahead in order to see if we can find a way forward for everybody to come together to find a way forward that can deliver on that promise, to deliver on ensuring that we get to the bottom of information in an efficient way that works for the victims and for the families, and that can help Northern Ireland move forward with reconciliation in a positive way.
Let's go to Diane Abbott. Diane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that the entire House would like to join with me in offering our heartfelt condolences to the families of the bereaved of Ballymurphy. But we also want to congratulate them and their community for the fortitude and resilience they've shown over decades in their pursuit of truth. And we'd like to congratulate their legal teams also, who have not always been treated with the respect and decency they deserve. I'm glad to hear that the Prime Minister is writing to the families personally, because the families do deserve a personal apology. And the Secretary of State will be aware that these events are widely known in Ireland and internationally as the Ballymurphy massacre. The Secretary of State will be aware that that seems an accurate description to many of us, as we're talking about the murder of unarmed civilians over the course of 3 days. And as the House knows, the coroner has found that they were all innocent, they were all unarmed, and that their killings were without justification. We're still awaiting official admission of many other deaths in former colonies, including Kenya. And these events, it is good to hear the truth about them after all these decades. And sadly, some of the relatives will have passed away. And so I'd like to ask the Secretary of State, is anyone ever to be prosecuted for these crimes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think in the outline of the question the right honourable lady asked, sort of goes to the core point that a number of members and I myself have already made, is that Ballymurphy is a clear, tragic example of how it has taken far too long to get information for those families, and we need to find a process that ensures the families can get information much more quickly whilst people are still with us as well, as she outlined. In terms of prosecutions, obviously that is a matter for the prosecution service in Northern Ireland, and we've seen the outcome. They had some prosecutions just the other week, but that is not a matter for the government. That's obviously a matter for the Independent Prosecution Service.
Let's go to Alan Kearns. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I pay tribute to the Secretary of State and for the tone in which he struck in his statement a moment ago. Now, these families have endured an exceptionally long campaign in search for answers. Does my right honourable friend agree that this shows that the current system to deal with the legacy of troubles from all sides in Northern Ireland has failed, and that the drawn-out, expensive court proceedings for veterans, victims and families is flawed and needs to be reviewed?
Well, my right honourable friend makes an important point. The current system, as we have seen tragically in the recent past as well as this week, has simply not been working for anybody. It's failing to bring satisfactory and speedy, timely outcomes for families, and therefore leaving Northern Ireland with unanswered questions of families within it. And that leaves society hamstrung effectively by its past. That's why, as a government, we are committed to finding a way forward which will allow individuals and families who want information to be able to seek and receive those answers about what happened during the Troubles with far less delay and distress. And I think we have a duty to the victims and to the families and Northern Ireland as a whole to deliver on that.
Let's go to Gregory Campbell. Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ballymurphy families have waited for 50 years to get even this limited form of closure. To compound matters, one of the victims also had a young teenage son brutally murdered by the IRA just 2 years afterwards. Will the Secretary of State ensure that whether it is innocent victims in Ballymurphy shortly afterwards, or for example the Claudy bomb carried out by the IRA in 1972 in my constituency, about which they've received no closure, no justice and no apology, do not suffer the ignominy of hearing about an amnesty in the next few months?
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman highlights the complexity and sensitivity of the issues, and again reinforces this point that it has been far too long for people to have to wait to get to the bottom of truth. And I think part of reconciliation and the ability to understand what happened is hugely important, but also about accountability. And that's why I think it is important as the state that we take accountability, as we are doing, for what happened at the Ballymurphy case. Others, obviously, I believe, should do the same where there's relevance for them and where there is actions taken by them. But it is important that we get to the heart of what happens, so that people can have that understanding, that accountability and truth.
Selwood.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I declare an interest as one of a number of members of Parliament who served in Northern Ireland prior to the Good Friday Agreement. Could I very much welcome this statement and the apology today. We owe a huge debt of gratitude to our armed forces, which we place in harm's way where they face incredibly difficult circumstances, often at great personal risk. But the absolute majority of service personnel follow the law of armed conflict. But if standards ever fall, they absolutely must be swiftly and fairly investigated. Can I also welcome the Government's fresh approach to securing a lasting change by fairly drawing a line under the pre-Good Friday Troubles? There's a very real danger of fueling current tensions, creating potentially new victims because we've not reconciled past events. Would my right honourable friend agree the Good Friday Agreement proved Troubles require a political, not military solution, but it hesitated in mopping up a series of difficult, unresolved incidents where those on all sides still seek closure? And will he now consider introducing a wider statute of limitations along with a truth recovery mechanism that not just applies to veterans but on all sides, so Northern Ireland can finally draw a line and look forwards and not backwards?
My honourable friend makes a really important point around the issues and the complexity and how dreadful a range of situations were through the Troubles, and the number, as the previous question did as well, the number of unresolved injuries and murders and deaths that we have seen from the Troubles. And we do need to get to the bottom of that. He's also right. We do need to find a way forward that can actually be delivered on, that works for families. The current situation is simply not working for anybody. It's not working for Northern Ireland. It's not delivering in timely fashion and getting to the heart of the truth for families. And it is right that we also are respecting our commitments to our veterans as well. As I said in my statement, obviously the vast majority of them acted with honour and probity throughout the Troubles. But we've got to have a system that gets to the heart of things. We are open to looking at a wide range of options. I have made commitments to this House about bringing forward legislation, which I still have the ambition to deliver on, but we want to do that working with people and find a way with our partners, both across Northern Ireland and with the Irish Government, on a solution that can work and cause stability and have sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State says that the British Army made terrible errors in Northern Ireland. Joan Connolly was a mother of 8. She was shot by the British Army 4 times. She was left lying on the ground for hours to die. That is not an error. That is sheer bloody murder. Will the Secretary of State ask the Prime Minister to come out of hiding, come with me, meet the Ballymurphy families and tell them to their faces why he wants to protect their killers?
Well, I would say to the Honourable Gentleman, as I've outlined already today, that the Prime Minister is contacting the families directly, as well as his public apology on behalf of the State and his conversation with the First and Deputy First Minister, which I joined him for yesterday. Now, obviously, members and colleagues will be aware that obviously the report was published on Tuesday, which was the first full sight we had of the report. We received that on Tuesday. We put out a statement on the same day. I'm now making a statement to the House of Commons, having had that opportunity for us to reflect on that report, but obviously we will be considering that report in more detail in the period ahead in order to ensure that we are able to reflect properly on that report. And, as I've said in my statement earlier on today, that it is right that we take accountability for the actions that were unacceptable, as the Coroner's report highlighted, but also that we are taking the time and opportunity to make sure we learn from the experiences of the past, and also, coming back to my right honourable friend's question a few moments ago, what we have learned since 2014 as well, about how we can move forward in a way that delivers for families and victims in a more efficient and effective manner to get to the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I served in Northern Ireland from the early 70s onwards, and all I can say is that those of us that were serving, I didn't serve in Ballymurphy, but I have to tell you that at the time when these incidents happening, Ballymurphy, Bloody Sunday, the vast majority of the army were in deep shock about what happened. It did not reflect what we felt. We were in deep shock. So can I ask my right honourable friend, in order to try and help the families, if they so wish it, that a full and frank report about what happened to their loved ones is sent to them in each individual case, if, of course, they wish to receive it.
My honourable friend makes a very really important point about, again, it comes to this heart of making sure that people have the information. My understanding, but I will confirm from my understanding, is that the Coroner's report does give details to the individual deaths, and that obviously will be fed back into the families who have been waiting, as I say, far too long. But I will write to my honourable friend to just confirm that for him.
Let's go to Stephen Farry. Stephen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to focus on the courage and dignity of the Ballymurphy families and their long fight for justice, rather than the wider legacy issue, except to say that the government's plans do not have the support of the Ballymurphy families, other victims groups, political parties in Northern Ireland, and indeed many veterans themselves. But can I ask the Secretary of State to confirm the scope of this apology? And specifically, does it also include how the British Army libelled many of the victims by calling them IRA gunmen, and also how the Ministry of Defence and indeed some individual soldiers frustrated the process of justice over many years?
Yes, I would say to the honourable gentleman, the apologies for the entire, as I said in my opening statement actually, not just the dreadful incident, the tragedy that we saw at Ballymurphy in 1971, but the period since and what those families and the victims have had to go through. Absolutely.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the statement and the apology, and I commend the coroner for coming to a definitive decision in the inquest. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we need to acknowledge the hurt and pain felt by all sides of the community, and that we need a spirit of reconciliation so that we can move on in Northern Ireland?
My honourable friend, I think is absolutely right. I repeat what I said in my statement. We must never forget, we must never dismiss or ignore the past, but we must learn from the past. We must find a way to move forward. And I think that going to the heart of what she was saying, my experience of dealing and talking to people across Northern Ireland, across the whole community of Northern Ireland in civic society, is a determined desire to have proper reconciliation, stability and sustainability, to be able to have a Northern Ireland that is prosperous and an exciting place to live and work, which it is, that can be something that we can all continue to be proud of, and to continue to deliver on the amazing success that has been seen in Northern Ireland since the delivery of what was at the time a very difficult series of decisions that led to the Good Friday Agreement.
Let's go to Tony Lloyd. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State is right to recognise that reconciliation does depend on the truth. But the problem with this whole horrendous saga around the murders at Ballymurphy is that there is a cloud of corruption that's hung over now for nearly 5 decades. What the Secretary of State describes as serious errors were murder by agents of our state, covered up by our state. And we've got now to recognise the damage that has done. So will the Secretary of State commit to making sure that there now will be every effort made to reveal what did happen, not simply at the time, but in the years since, to cover this up? And that will include access to the records of the security services. Because frankly, if you will not give that commitment, you will be letting down the Ballymurphy families.
Well, as I've already said, obviously, I think the Ballymurphy families have waited far too long to get an understanding of what actually happened through successive governments over too many decades, and we need to find a way forward that can make sure the families like the Ballymurphy families are able to get that information, that understanding, recognition and truth much more quickly, and that will mean ensuring that they do have access to all the information that is available both across Northern Ireland and from the British and the UK state.
Let's go to Suzanne Webb. Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Government's commitment in the Queen's speech to bring forward measures that will address the legacy of the Troubles I remember all too well. And can my right honourable friend confirm that these measures will be focused on getting answers for victims and their loved ones in a way that allows Northern Ireland to heal and come together rather than further deepening divisions?
My honourable friend makes a very important point about the ability to heal and the ability to look forward, whilst always being accountable for and recognising and understanding our past. And I can confirm that I am absolutely committed to working to find a way forward that will provide certainty for those who are and have been directly affected by the events of the Troubles, and deliver wider reconciliation for Northern Ireland, recognising that Northern Ireland suffered itself through the Troubles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's apology, and I mean no disrespect to him, but I do feel that something of such gravity really does require the Prime Minister to apologise directly, not by proxy, to the families of those killed, and I hope he will urge that. Mr. Speaker, the findings of the inquest into the Ballymurphy killings clearly show that the State was not an observer, but a participant in the Troubles. Does it not surely mean that the Government can't unilaterally impose a plan to address that conflict's legacy, and will he now return to what was previously agreed and ensure that in dealing with the past we put victims and their loved ones first?
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman, if he looks back at my opening statement, the Prime Minister is and has been apologising directly to the families, as well as more publicly and widely as I outlined in my statement. So I would just correct him on that point. But look, more widely, I think it is right that we've got to find a way to ensure that we have a system that works, a system that delivers for people. Obviously, people have referred to the Stormont House Agreement. The reality is that was 2014. We have learnt things since then. There has been consultation since then, which I think it is right the Government takes into account. And we actually take forward those principles of Stormont House in a way that can actually be delivered and can work for families and for Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and wish the families of the Ballymurphy families, obviously their long overdue justice has now finally been served. But I do also wish to urge my right honourable friend that he outlines as soon as he can a timeline for when we can bring forward the new measures in this parliamentary session that will deliver answers for all those affected by the legacy of the Troubles and put an end to the cycle of investigations and prosecutions that allow Northern Ireland to move forward as a brighter future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as set out in the Queen's speech, we will bring forward legislation in this session to deal with addressing the legacy of the past in Northern Ireland. I'm committed to bringing forward legislation that does focus on reconciliation, and if we get that right, it will deliver for victims, it will deliver for veterans, and deliver for all the people of Northern Ireland, and that's the work that we'll be doing in the period ahead.
Let's go to Carol Monaghan. Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The humility of the Tory members today is to be welcomed. But 3 years ago in a Westminster debate, I was shouted down by some of the same Tory members when I mentioned the actions of the parachute regiment in Ballymurphy. Members, of course, will take their lead from the Prime Minister, and it's disappointing that he's not making the statement here today. Following the publication of the Savo report, Prime Minister David Cameron made a statement and an apology to the families. The Ballymurphy families have been through a similar hell for nearly 50 years. So when will the Prime Minister meet with these families, look them in the eye and apologise for the unlawful killing of their loved ones?
Well, as I've said a few times this afternoon, I'll just say to them, the Prime Minister is apologising directly to the families.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for his heartfelt apology. This is a most heartbreaking affair. It cuts right to the quick of a divided city, a divided country, a divided people. And as a Protestant man, as a unionist, as a loyalist, I stretch out my hand of love, of forbearance, of common grief and compassion to my neighbour who has suffered. And I say to them that their tears and the sting of their tears is the same as the sting of our tears. There's no difference in colour or feeling of that grief. And we share that grief with them today in a heartfelt and compassionate way. And I hope that they accept the sincerity of those remarks and those feelings that are across our country. This verdict does lift any like the curtain on the appalling vista of what has happened in Northern Ireland. And no doubt more and more and more will follow. And it is not something which we look forward to, but know that more will come. But could I ask the Secretary of State that he is correct when he says that the pitch has been somewhat queered by the release of terrorists from our jails, by the release of on the runs, by letters of comfort to those on the runs, because their victims will never see any justice ever in our country. And therefore we cannot have a scapegoating of our soldiers, of our police officers, a perverse exhibiting and rewriting an Alice in Wonderland-like way of what happened in Northern Ireland, where the peacekeepers become accused of being the peace breakers. This is a most difficult and tragic situation, and all we can say is we have to wish the Secretary of State well in what he does now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments, which I know will be genuine and hopefully well received across Northern Ireland in terms of the need for people to come together. It is right that this week, at this moment in time, we are focused on the pain and the loss and the suffering that the families and the victims of Ballymurphy have experienced for far, far too long, as I have said. He's also right, as I said earlier on, that we must also remember that there were more than 3,500 people killed and tens of thousands of people injured, with families affected across Northern Ireland and beyond, and the majority of whom were innocent civilians, and that the majority, by far the majority of our armed forces acted with honour and with focus. And this just highlights what a tragic period in the history of this country the Troubles were, and why it is so important that we work together, recognising some of the very difficult, painful compromises that have been made over the last few decades to deliver the Good Friday Agreement, to deliver the peace and prosperity that Northern Ireland has seen since. That should be treasured and something we need to build upon and deliver upon in the future as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, when I speak to people about Northern Ireland, I apply a simple test, which is, what if this happened in Bristol and not Belfast? And much like the people of Belfast, the people of Bristol sometimes wish they had a different Prime Minister, but he is their Prime Minister of all faiths and none persuasions and none. And as their Prime Minister, it is a disgrace that he is not here from that dispatch box to make the statement, and particularly doing that early this week. We all know the symbolism of these benches and this dispatch box. So I would gently say to him, he has said he wants to learn from the experience of the past, and the experience of the past over the 100 years is that when a British Prime Minister ignores what's going on in Northern Ireland, then we seek a difficult situation that doesn't improve. And I do think it is deeply problematic, some of the things he has now said about unilaterally pulling away Stormont House Agreement. If that is the case, then he very quickly needs to come here with the Irish government and all the political parties involved and tell us what is in its place. That is the true apology that would be right for those poor families from Ballymurphy and across this whole tragedy.
Well, I'm afraid the Honourable Lady's what she's just outlined is wrong on a number of points. Apart from, as I've outlined, the Prime Minister is in contact with the Ballymurphy families directly, as well as the statement he made yesterday in the conversation with the First and Deputy First Minister yesterday. My point has actually been that Stormont House, the principles of Stormont House, I think are hugely important. There are a range of things there that we need to deliver on. The reality is, since 2014, that hasn't happened for a range of reasons. There have been learnings and things have changed since then. There's been a consultation that we need to reflect on and deliver on. And we need to make sure we can deliver on those principles and get on with it, rather than being another 7 years down the line with people still talking about something at a time where we are losing people and families and not getting the information they deserve. At the heart of what we want to do is to make sure that we are leading to delivering for victims and ensuring that we have got reconciliation for people across Northern Ireland.
I think somebody's phone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chaos and impunity of the Ballymurphy killings contributed to the near collapse of the rule of law in Northern Ireland and a sickeningly casual attitude to human life. For years after those killings, thousands more people had their lives needlessly and cruelly taken by killers in and out of uniform. To justify an amnesty, some say that no good can come of delving into dire events in the past. Does the Secretary of State acknowledge that good did come this week because lies were confounded and the truth was affirmed and that the innocence of victims was vindicated? And does he acknowledge that precisely because state actors and paramilitaries since the agreement have failed to bring forward information, that victims feel that the only way that they can get to truth and justice is through the judicial process? And does he agree that those who run from truth and accountability are those in state agencies and those in the militias who know the most and who inflicted the worst?
Secretary of State.
Well, I would say to the Honourable Lady, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I agree with her. There is no doubt that and I think we do need to acknowledge that the actions at times like Ballymurphy, and the particular instance of Ballymurphy, no doubt did fuel further reactions and retaliations that drove the troubles, particularly in those early years. We need to take accountability. That's why I referenced that in my opening statement. I also think she is also right in that it is right that the state takes accountability and apologises exactly as we are today when there is clear acknowledgement that things were done that were wrong, and that's what we are doing today. But I would also say I actually fundamentally agree with her that it is important that whoever the actors were, as I said earlier on, by far there's a huge majority of unsolved deaths and injuries and murders across Northern Ireland that people are looking for information for. They have a right to get that information, and we need to do everything we can to get that information, to get that accountability and to get to the truth.
Let's go to Carla Lockhart. Carla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Secretary of State, I take you back to 8:30 a.m. on this day, 13th of May 1994, to Hill Street, Lurgan, in my constituency of Upper Van. Fred Anthony, 38, a Protestant, was a cleaner in the town's RUC station. As he travelled in his car along Hill Street with his wife and 2 children, an IRA booby trap bomb exploded. Fred Anthony died His 3-year-old daughter spent a week in a coma. Both her legs were broken and shrapnel lodged close to her brain. A life lost and a family destroyed. Mr. Speaker, no one has ever been charged in relation to this cold-blooded, ruthless murder. The Anthony family, who I spoke with this morning, like so many families of victims of the Provisional IRA, desire truth and justice. They look at the Ballymurphy findings and wish they too had been given the same resource to find truth as the Ballymurphy families, who have fought hard and learned so much. Mr. Speaker, what is the Secretary of State's message to the Anthony family today, and what support can he give them to find truth and justice?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Honourable Lady has again highlighted the very sad reality of too many families not yet having an understanding, the information they need to be able to know what happened and the truth, which gives an ability to move forward. We are very clear that we have our objective for addressing the legacy of the Troubles and delivering on our commitments. Means that we want to deal with the past in a way that helps people like those families that she just outlined in Northern Ireland, to look forward. That means it is something we need to deliver on. We need to find a system that can get that information, get to the truth. It is clear, and this week's case, let alone other cases we've seen recently, show fundamentally that the current system has not been and is not delivering for victims and the people of Northern Ireland. But it takes 50 years to get to the truth. Something is wrong, and we need to find a different way forward.
Let's go to Patricia Gibson. Patricia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taking 50 years for the truth to be established about the killing of the 10 innocent Ballymurphy civilians is truly shameful, and the truth uncovered is due to the tireless efforts of the families of the victims. Why has it taken so very long to get to the truth? And why has the Prime Minister refused to meet with the families of those killed? And can the Secretary of State tell us, in reference to the previous question, what specific action will his government take in order to reassure the people of Northern Ireland that it is unequivocally committed to discovering the truth about all unsolved killings and to deal appropriately with legacy issues as set out in the Stormont Agreement?
Well, I would just say to the lady, it's not correct to say that the Prime Minister has refused anything. As I say, he's contacting the families directly. There has been a lengthy delay in delivering even the findings of the Ballymurphy inquest. That is obviously not directly a matter for the government in the latter part, but I know COVID and COVID has had a significant impact on the legacy inquest timetable. But the Honourable Lady does highlight the point I've been making consistently through this afternoon. It has taken far too long. It should not take 50 years to get to the truth. We must make sure it doesn't take 50 years for people in the future. That's why we are working, and I've been talking to the Irish government. We want to work with the Irish government, but we do need to find a way forward. Stormont House was 2014. The principles of it are absolutely right. I think they are core to delivering for the families of Northern Ireland. We need to do that in a way that reflects what has happened and what we have learned since 2014, in a way that we can deliver on to make sure these families get to the truth. We have committed to do that through legislation. We want to work across our partners and the people of Northern Ireland to find a way to do that that works for everybody in Northern Ireland.
Let's go to Rachel Maskell. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's predecessor came to this House to report on the findings of the Bloody Sunday inquiry. His presence helped build reconciliation. Families in Ballymurphy have served a half-century sentence waiting for justice. It should therefore have been the Prime Minister addressing Parliament today. Peace and reconciliation in Northern Ireland can never be taken for granted. It has to be won, and that starts by showing commitment to find truth and justice. So does the Secretary of State agree that from this point, it must be the families of this injustice in Ballymurphy who must be put first, and the government must listen to them as to how reparation processes have to change to expedite justice?
Dave.
Well, as I've said before, there were big, bold and difficult, complex steps taken that led to the Good Friday Agreement, decisions that were difficult for people at the time, but they have delivered peace and prosperity over the last few decades. And as I said, Northern Ireland has predominantly moved away from violence. We need to make sure that we are continuing to respect the principles that led to the Good Friday Agreement, continuing to look at how we develop that to ensure that Northern Ireland can continue to prosper. And within that, absolutely rightly, we want to make sure that we are able to ensure that families are able to get to the truth, to get to the information, not just without the delay, but without the pain and the difficulty the families are having at the moment. Obviously, the Ballymurphy families have been through a completely unacceptable experience over the last 50 years. But there are also other families out there, other unsolved murders, other injuries that have been caused that have nobody has yet got to the bottom of what happened. It is important that we find a way forward that ensures that those families, those victims who want that information, can get to it into a timely fashion. There is a real risk if we don't do this in a way that works, we're going to have people passing away without ever knowing the truth. That is not acceptable, and I think we have a duty to deliver for them and for the future of Northern Ireland.
24 is withdrawn, so we're going to Clive Efford. Clive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the gravity of this report, the Prime Minister should be at the dispatch box making this statement. In 5 separate incidents over the weekend of Operation Demetrius, 10 people who posed no threat and bore no arms were shot dead. Now, this must raise questions about the preparation for Operation Demetrius, what was said to those soldiers about the yellow card, which each of them should have been carrying. So what can the government do, and particularly the MOD, to shed light on what was said and done in preparation for Operation Demetrius?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the honourable gentleman said, and as others have rightly said and I have said, the family should never have had to wait 50 long years to hear the findings from Justice Keegan this week, and obviously my thanks to her for the work that her and the team have done. I can promise, as I said earlier on, that this will be followed by action to prevent others who have lost loved ones from all communities, including the armed forces, from going through that continual same lengthy and traumatic experience to get to the heart of the truth of what happened. It is an awkward truth for all of us that the prospect of prosecutions resulting from criminal investigations is vanishingly small. But we have seen that a sense of justice can be provided through truth, acknowledgement and information. We want to deal with the past in a way that helps not just society in Northern Ireland to be able to look forward rather than back, but also that gets to the truth. Therefore, accountability and an understanding of what's happened in a whole range of cases, Ballymurphy and others, that are still unsolved.
Final question, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State said in his statement that Ballymurphy should not have happened, and of course we all agree, but it did happen, and it happened again 6 months later in the city of Derry. The Prime Minister now needs to come to that dispatch box and apologise properly on behalf of us all to the people of Ballymurphy. Entirely innocent, Mr. Speaker, entirely innocent. Does the Secretary of State then, given the time it can take and has taken for the families of the innocents to get the truth of events, it must mean that justice does have no limitation? And if so, will his government pause now and reconsider their recent moves to create such a limit for justice?
Well, as I said earlier on, we have the Prime Minister has given an unreserved and public apology for what happened in Ballymurphy. I'm here, the government is here today, not just apologising, but taking accountability for what happened and what should not have happened. Not just at the time of Ballymurphy, obviously that was unacceptable, but also what was unacceptable was what's happened since, in that 50 years we have had to wait. But I will be very clear with the House, as I have hopefully been through the course of this morning, in asking the gentleman, we are determined that families need to get to the truth. They need to be able to know what happened. There are too many cases out there, unresolved, where families do not have the information of what happened, and therefore it is impossible for them to be able to have an opportunity to not only know about their past, but to be able to really look forward to their future. We are determined to do that. There shouldn't be a time limit on getting to the truth. We need to find a way to have a system that, based on the fact the current system is failing everybody, to have a system that can work, that gets the truth and gets the information for the benefit of reconciliation in Northern Ireland and for those families.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Charlotte.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate your guidance. As you may be aware, yesterday the Universities Minister, speaking on Radio 4, said that it is the government's policy to protect and promote the free speech of controversial and offensive advocates at universities. She explicitly confirmed that this would include Holocaust deniers, who would be supported in law against people protesting them. There are few more serious crimes in history than the Nazi Holocaust, the murder of 6 million Jews, as well as hundreds of thousands of Roma and Sinti, disabled and LGBT people, political opponents and other minority groups. And to hear a minister say that the government plans to change the law to take the side of those who would deny this genocide is truly appalling. As a proudly Jewish parliamentarian, my blood ran cold listening to the interview. There is no merit to any assertion that either academic rigour or the university experience is improved by exposure to such ideology. Holocaust denial cannot and should not be protected speech under the law. How can you assist in ensuring that the university's minister comes to the dispatch box to explain what she has said, apologise and recant this chilling policy?
Can I first of all thank the Honourable Lady for giving me notice of a point of order. I want to set on record that I find the idea of the Holocaust denial completely abhorrent. Let me make sure that people are aware of that. The Honourable Member will have the opportunity to clarify this matter when the relevant legislation is before the House, and I hope that she will ensure that she will then take it up with the Minister at the appropriate time when that legislation comes forward. And I'm sure in the meantime it will be worth asking for a meeting with the Minister for clarification as well. Right, I'm now going to suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business to be made. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Queen's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
The question is that the humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. I call the Secretary of State, Gavin Williamson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This country has faced unprecedented challenges over the past year as we have tackled the global coronavirus pandemic. The impact on education has been considerable. I'd like once more to put on record the enormous debt of gratitude the country owes to everyone who has played their part in keeping our children safe and learning, and to the young people themselves for their resilience at this incredibly difficult time. We are beginning our national recovery, and as part of that, we aim and we will build back better. As Her Majesty the Queen set out in her gracious speech on Tuesday, this means a full and far-reaching legislative agenda. Our programme of ambitious reforms to level up this country will continue apace alongside an overarching mission to make sure the country's recovery has a solid and sure foundation. We are committed to making sure that everyone in the country has the education and training that is right for them, as well as a lifelong upskilling, so that better paid jobs are within local reach and not down to a postcode lottery. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Giving way. Does he agree with Dame Louise Casey, who said today that you can't be a levelled-up country if you've got food banks?
This party is actually committed to delivering right across the country. This party is committed to making sure that we make a real difference to every child's life by raising up standards in education, making sure people all the way through their life have the opportunity to train, opportunity to better themselves, have the opportunity in order to succeed and deliver for their communities and for their families. And of course, we will always take the action to support families. That is why we increase universal credit. That is why we've taken the action that we have all the way through this pandemic. And that is why we've invested billions of pounds in the furlough scheme, making sure that people in this difficult time are still able to be able to provide for their family at these challenging times. One of our main priorities is to firstly make sure that those children whose education has been held back during the pandemic are given the means to catch up and that their long-term prospects don't suffer. We have put a package of measures in place to make sure that children who are behind get extra support. We're working with the Education Recovery Commissioner, Sir Kevin Collins, to develop an ambitious long-term plan for recovery and have already provided more than £2 billion to enable schools, colleges and early years settings to support pupils' academic and wider progress. We know that disadvantaged children and young people have been affected more than others, and we will target support for these pupils. Mr. Speaker, I said that we have a packed legislative agenda, and this is a historic moment for radical reform in post-16 education. Radical reform that I believe has been too long needed. And this is the most significant reform that we've seen in this country, not just for the last 10 years, but actually for 2 generations. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. I'm most grateful. In our mission to upskill, reskill and retrain people as we work towards a better Britain, building back better, can my right honourable friend reassure me that the measures announced in Her Majesty's address will ensure that people, particularly from left-behind communities such as Stoke-on-Trent and left-behind regions, get the skills and training that they need to get well-paid, good-quality jobs?
I know that my honourable friend has been championing this issue in Stoke-on-Trent Central ever since she got elected, recognising how important it is to deliver for Stoke-on-Trent when far too often the Labour Party never ever delivered for Stoke-on-Trent, and you're seeing the change there, because it isn't just about skills, it's also about education, driving up education standards right across the city, and that is what my honourable friend is doing. That is what her colleagues are doing who represent Stoke-on-Trent, as well as Councillor Abby Brown, who's leading the City Council there, and I look forward to working with her and other colleagues in order to deliver on that. I'll happily give way to the honourable friend.
The Secretary for giving way, and can I thank him for his commitment to invest in further education in my constituency? And does he agree with me that as we emerge from the pandemic, there has never been a more important time to invest in further education, particularly in some of our most disadvantaged communities across the country?
Well, I know that my honourable friend has been an enormous champion of further education in his constituency, and he has done a fair bit of lobbying, Mr. Speaker, in a very proper manner, it should be added, on Cornwall College, and it's good to see that there is going to be investment being made in his constituency to deliver better prospects, not just for his constituents, but right across Cornwall, making a true difference. I would always love to give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank him. I'll hold him to that always give way concession. When it comes to education, reshaping education, climate change should be an important part of the curriculum. Now, at the Beast Committee, we heard from young activists from Teach the Future organisation. Now, they were saying the Scottish Government is willing to engage with them about the merits of climate change in education. He has refused 18 requests to meet the organisation. Why is he so arrogant, out of touch, he won't even engage with the young?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I was maybe exaggerating my enthusiasm to give way to the honourable gentleman earlier, but we recognise how important climate change is in terms of actually making sure young people have a good understanding of it. This is why we're looking forward to bring forward a natural history GCSE, which is very important in terms of the learning and teaching of this, but also what this government is doing in terms of leading the world, Mr. Speaker. The fact that we are hosting COP26 in the amazing city of Glasgow, the fact that the Prime Minister is leading on this agenda at the G7 in Cornwall, the fact that we are setting the pace. And we don't just talk about it like the SNP, we deliver on it, and that is what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister set out his vision for a skilled and resilient workforce when he announced the lifelong loan entitlement as part of the Lifetime Skills Guarantee. This is going to transform the opportunities everyone can expect at any stage in their life, providing people with a loan entitlement of the equivalent of 4 years of post-18 education to use over their lifetime. Of course,
Secretary of State for giving way. To talk about levelling up is to truly talk about education. First of all, I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for the investment in secondary education he's put into my constituency with the Redcliffe High School. However, in terms of further education and the skills agenda that you're talking about, the Institutes of Technology are a fine example as to how we can achieve this. And will he meet with me again to discuss the University of Salford?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is fair to say that despite his constituency being represented for many years by a Labour Member of Parliament, they never delivered the free school in Radcliffe that was so much wanted. But my honourable friend gets elected, and what does he do? He delivers for his constituents in a new secondary school that is so much needed. And of course, we all know how important institutes of technology are for driving the revolution in skills that we need in order to be able to meet the demands of the economy. And I'd be more than delighted to meet with my honourable friend to discuss the Institute of Technologies and how we roll them out across the country. Our agenda will mean more choice and better prospects for all, Mr. Speaker. This is levelling up in action. It is going to turbocharge our economy by getting people back into jobs and getting Britain working again. It is a truly transformational investment in local communities and not an exit route for people out of those communities. Our white paper on skills for jobs sets out a blueprint for providing our young people with better choices within our further education system. New legislation will put employers at the heart of our skills reforms. They'll join forces with further education colleges to deliver a skills accelerator programme. We are going to make sure there is a better balance between the skills that local employers want for their workforce and those that are being taught by colleges and other providers, so that young people have a valuable and top quality alternative to universities. Of course, I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Honourable Member for giving me and the Secretary of State for giving me. If we want to speak about opportunities for young people, why will his government not give the young people of these four nations the opportunity to have their say in the democracy that we are all taking part in? Why would he not? And also, if he wants to talk about opportunities, Mr Speaker, this government has slammed the door on the opportunity of 27 nations for our young people to go into and to get the opportunities to work and to thrive in. There's no opportunity coming from the Tory government, and that's why the young people in these nations reject Tory policies.
Mr Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman is warming up for what will no doubt be a long speech later on in the day. And the honourable gentleman... Mr Speaker, and the honourable gentleman obviously needs to come and sort of see how we're making such brilliant progress in maths in England, unlike the sad reversals that we've seen in Scotland in terms of a failed education system that the SNP have presided over, and the damage that they have done to the education system in Scotland. Because actually, the honourable gentleman would probably, if he had the benefit of actually sitting in some of the schools as a delivering such brilliant maths education right across England, he'd understand that the Turing scheme opens up opportunity to many more countries than just 27. In fact, it is going to be a global scheme. It is going to be looking beyond the European Union to countries right across the world, making sure that young people have greater opportunities, not less. And I know that the honourable gentleman's maybe horizons only reach as far as the European Union, but we recognise that young people want to have opportunities on a global scale, whether that is the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India, China, emerging great economies, as well as old friends and allies.
My friend's making very important points about young people and the opportunities we give them. Will he join me in really welcoming the opening of a new special school in Basingstoke under the government's academy programme, the Austin Academy, to make sure that children with special needs are getting the sort of opportunities that he's talking about?
I know that my right honourable friend has been a real champion of the Austin Academy and recognising the important role that academies can play in terms of delivery, not just of mainstream schooling, but also more specialist support for some pupils. And it is a real important step forward, making sure that we get the high quality of education across all of our schools, and we've seen some amazing work done within our special schools, and I look forward to seeing this school grow and prosper into the future. We want to encourage people to make sure that they stay part of their community, rather than encourage people to leave home to find a rewarding career. We intend to empower them to find fulfilling and rewarding work wherever they live, invigorating communities and driving economic growth up and down the country. You do not need to leave your hometown in order to succeed. It is... Of course.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. My right honourable friend will be well aware that we are progressing nicely my Towns Fund application in Keighley, in which one of the projects we're hoping to deliver on is a skills hub, bringing together our education providers and our businesses, like Keighley College, to deliver the skills we need for manufacturing, engineering and tech. Does my right honourable friend agree that a skills hub in Keighley is exactly what we need for levelling up?
Yeah.
Mr Speaker, I absolutely do agree with my honourable friend. It is absolutely vital for the reinvigoration and the regeneration of Keighley, driving it forward. We know that Keighley has one of the great and proud traditions of manufacturing, leading the world in terms of the engineering and the work that it is done there. But that has to be supported, and it can only be sustained with the right skills in that community, supporting those businesses in order to be able to grow and prosper into the future. Mr. Speaker, all that we are doing is a natural progression to the groundbreaking reforms we have already been rolling out, such as our T-level and apprenticeship programmes, and which will deliver the skilled individuals to boost the post-pandemic economy and bring down unemployment. Starting this year, the Government is investing £3 billion in the National Skills Fund. This is a significant investment and has the potential to deliver new opportunities to generations of adults who may have been previously left behind. Any adult who does not have A-level or their equivalent will be able to access around 400 fully funded courses as part of the Lifetime Skills Guarantee. This offer is a long-term commitment, backed by £95 million of funding from the National Skills Fund in its first year. We have temporarily extended the time universal credit claimants can undertake training to develop work-related skills and qualifications, which will review this in 6 months' time. There is a golden thread running through all of our reforms, that everyone should have access to the same enriching opportunities to broaden their horizons and make the most of their potential wherever they live, whether that is in London, Leeds, Lee or Loftus. I'm very proud to have announced the Turing Scheme, which will enable students to go on and study and work placements overseas. This will start in September and will focus on students from disadvantaged backgrounds. This is backed by significant investment of £110 million and will provide funding for around 35,000 students to go abroad. The Honourable Gentleman's had an opportunity to speak. I'm sure he'll contribute later on. It is genuinely global in reach and will connect our young people with a whole world, rich and varied in its cultural experiences and the opportunity to learn from the very best institutions on a global scale. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that delivers on its promises. We are fulfilling our manifesto commitment, also by introducing a bill to protect freedom of speech and academic freedom in universities. Free speech is the lifeblood of democracy. Our world-class universities have a long and proud history of being spaces in which differing views or beliefs can be expressed without fear or censure. However, there have been increasing concerns of a chilling effect on campus, and that not all students and staff feel able to share their views. That is why we'll be strengthening existing duties on universities, extending these duties to students' unions and establishing a director in the Office for Students to protect and promote these rights. Mr. Speaker, we've always been determined that every child, regardless of background, should have access to high-quality education, and this is just as true for our youngest children as those who are on the cusp of adulthood. The early years are a crucial time in a child's development, and we know that the pandemic has had a significant impact on many young children. Earlier this year, we announced £18 million to support language development. This includes £10 million for an early language programme to help nursery children who've been affected by the pandemic. We're introducing the Early Years Foundation stage reforms, which will be statutory for all early years providers from September of this year. When it comes to the most vulnerable children, there is no such thing as being too bold. We have launched our Children's Social Care Review of systems and services so vulnerable youngsters can experience the benefits of a stable, loving home, many of them for the first time. The review will take place alongside ongoing reforms to raise standards in local authorities, boost adoption, improve support for care leavers and improve quality and placement practice in unregulated accommodation, including the banning the placement of under-16s in unregulated homes and introducing national standards for provision. Of course.
very grateful to the Secretary of State. I did just want to ask him on this particular point of unregulated accommodation if he would look again at placing a ceiling at the age of 16 on this requirement not to place young people in unregulated accommodation. He will agree with me, I'm sure, that there are very many vulnerable 17, 18, 19-year-olds for whom this would also be an important measure.
I think the Honourable Lady will know my commitment and passion in this area and how important it is to look at how we can improve things for these children, and we are certainly, as part of looking at how we continuously improve, is to make sure that we get these regulations in place initially, but then we'll be looking at how we can continue to improve on that work. Mr. Speaker, our country, like many others, faces a number of social and economic challenges as we recover from the pandemic. I am confident that thanks to this ambitious legislative programme and our unwavering mission to level up every inch of our country, we will all have a chance to play our part in that recovery. In Her Majesty's gracious speech, a fairer, better Britain is emerging, and future generations, as well as this one, will feel the benefit.
Just to advise, member, it's looking like around 6 minutes each for speeches. I now come to the Shadow Secretary of State, Kate Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to open this debate on behalf of Her Majesty's opposition, because nothing can be more important than our obligation to create a bright future for the next generation. On these benches, indeed I'm sure across the House, we believe that every child, whatever their background, must be able to make the most of their childhood and reach their full potential. As politicians, we have a solemn responsibility to ensure that the next generation will enjoy greater opportunities than we have had, and that Britain is the best country in the world to grow up in. Regrettably, this Queen's speech is a missed opportunity. A missed opportunity that comes hard on the heels of a decade of Conservative failures that have betrayed our young people. 1,000 children's centres closed since 2010 by Conservative governments. Schools funding 9% lower in real terms in 2019-20 than in 2009-10. Labour's proud track record in lifting 1 million children out of poverty wholly wiped out by Conservative austerity policies in a moment, with more than 5 million children expected to be in poverty by 2024. FE funding cut almost in half, and apprenticeship starts among under 25-year-olds down by 40% since 2016. And the problems were there even before the pandemic. I will give way to the Honourable Member.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and of course we all want to do our best for the most vulnerable children in our society, but will she acknowledge that rather than the picture she's just painted about the last 10 years, if we take, for example, children's social care and the improvement that there's been in the delivery of those services with more good and outstanding local authorities delivering children's social care, and the number of inadequate services dropping considerably, is testament to not only the people on the front line working hard for those children, but also the government policies put in place to help make sure that that can happen.
I pay tribute to everyone working in local authorities and in the children's social care sector for the hard work that has led to improvement in children's services, vital services for the most vulnerable children in our country. But frankly, the government could have made it a great deal more straightforward for local authorities if they had not gone round trashing local authority funding. Our local councils have seen cuts of around 40% in their funding over the last 10 years, and that has put huge pressure on social care professionals, including especially children's social care professionals. It's very much to the credit of social care workers that we've seen improvements around the country. But I hope that the Government will use the Children's Social Care Review that the Secretary of State referenced, and which we are eager to engage with, to ensure that we put adequate, sustainable funding in place for these most vulnerable children. I'll give way to the honourable member.
I thank her for giving range. She's talking about opportunities for the future and reshaping things. You'll be well aware that in the Scottish elections, a pro-independence, pro-referendum majority returned last week. Does she think it's right that the young of Scotland should get their say in a referendum, or does she and the Labour Party think should stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tories and try and block them having their democratic say?
Well, Mr Speaker, as a Scot myself, I feel pretty confident in saying that I don't think the priority for Scotland and for people in Scotland right now is a constitutional referendum. And I don't think that for young people it's their most pressing concern when they're worried about the fact that they're struggling to achieve the same standards in school as we're seeing in the rest of the United Kingdom, when we see young people struggling to get... the honourable member needs to hear what he doesn't like to hear. The Scottish Government is failing young people, educational attainment declining, and we see no sign that they have taken on the seriousness of the way in which the SNP Government has let down young people. Let us concentrate on the priorities that really matter for the future of young people in Scotland and across the United Kingdom. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, today young people face soaring unemployment and the toughest jobs market for a generation. Yet young people in desperate need of new opportunities have been overlooked by the Government. 16 to 19 funding for catch-up has been woefully insufficient. Careers advice and guidance will be crucial after David Cameron's Government brutally slashed it. The Government's proposals are too little too late. Apprentices, BTEC and vocational students have been repeatedly treated as an afterthought. Madam Deputy Speaker, unemployment is forecast to rise over the course of this year, and the consequences of the pandemic will be with us for years to come, as huge parts of our economy and labour market experience profound change. I will give way to the honourable member.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. So children's attainment, literacy going backwards, children's mental health, children needing to go through potty training again, fear over prospects and the job market. Which of the above does she think is a good crisis for them to be taken advantage of, and will she apologise for those comments that she made previously?
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for me to be able to put on record in this House my regret for those remarks. They were inappropriate, insensitive and will have been offensive to people who've suffered terribly in this pandemic, including those who've been bereaved and lost those that they loved and will be missing terribly. I should not have used those remarks, and I thank the honourable gentleman for giving me the opportunity to put that on the record in this chamber. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we're to seize this generational moment and deliver the fair, low-carbon recovery that we need to tackle the climate crisis, imperative if we are truly to pass on a bright future to the next generation, many people will need to retrain in new industries, as the Secretary of State said, as old jobs disappear. But in the Queen's speech and in his remarks just a few moments ago, all that the Secretary of State could announce was a months-old commitment for a lifetime skills guarantee that simply isn't guaranteed for everyone. It is not guaranteed because you cannot use it if you're already qualified to level 3. You cannot use it unless you're getting a qualification that the Secretary of State has decided he thinks is valuable. And you cannot use it if you need maintenance support while you're learning. If you're already qualified to level 3 in your existing field, but need to retrain for a new industry, there's nothing on offer for you. Ministers have chosen to close the door on millions of people who need to retrain and need to do so now. I'm at a loss to understand the Secretary of State's position on this. Can he tell the House why a promised guarantee will not, in fact, be available for some of those who will need it most? On maintenance funding, we're awaiting Minister's response to the Government's Auger review, now over 2 years old. Auger said that those in further education should receive the same maintenance support as those in higher education. Does the Secretary of State agree with that proposal? And if he does, why is it absent from the Queen's speech? And while everyone will agree that employers have a central role in creating jobs and training opportunities for young people, they do so in the context of local economic and regeneration strategies driven by metro mayors and local leaders who seem to have been sidelined in the creation of the local skills plans, and with the government having abandoned a national industrial strategy. Madam Deputy Speaker, after a decade of Conservative damage to the sector, I desperately want the government to get skills policy right. Labour believes in a high-skill, high-wage economy that offers fulfilling, rewarding work, jobs in which people will take great pride. That's why, for years, I and my colleagues in the Labour Party, including my right honourable and learned friend, the Leader of the Opposition, in his speech opening the debate on the Loyal Address on Tuesday, and my right honourable friend, the member for Ashton-under-Lyne, during her time in this post, have championed lifelong learning, further education, and all those who learn and teach in the sector. In contrast, in a startling, if only partial conversion in the party opposite after a decade that they have spent in power, including times when the Education Secretary and the Prime Minister sat around the Cabinet table and nodded through cuts to further education and a loan-based funding model that, by the government's own admission, directly reduced the number of adults in education, we have reforms that offer at best a mere reversal of some of the worst excesses of Conservative ideology over the past decade. It's a desperate attempt to polish the windows, having taken a sledgehammer to the foundations. I'll give way to the honourable member.
Very grateful to the honourable lady for giving way, and she will know that I was a school teacher starting in 2011, so just after the Conservatives took power. And I just want to remind her of the situation that I, as a teacher, inherited on the front line. We saw that between 2000 and 2009, England fell from 7th to 25th in reading, 8th to 28th in maths, and 4th to 16th in science on international league tables, as well as having 350,000 young people under the independent Wolf Review between 16 and 19 who received little to no benefit from the post-16 education system, which provided students with a diet of low-level vocational qualifications. Is that a record? Well, I'm interested, the honourable members are angry that a former teacher is speaking about education issues. I'm interested to hear what he must know better than I. But is the honourable lady proud of that record the Labour Party ran in those decades?
We should never accept less than the highest standards for young people in this country, and I will compromise with nobody in being ambitious for us to deliver a world-class education and achieve world-class standards for our young people. But let me also remind the honourable gentleman of the progress that we made under Labour between 1997 and 2010, including, for example, in London, where we massively narrowed the gap in attainment. And will he also like to acknowledge that, of course, what we see now is an attainment gap under his government that is once again widening. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, our young people deserve better than that. There are so many measures that I believe the government could and should have included in the Queen's speech. Ministers could have gone beyond the platitudes on early years that we heard a few moments ago and set out a plan to reverse the damage their decades of cuts have produced, ensuring affordable, accessible, high-quality early years education and childcare for all children. They could have set out how they'll transform the National Tutoring Programme, creating the space for children to socialise and recover the time they need to develop and grow, ensuring no child loses out because of the damage that ministers' failure to manage the pandemic has created. They could have addressed the horrifying rise in child poverty, a phrase not mentioned once in the Queen's speech, yet which is the driving cause of the widening attainment gap. They could have ensured that education professionals, school and college leaders' expertise and hard work during the pandemic were recognised with a fair pay rise. Instead, the Secretary of State's decided that it's more important to focus on free speech on university campuses. Free speech and academic freedom are important, Madam Deputy Speaker. But to suggest that we should use up valuable legislative time while the employment bill has been quietly dropped, while nearly 2 years after the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street to tell us he had plans for social care ready to go and yet nothing's appeared, well, people up and down the country will think this is the wrong priority. We need to get this I won't at the moment, if the member will forgive me. I wish to make some progress. We need to get this in perspective, Madam Deputy Speaker. Only 6 out of 10,000 events on campus were cancelled. 4 of those simply because of a lack of paperwork. 1 was a pyramid scheme. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do understand that Conservatives responsible for a decade of economic mismanagement may struggle to recognise a pyramid scheme when they see one. But I'm surprised that the Secretary of State wants to protect the ability to promote such schemes on our university campuses. Much more concerning, though, the Universities Minister was forced to admit on radio yesterday that this flawed legislation could have dangerous and troubling consequences, including potentially protecting Holocaust deniers. And I will, of course, give way to the Secretary of State.
The Universities Minister never said that this would protect Holocaust deniers, and it wouldn't protect Holocaust deniers because this party does not stand for anti-Semitism, unlike the party opposite. This party recognises that we need to eradicate anti-Semitism and racism of all its kinds, and this legislation will never protect Holocaust deniers, because that is something that should never and will never be tolerated.
Why did you say it would?
Anti-Semitism is intolerable in my party and in any organisation and in any part of this country, but I'm very sorry to tell the Secretary of State that the legislation does appear to offer protection, potentially, to anti-Semites and Holocaust deniers. And the Universities Minister yesterday was not able to gainsay that. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she will be aware, having listened to the interview on Radio 4 yesterday, that the Universities Minister was explicitly asked if this would cover Holocaust denial, and she explicitly said that it would. This is appalling. There is no academic merit whatsoever in debate or distortion or denial of the Holocaust, and I hope my honourable friend will agree with me that the Secretary of State should correct the record just then, because what he said has misled the House.
Indeed.
I'm sure the honourable lady would say it was inadvertently misled the House. Kate Green.
Let me, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, read a transcript of the broadcast yesterday. The Universities Minister. What this bill is designed to do is to protect and promote free speech, which is lawful. So any free speech which is lawful. It is lawful, isn't it, says Evan Davis, the interviewer. Holocaust denial in this country is lawful, isn't it? So what I'm saying, yeah. So Holocaust denial is okay. And I'll list a bit of it. You defend a Holocaust denier being invited to campus because that's part of free speech argument. Obviously, it would depend exactly on what they were saying. Madam Deputy Speaker, it never depends on what a Holocaust denier is saying. Yes, I will give way to the Secretary of State.
Let us be absolutely clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this legislation will never protect Holocaust deniers. It protects free speech within the law. It protects the fact that, we know that anti-Semitic activity and anti-Semitism are not to be tolerated. It is clear in the Equality Act, passed in 2010, and we will never tolerate that. And this legislation will not allow Holocaust deniers to be able to spread their hate and misinformation on our campuses.
Allow them, but not their language.
I'm grateful for that assurance on the floor of the House from the Secretary of State, and I hope when we are able to debate the bill again on the floor and in committee that we can work together to ensure that we have absolutely watertight provisions to ensure that there is no place for anti-Semitism anywhere on campus. Now, I also want to say very gently to honourable members opposite, many of whom have a proud record of defending free speech, that handing over the power to determine whether free speech complaints on campus are justified to the Office for Students, a government regulator with an unqualified former Conservative MP appointed as its chair, smacks of the kind of thought control we'd rightly condemn in authoritarian governments around the world. But it's not the way we do things in this country, and I hope the Secretary of State will also think better of those proposals. Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps the most surprising thing about the Queen's speech was the absence of anything meaningful for one of our most precious assets, our children, and their learning and well-being in school. Although we know the Secretary of State is determined to send more schools down the path of academisation, he says there will be a try-before-you-buy model for schools contemplating this route. I have no idea how that will work, Madam Deputy Speaker, so perhaps the Secretary of State will be able to enlighten us. Most parents don't care that much about the structure of their children's school, and they're quite right. It's not structure that determines a school's performance, but high-quality teaching and excellent school leadership. And we see that in both the maintained and academy sectors. Prioritising favoured structures at a time when schools' role in helping children to bounce back from the pandemic could not be more important, once again shows the Secretary of State has the wrong priorities, especially when schools are struggling with a stealth cut to their budgets because of changes to the pupil premium, while it's rumoured that the national tutoring programme is being taken out of the hands of experts and given to Randstad, a multinational outsourcing company. Can the Secretary of State confirm the media reports that Randstad will be running the national tutoring programme next year? And if so, can he tell the House what expertise in education, teaching and learning they'll bring? In fact, can he tell us why they were able to win this tender at all? Was it because his department decided to lower the quality of provision required in order to cut corners on price? Those are questions the Secretary of State should answer. But let me conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by addressing the perfectly reasonable question, what would Labour do to guarantee a bright future for children and young people? And let me tell the House what would have been in a Labour Queen's speech this week. We would have started with a credible, radical plan to enable children and young people to bounce back from the pandemic. A plan that created time for children to play, to learn and develop, that gave the teaching profession the recognition and support they need to guarantee a world-class education for every child, and that ensured the national tutoring programme reached all children who need it. We'd have detailed proposals for children's wellbeing, catch-up breakfast clubs, guaranteeing every child a healthy breakfast, and creating more time in the school day for children to recover lost learning and time lost with their friends and teachers. We'd have delivered a credible plan to support young people into work. We'd have implemented policies outlined earlier this year by my honourable friend, the member for Stalybridge and Hyde, that would have guaranteed every young person not in education or employment a job or training opportunity to end long-term youth unemployment. We'd have ensured the apprenticeship levy was used to create opportunities for young people, as we suggested with our proposal to use the underspend from the apprenticeship levy last year to create 85,000 youth apprenticeship opportunities. Most important, we'd be working right across a Labour cabinet to end the scourge of rising child poverty, which is scarring the lives of millions of children. Tackling child poverty will always be a priority for Labour, and I'm proud that my honourable friend, the member for Ilford North, will be leading our programme of work on this within the Shadow Cabinet. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I came into Parliament, I spent a decade of my life working for and championing a brighter future for young people. Because while children make up 20% of the population of this country, they're 100% of our future. They're ambitious, optimistic, imaginative, creative, excited about the world they'll grow up to. They have so much to offer, and our job as adults is to give them every opportunity to make the most of their childhoods and their future. So let's not let them down with empty rhetoric and hollow promises. Today, let's commit that we'll truly deliver a programme of change that transforms children's lives, that fulfils the promise that this will be the best place to grow up, and that in creating a brighter future for young people, gives the promise of a better future for every one of us.
I'm now going to put a 6-minute time limit on backbench contributions, which will be on the screens and on the clock in the chamber. We now go to the Chair of the Education Committee, Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm excited by this Queen's speech, excited that for the first time in many years, skills and further education are a core part. My maiden speech in 2010 was about apprenticeships, and I've yearned for the skills agenda to be embedded within government. If the heart of levelling up is about education and skills, then we're truly in a good place. If levelling up means providing a ladder of opportunity for millions of our countrymen and women to learn, to train, to reskill, providing jobs, security and prosperity for themselves and their families, then we'll both meet the skills need of our nation and equip ourselves for the coming fourth industrial revolution. As the Skills and FE Bill passes through Parliament, of course, we will examine the finer details, but the vision of a lifetime skills guarantee, providing all adults with the opportunity to retrain and skill through a lifelong loan entitlement, is a huge step forward. The offer of free level 3 courses for those without A-levels could do much to retrain those who do not have the right qualifications to advance in key professions. My only wish is that this would come much sooner than 2025. I hope in time the government can build on this by providing an adult community learning centre in every town and by giving businesses a skills tax credit for every worker they retrain in vital skills. We need to address the huge fall in part-time learners for higher education with maintenance support and greater financial muscle for institutions like the Open University that do so much for disadvantaged students. Open University is one of the great education inventions of the 20th century and an institution that puts levelling up first and foremost. For too long, further education was denied the opportunities given to higher education, both in terms of funding and prestige. Over many years, there's been a culture of snobbery about FE. This has all been the more astonishing, given that further education colleges meet our skills needs, provide a ladder of opportunity for thousands of students from disadvantaged backgrounds, and are places of social capital. I've seen this myself in over 70 visits to Harlow College in my constituency, and I'd urge the Skills Minister or the Secretary of State to visit our wonderful college to see the work that it does as a showcase of the importance of FE to our country. The proposals look to build the prestige of further education and create more employer-led qualifications. And as the Secretary of State, who has demonstrated a real passion for FE, has acknowledged, this must be backed up by real terms increase in funding. Further education has often been described as the Cinderella of our education system. We should be reminded that Cinderella became a senior member of the royal family. We must banish the two ugly sisters of snobbery and underfunding once and for all. In the longer term, the government should, alongside the remarkable Kickstart programme of financial support for businesses that hire apprentices and young people, look at reform of the apprenticeship levy to ensure more disadvantaged would-be apprentices can climb the skills ladder. Degree apprenticeships should be rocket boosted, with the ambition of having at least half of all students completing degree apprenticeships over the next 10 years. Alongside FE, I'd like to see the government do more to support university technical colleges. They have some superb outcomes, and our ambition should be to have a UTC across every town in the country. 61% of UTCs were rated good or outstanding in the past year, compared to a national average of 50%. And in 2020, 55% of students went on to university, in contrast to 50% nationally, and 13% went on to do an apprenticeship, while the national average is just 6%. I know that the white paper mentions careers guidance. We won't transform skills unless we change careers guidance fundamentally. There is too much replication and duplication and overlap with the Department for Work and Pensions. DFE, Department for Education Careers Advice, must be about skills, 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 and ensure that all the way through schooling, pupils are taught about apprenticeships, FE, and given more opportunities for work experience. Ofsted should make this kind of careers guidance, in short, implementing the Baker Clause, a much stricter criteria of inspection. And our curriculum should be changed to embed work and skills all the way through children and pupils and students' learning. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise, the government have put out the Levelling Up Skills Ladder of Opportunity. I'm really optimistic that this Queen's speech will bring people to that ladder and help them climb to the top.
We now go to the SNP spokesperson, Claire Monaghan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, but Claire's my big sister. There are no surprises in this Queen's speech, but there's much repetition of many of the Prime Minister's favourite phrases. Whilst Parliament was prorogued, the SNP has campaigned and comprehensively won an election on a manifesto that included, as well as the obvious clear commitment to holding a referendum on independence, a commitment to our young people, to their education, their health and well-being and their routes to work. In Scotland, we already have the highest number of school leavers going on to positive destinations anywhere in the UK. But to invest in the next generation, the SNP government will invest £1 billion over the course of this Parliament to work on narrowing the school attainment gap and through recruiting 3,500 additional teachers and classroom assistants. The Secretary of State earlier was boasting of maths success. Well, maybe he should take time to read the report of Professor John Jerram of University College London, who wrote England's official country report for PISA 2015. Professor Jerram has said that some low-achieving students in England have been systematically excluded from the PISA data for England, which undermines England's global rankings. If the data was adjusted on the basis of a more representative sample, it suggests England could plummet 11 places in the rankings for maths. So maybe he should be aware of that. And whilst this Tory government has to be forced into providing some school lunches for children, the Scottish Government will provide free school breakfasts and lunches to every primary school pupil throughout the year. Why haven't we seen a similar commitment for children in England? Because for all their talk of levelling up, this government ignores the fact that children cannot learn effectively when they are hungry. The Tories threaten to rip away the lifeline of the £20 a week uplift to universal credit. The new SNP government will double the game-changing Scottish child payment over the lifetime of this Parliament. The most needy families in Scotland are already receiving an additional £10 per week for every eligible child. Doubling this to £20 will make a real difference to these families. This is a Scottish Government delivering on the people's priorities. What a contrast to what we see from the Tory Government, who are content to continue imposing poverty on the most disadvantaged. And the context of the COVID crisis makes choices such as these all the more critical, because in seeking to build economic recovery in the aftermath of the pandemic, it's vital that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. The budget in March and this Queen's speech are clearly laying the grounds for more austerity and Tory cuts. It's also important to point out that no party and no government who forced through a devastating Brexit in the middle of a pandemic can credibly claim to be focused on recovery. With the powers we have, the Scottish Government are doing everything they can to mitigate the damage and protect our businesses. A fair recovery must be investment-led. So at the centre of our recovery plans is an economic transformation that would have fair work and climate emergency at its heart. And this includes an investment of £500 million to support new jobs and to retrain people for jobs of the future, as well as funding the Young Person's Guarantee of a free university, college, apprenticeship or training place for every young person who wants it. What a contrast to what the Prime Minister has announced in the Queen's speech. Colleges in England have been severely underfunded for a decade, leading to a £1.1 billion gap in real terms funding for their 16 to 19 education. And this Tory government has done very little to address this. The announcement on lifetime access to education cannot be truly considered access. All it does is pave the way for increased financial liability. No longer will educational debt, which is on average £50,000 on graduation for students in England, no longer will this debt be reserved to the young. Now the Tories want people of all ages to be saddled with debt for their education. This Tory government needs a different approach to post-16 education funding, which provides long-term security and puts the interests of learners at its heart. Education is a public good and as such must be publicly funded to provide real lifelong access for all. The Prime Minister continues his talk of the UK as a science superpower and makes impressive promises regarding research and development funding, but the story on the ground is much less rosy. Researchers are finding themselves in an eternal circle of grant applications, trying from different bodies to get a scrap of funding here, another there. If the Prime Minister makes good in his announcement on additional funding for this sector, many will be relieved. But over the last 6 months, we've seen much that casts doubt on his promises. And as we've come to expect of this Prime Minister, absolutely no detail. There have been questions and delays over the funding of Horizon Europe. There have been £120 million cuts from the ODA budget. And the UK's science status as a science superpower is underpinned by international research collaboration. A while back, the UK government announced with much fanfare 12 flagship hubs, which were to run projects of 5 to 10 years for the achievement of the UK's Sustainable Development Goals. But as a result of the ODA cuts, projects halfway through clinical trials can't continue unless funds are found, which is jeopardising both jobs and research. Is this the action of a science superpower to withdraw funding in the middle of human trials in violation of medical ethics? Also, as a result of ODA cuts, universities have reported that research contracts have been terminated, in some cases with just hours' notice, which has fundamentally undermined trust between universities, researchers and UKRI. The system of research commissioning is now one where the first risk assessment that must be done is on the UK government's ability to honour their own contracts. Do the UK government's promises mean so little that they must now be risk assessed? And I'm delighted that the Secretary of State was so enthusiastic in his praise for my home city of Glasgow, and I'll be welcome to join me here in Glasgow at any point. And I wonder if he would also be enthusiastic about meeting with the researchers who, as a result of the ODA cuts, are now struggling to continue with their research. Because nothing in this Queen's speech provides any certainty for international collaboration. Instead, we've seen young people's ability to travel freely to 27 other countries has been curtailed. Opportunities have been lost. And despite the Secretary of State's praise of the Turing scheme, it's a poor relative of the Erasmus scheme, and our young people can see right through this. Scotland's a confident nation and one that celebrates diversity. Whilst the electorate in England might buy the Prime Minister's promises, young people in Scotland can see through them. They want a different path, a path with opportunity, and they want to choose their own future as an independent nation. The Scottish Parliament elections have shown that the young people of Scotland are clear. They know that the SNP government has their interests at heart, and they look forward to rejoining the independent nations of the European Union.
Thank you, and I do apologise to the Honourable Lady for the slip-up at the beginning with her name. Andrea Leadsom.
When we're born, our mothers show us compassion. It's a natural response without which we wouldn't survive. Those, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the words of the Dalai Lama in celebrating Mother's Day. And he's absolutely right. Those babies who experience the compassion and love of their caregiver, be it mum, dad or another caring adult, have already won first prize in the lottery of life, because it's your earliest experiences in the period from conception to the age of 2 that can shape your entire lifelong physical and emotional health. And to understand this point better, we need look no further than the great Harry Potter himself. When he was born, his parents loved and cared for him. His mother gave her own life to save his. And when evil Lord Voldemort killed Harry's parents, Harry was only just over a year old. He was taken to live with his abusive aunt and uncle and forced to grow up in a cupboard under the stairs. And yet his secure early beginning enabled him not only to survive and thrive through all those early traumas, but also his secure sense of self enabled him to go on to become the greatest wizard the world has ever known. So to me, the standout part of the Queen's speech that really will ensure a bright future for the next generation was when the Queen confirmed that measures will be brought forward to ensure that children have the best start in life, prioritising their early years. Ensuring every baby has a chance at the best start for life has been my passion for 25 years. From experiencing postnatal depression myself with my firstborn, to chairing a number of charities that provide mental health support for families who are struggling to form a secure bond with their new babies, to now being the government's early years healthy development advisor, I feel that the work carried out by so many over all those decades has been hugely rewarded by those few words in the Queen's speech. I also want to thank the Prime Minister for his personal commitment to the best start for every baby when he and I launched the government's vision for the 1001 Critical Days together at the Monkey Puzzle Nursery in my Right Honourable Friend's constituency. The agreed actions in our vision will address inequalities across England, will contribute hugely to the government's levelling up agenda, and I believe can, in a generation, transform our society for the better. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fully intend to collaborate closely with colleagues in the Scottish, Welsh and Northern Ireland administrations to share learning and best practice to make this a positive story for our whole United Kingdom. So why does support in the early years change lives for the better? Humans are unique in the animal kingdom in the extent of our underdevelopment at birth. What other offspring cannot fend for itself at all until it's at least a year old? But the physical underdevelopment is only a tiny part of the human story. At birth, the brain is only partially formed, and the way in which it develops is profoundly affected by an infant's earliest experiences. Mental ill health, drug and substance misuse, domestic violence in the home, all of these can create trauma in a developing brain that can have a permanent impact on both physical and emotional health, with long-term consequences not just for the total well of human happiness, but also on the financial cost to society of poor early relationships. Depression, homelessness, drug-taking, violence, self-harming, knife crime, too many of these costly problems can be laid at the door of poor early relationships. The vision for the 1001 Critical Days includes a joined-up Start for Life offer for every family in England, the development of multidisciplinary family hub networks that are open access, universal, and include both physical and virtual support, a digital version of the Red Book, a newly empowered workforce, improved outcomes measurement and evaluation, and strong leadership both at the local and the national level. It's an incredibly ambitious programme of measures whose implementation I am so proud to be leading on behalf of the government. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the commitment of the government should be music to all our ears. And I want to thank the very many members right across this House who have been so supportive of this agenda for so long. A focus on the 1001 Critical Days may just be the most important thing we will ever do to ensure a bright future for the next generation. Thank you.
We now go to Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to follow the Right Honourable Member for South Northamptonshire. It has been a true pleasure to work with her for over a decade now on early years policy, and most recently on the Government's Early Years Review, which she very kindly invited me to sit on, and I'm pleased she has once again raised this very important issue today, and for the commitment that she has secured in the Queen's speech, which I hope, as she does, delivers all the recommendations in her review. It has also been a pleasure to co-chair with the Honourable Member for Edisby, who I shadowed when he was Children and Families Minister, the Early Years Commission, which is set to be published very soon. As we know, the first 1001 critical days are so crucial to a child's development, and I will continue as long as I have breath in my body, as I'm sure the Honourable Lady will too, to campaign for the early years to be prioritised and properly funded. However, today I want to focus the bulk of my remarks on another very important issue. While the pandemic has been more than a challenge for all policy areas, nowhere has it impacted harder than in our health services. I want to raise this today because the legacy of any legislation now will have a lasting impact on our recovery towards that brighter future we all want to see. We have the opportunity now to rebuild our NHS after this devastating blow, so that generations to come have world-class healthcare there for them when they need it. Yet sadly, there was no mention of cancer services in particular in the Queen's speech, which I think is a terrible omission. As chair of the all-party group on ovarian cancer, I work closely with other cancer APPG chairs to raise the devastating issues facing our cancer services. Never has this work been of greater importance than across this last year. And yet, sadly, BBC statistics shared today suggest a figure of 45,000 missing cancer patients, meaning fewer people are going to their GP to be checked out or seek referrals, and are also missing vital screening services. Of that number, almost 10,000 are for missing breast cancer patients. People need to know that it is safe to go and get checked. Not only is it safe, it is encouraged. Despite fewer people presenting to their GPs in the first place as a result of the pandemic, worrying trends have appeared along the treatment chain. Macmillan's research demonstrates that as of February this year, the number of people being seen by a specialist after an urgent referral had dropped by 8% from February 2020. The disruption to services across the last 14 months has created a current backlog in people receiving their first treatment for cancer, which currently stands at 38,500 people. This is despite the strongest efforts of our tremendously hard-working NHS staff. Despite the urgent nature of the 62-day period from diagnosis to treatment, thousands of patients have had to wait longer. The lowest number of people missing that waiting time period was 16,111, and that was in November last year. But that was still 44% higher than pre-pandemic numbers. And we all know that the NHS staff have worked their hardest and could not have done more. But even if cancer services could now operate at, say, 110% of pre-pandemic capacity, we're looking at over 15 months to clear that backlog. And that's without the 45,000 missing cancer patients all turning up all of a sudden. So this just isn't possible nor sustainable with the extensive challenges that lie ahead. The government must do everything it can to put patients first, clear that backlog, find those missing patients and bring down the growing waiting lists. But how? Concerns have been raised by the Royal College of Radiologists that delays to scans have been worsened by a 33% shortfall in their workforce. And it is unfortunately growing clearer that our cancer workforce is suffering and needs immediate attention from the government. Alongside other cancer APPG chairs, I was happy to sign a funding statement in March which called on the government to recognise that NHS services need resources to super boost capacity above pre-pandemic levels. The government really must act now to make sure that this doesn't spiral into a greater health crisis to protect lives. The way to achieve this is with a plan that ensures the long-term resuscitation of the cancer workforce, one that will recruit and train and bring jobs and maintain the standards of care that people deserve nationwide. Cancer was left out of the Chancellor's budget in March. The backlog was not mentioned in the Queen's speech. I would ask the government to make sure that the other C word isn't forgotten once more. Thank you.
We now go to Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by welcoming the breadth of measures in the Queen's speech? These are measures that are necessary and welcome. I think particularly we talked today about the plans on further education. They write an anomaly that's been there for too long, that you can go to university and receive subsidised loan support from the government, but if you're pursuing a vocational course in the FE sector, all too often you're largely left to fend for yourself. So this reform is really important. I'd also single out the leasehold reform bill, which I hope will put an end to the anomaly of house builders selling properties that should be freehold, instead with a long-term lease that they then use to exploit their buyers in order to get more money from them. I've got many constituents who've experienced this, and the behaviour of companies like Persimmon has, in my view, brought discredit on the sector. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, today I want to focus my remarks not on a new bill, but on an old one, but very much one that's vital to the future of the generations we're talking about today, and that's the Environment Bill. It's passed through most of its process in this House already. It's arrived in this session as a carryover measure, but it will offer the opportunity to make further improvements to an already good and important bill. I really welcome the steps taken in the bill to address the issue of deforestation and the use of deforested land to grow products that may then be on sale here. The loss of forest areas around the world in recent decades has been disastrous for our planet, impacting on habitats, on biodiversity, and on the issue of climate change. The bill makes it much more difficult to use illegally forested areas to produce products for sale in the UK. But it does leave a big challenge where the deforestation is not illegal. We've seen only in the past few weeks in Brazil a move to introduce new laws that would permit greater exploitation of the Amazon rainforest, something our planet simply cannot afford. This country cannot and should not stand idly by while this happens. The Amazon is a global asset of vital importance to all our futures. I pay tribute to the retailers who last week sent a clear message to the Brazilian government that they will not source products from a country that behaves in this way. But I'd ask the Secretary of State to talk to the Foreign Secretary to make sure that his department also makes clear our government's disapproval of what's been proposed in Brazil to ensure these damaging laws are withdrawn by ministers there. And many of the environmental groups that have looked at this bill have rightly raised concerns about the fact that the bill takes action about illegal deforestation and not about legal deforestation. And given what's proposed in Brazil, they have a real point. But of course, it is difficult to criminalise products in the UK that have been legally produced in other countries, and often very difficult, I have to say, to prove this has happened even in a court of law. But I do think we need to take every possible step ourselves to prevent both damaging legal as well as illegal deforestation where it does serious damage to ecosystems. Where countries need deforestation for economic reasons, we should help and where necessary provide aid to them to find alternative ways. And there are two steps I want to see taken in the bill or by ministers in the coming months to a clear timetable and with a clear commitment. The first is to be found in amendments laid by my honourable friend, the member for Tiverton and Honiton. These would prevent UK-based financiers from supporting investments in businesses exploiting forest risk products. I think this is absolutely essential, and I hope the government will accept what he is proposing. But I also want to see the introduction of a clear system of sustainable food labelling in this country. And I've tabled an amendment to the bill which would mandate the government to do this. If it's difficult to make agricultural products coming from areas of legal forestation illegal, at least let's give consumers the power to reject those products themselves. And if we do so, then inevitably retailers will also reject those products. The other change I'd like to see happening to the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, relates to something rather close to home. I am the parliamentary species champion for one of our favourite, but now sadly dwindling species, the hedgehog. Some of the measures in the Agricultural Act last session and in the Environment Bill this time can make a real difference. But I want to see greater protection for the hedgehog against the wanton destruction of habitats. We have to do newt surveys still in this country, and we treat small creatures like the lagoon sandworm as a protected species. But a developer can simply rip up a hedge without even checking to see if there are hedgehogs, and actually also, Madam Deputy Speaker, other endangered species in it, and that needs to change. So when the time comes for the debate, I will be pushing ministers to either provide that protection immediately or probably more realistically to move rapidly to create a new framework that provides broader, proper protections, updated modern protections, both for hedgehogs and other species here with dwindling numbers. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a government that's already doing more for wildlife and animal protection than almost any of its predecessors. And the Queen's speech contains a range of very welcome measures to improve the legal protections that we offer, and I commend ministers for that. This bill takes us further than virtually any other country in taking responsibility for our planet and our ecology, the Environment Bill, and more to come from this government as it looks at some of the issues like live animal transport that must be addressed for animal welfare in this country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, these are very welcome, overdue, and very necessary. And I hope members of all sides will think that for these measures alone, this Queen's speech is one that should have, though I fear it probably won't, it should have the unanimous support of this House.
Now go to Jack Droney.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the last year has been one of tragedy for tens of thousands of the relatives of those who died of COVID. Like Jane Roach in my constituency of Castle Vale, her dad, Vince, died. 5 days later, her sister, Jocelyn, died. And she has campaigned fiercely for an independent inquiry into why tens of thousands died who should never have died. Yesterday, once again, she wept tears when the announcement was made of the inquiry. But she said three things. First, she and the relatives from Birmingham will be meeting shortly with the Secretary of State. They want their voice to be heard in the drawing up of the terms of reference. Second, they want to be able to give evidence on behalf of the Birmingham families, Britain's second city, which saw such a terrible price paid. And thirdly, 2022 is simply too late for the inquiry to start, if painful lessons are to be learned. I want then to focus my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, on manufacturing. It matters to the success of the United Kingdom. The genius of manufacturing, science and the National Health Service was responsible for the development and rollout of the vaccine. 30 million people already now who have been vaccinated. This success teaches us two lessons, which I fear the government has not sufficiently learned. First, it was the coming together of the state, businesses and workers that delivered one of the greatest feats that this country has achieved in recent times. And second, that British manufacturing, having shown its worth to the country in its hour of need, deserves and requires a government that thinks strategically about how to support the sector to reap the rewards of our world-class manufacturing. However, the Queen's speech and what has happened in recent months demonstrates that the government is failing to learn these lessons. The scrapping of the Industrial Strategy Council, the ending of industrial strategy policy, and the Treasury land grab of industrial strategy have been received with dismay by many in the world of manufacturing, employer and trade union alike. Madam Deputy Speaker, time after time we have seen the government shirk its responsibility to support British industry. All the while our international competitors are making strides forward. Last year the French invested £15 billion into the aerospace industry and £8 billion into the automotive industry to put them at the forefront of the next generation of green planes and cars. The German government has invested £4 billion into German automotive to ease the transition to electric vehicles. In America, President Biden has secured a $1.9 trillion stimulus package to kickstart the economy. The failure in our country to do likewise on the scale necessary means that we run the risk of Britain falling behind. Now that must change, and the government needs to act now. Three fronts. First, to recognise it is absolutely key to economic recovery that we invest in manufacturing, central to our economy, creating good, well-paid and stable jobs when too many people now are in insecure and low-paid employment. Secondly, on the challenges of net zero, the year of Glasgow, the immense potential that there is. But if we are to rise to that challenge, demanding, and rightly so, that we end the scandal of global warming, but if we are then to take advantage that means investment in our world-class manufacturing and research and development. And to give but one example where the government just simply falls behind continental Europe is investment in the gigafactories. Another is investment in infrastructure. And third, what's crucial, if the government means what it says by the levelling up agenda, much of manufacturing is located in seats of high deprivation, like Erdington. I always describe it as being rich in talent, but it's one of the poorest constituencies in the country. But we have at the heart of Erdington the jewels in the crown of manufacturing, Jaguar Land Rover on the one hand, and the GKN factory on the other that we are battling right now to save from closure. So manufacturing is key if the government is going to be able to come anywhere near achieving its objective of levelling up. If I can just say this in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I return to the point about the success of the vaccine rollout. It has demonstrated the enormous and endless potential of the state, businesses and workers coming together to deliver in our hour of need, one of our country's greatest achievements. What is also demonstrated is just how important manufacturing is to Britain. The government needs to learn those lessons because I fear that they are not. They are proceeding with nowhere near the ambition necessary. Is it true that some welcome initiatives have been taken? Yes, it is. But in terms of the scale demanded, if France can do it, if Germany can do it, if America can do it, Britain demands and deserves better.
Thank you. I've been told that there have been some people who've withdrawn from this debate. So unusually, I'm going to put the time limit up for a little bit to 7 minutes. Maria Miller.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And after 12 months of challenge, this needed to be a Queen's speech that really did two things. Tackle the aftermath of the pandemic, but also lay firm foundations for a brighter future. And this Queen's speech does exactly that. Bills tackling investment in our health service and social care sit alongside town deals, higher education bill and the environment bill, a clear vision for optimism based on this government's optimistic vision for levelling up for the whole country. And it's really about unleashing the full potential of the whole country, which is the message that ignited the electorate in the elections last week. From Hartlepool to the West Midlands to Basingstoke, voters profoundly rejected negative campaigning and embraced the positive message that we had to give as a Conservative Party, and actually nowhere more so than in my own constituency in Basingstoke, where we took back control of the council with a resounding majority. This Queen's speech is all about levelling up and unleashing that potential, and it's an optimistic message for the country, investing in our towns, the infrastructure in the Midlands, the North East, North West, and indeed around the whole of the United Kingdom. And that reaching your full potential doesn't mean moving away from your hometown, which has a personal resonance for me, because when in the late 1960s my family left the Black Country where I'd been born and bred, it was to seek a better job, to be able to move from council accommodation into a private house. And I would like to see that changed, and I welcome the focus of this Queen's speech in allowing that to happen in the future. And it's an important message as well for places like my constituency Basingstoke, because the South East has been where growth has been concentrated for too long at the expense of other parts of the United Kingdom, causing extraordinary pressure on housing, on transport and on the local environment. So making sure that we level up across the country has an importance for every single citizen in the United Kingdom. But it's also about levelling up for groups everywhere who are still not achieving their full potential, particularly through education and work opportunities. And the Education and Skills Bill is an essential ingredient to this, as lifelong training is the reality for all of us, wherever we work. And when it comes to work, the past 12 months have been an enormous challenge for employers and have tested employers more than ever before, and the overwhelming majority have worked with their employees to find new ways to work, support their families, and indeed staff suffering from mental health challenges of the pandemic. If we are to enable everyone in this country to reach their full potential, then we need to be actively levelling up in the workplace too. And within the government's legislative programme, we need to tackle some of those issues that we encountered in terms of working practices during the pandemic, and optimistically ensure that everybody, and every woman particularly, and every parent in this country can reach their potential too. And since 2010, this government has made it an important priority to help women level up in the workplace. Progress in recording and cutting the gender pay gap for women under 35, increasing childcare and extending the right to request flexible working. But a truly bright future for the next generation will take these steps further to make sure that everyone in this country can reach their full potential in work is important not only because it's fair, but because it's essential for the prosperity of our entire nation. Making all jobs flexible by default has become the reality for the last 12 months. So let's not slip back into the old ways of working. Let's use the challenges of the last 12 months as a platform for a more positive, flexible way to work from now on. And let's level up for pregnant women at work too, because too many have suffered from their employers' lack of understanding of the law during the pandemic, put on sick leave when they should not. Now, the government already knows that 50,000 women a year leave their jobs when they are pregnant because of discrimination, often covered up through the use of non-disclosure agreements, many forced out of work at a time when they cannot get another job. Too many women still see a lack of a level playing field at work, so let's level up for them too. And let's have, within the government legislative programme, plans to stop pregnant women from being made redundant, stop the use of non-disclosure agreements covering up unlawful activity, particularly sexual harassment and discrimination at work, and let's have proper shared care for dads too, because it's better for everyone. All jobs are flexible by default unless there's a good reason not to. That's what levelling up has to look like for everyone in the future. And finally, can I welcome the online harms bill included in the gracious speech, published yesterday for scrutiny before being formally debated in this place. A groundbreaking piece of legislation. The UK truly leading the world tackling online harms. An important part of a bright future for the next generation needs to be an internet that benefits, not detracts from our lives. As well as regulating this industry to make sure it doesn't create harm, we also need laws to give victims protections too. So either within or alongside the online safety bill, the government needs to tackle the deficits in the law, particularly on sharing intimate sexual images without consent. The Law Commission review is now finished and it will be complete before this bill comes to the House, and I hope the government will undertake to insert it into the online safety bill and important changes on criminal law to protect victims of this heinous crime of intimate image abuse. The bills in this Queen's speech start to rebuild our country after the challenges of the pandemic. Its optimism and vision to level up are exactly what our country needs.
We now go to Layla Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the local elections last week, Oxfordshire Liberal Democrats campaigned with a positive focus on the environment, improving the lives of our young people and supporting health and social care. And it was a vision that resonated with people in Oxfordshire and resulted in record gains against the Conservatives and our largest ever group on the county. And for the first time in 16 years, we are hoping for a leading role on an administration that will make that agenda a reality. Because we believe that investing in our country is not just about physical infrastructure, but it's also about investing in our people and especially our children. By contrast, in Oxfordshire under the Tories, youth services and children's centres have been cut to the bone. In fact, most of our children's centres closed in 2017 and they disbanded the Oxfordshire Youth Service in its entirety. Liberal Democrats want to bring youth services back because we believe that there is no better way to create a bright future for the next generation than to help them engage with all the amazing opportunities available to them in our area. And we want to see real investment in children's centres and early years support. 2 years ago, Lib Dem Abingdon councillor Neil Fawcett managed to persuade the council to reopen South Abingdon's Children's Centre. Now, despite Oxfordshire's relative affluence, Caldecott is in the 10% most deprived in education, skills and training in the country, and within the 20% most deprived on income. Children's centres change lives, but especially so in places like South Abingdon. He shouldn't have needed to campaign so hard for that, but I am pleased to report that with the support of the local community, that centre is now thriving. And it's this focus on fairness and long-term investment that completely exemplifies the approach that Liberal Democrats will take should we help to form the new County Council administration. To do this even better, however, we do need more central government funding. Budgets for all councils before the pandemic was stretched, but it's even worse now. And you add into that £1.6 million lost due to the former administration's incompetence over a botched car park contract, and £8 million lost from the social care budget due to short-sighted decisions. And it's fair to say that times are tough. And it's the non-statutory services that have suffered. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is surely a false economy. Our children's social care budget is in crisis. And for every child that ends up in that system, we must also remember the anguish and the enduring damage that getting to that point can cause. But it's also bad value for money. Investing in our children and their families early is not just the right thing to do morally. It's the right thing to do for our taxpayers too. We only have to look at the example of charities like Abingdon Bridge and Wolvercote Young People's Club to see what an incredible difference these youth services make to the lives of our young people. But we need to be able to help everyone, and there are far too many gaps. When the Vibe Youth Club in Didcot was closed, the young people there who relied on it just didn't know where to go. And I do welcome the aim set out in the Education Recovery Plan. But I hope that in developing these plans, government will not overlook the role that local government and youth services can play. The Liberal Democrats have proposed devolving money away from the National Citizenship Service and Youth Investment Fund to local authorities so that they can expand youth service provision and provide educational recovery programmes. This would make such a difference to my constituents, and I ask the Minister what thought has been given to doing this. Madam Deputy Speaker, for many young people, apprenticeships provide that practical bridge between education and work towards fulfilling independent futures where they are masters of their own destiny. And in Oxfordshire, we want to do even better. We have incredible local providers like Abingdon and Whitney College and Activate Learning, but the government doesn't make it easy. In an answer to a question I tabled last month, the Apprenticeship Minister revealed that more than £1 billion in apprenticeship levy funding paid by employers expired, unused, between May 2020 and February 2021. This was a 22% increase on the year before. That just shows there is far too much bureaucracy and too little flexibility in the system, and it's disadvantaged young people who are missing out. Nationally, the Liberal Democrats have campaigned for the apprenticeship levy to be expanded into a wider skills and training levy to help prepare the UK's workforce for the economic challenges ahead. And finally, there is actually great appetite to engage with the Kickstart scheme, but I was deeply concerned to hear in a business roundtable organised by our local enterprise partnership that data on the Kickstart scheme is only gathered at a regional level by DWP. If the government wants this to succeed, may I plead with ministers to give us the data at a county level. Let us help you. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, our children and young people deserve a brighter future. And as we emerge from this pandemic, it is the impact on that next generation that really concerns me the most. We need serious investment in them, in early years, children's centres and youth services, as well as schools, colleges and universities. And only if we do that will that dream of a brighter future become a reality.
Sir Edward Lee.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate the Honourable Lady and the passion with which she speaks on behalf of early learning. Now, I feel a bit bereft about this government because normally I like to make constructive criticism on my own side, but I have to say there's very little in this Queen's speech that I disagree with, so perhaps I better sit down straight away. But you'll forgive me if I just say a few words. Of course, that compares with previous governments. I find it very difficult to agree with a single thing that the government of David Cameron was doing. He took the view, which some people in the Labour Party may take the view now, that their party is unelectable, and he had to veer towards a kind of liberal agenda. But he did do one thing right, and that was to call a referendum on Europe, although, of course, he never thought for a moment that the referendum would ever happen, because he'd still be in coalition with the Liberals. And if it did happen, there would just be a few right-wingers, as he would have termed them, arguing for Brexit. He would have won easily. But Brexit has changed everything, and this is the problem now for the Labour Party in reconnecting with their voters in Northern and Midland seats like the one I represent in Gainsborough. So the government is in a strong position, but I do counsel against hubris. And if they are to hold on to their gains, if we are to hold on to their gains in areas such as I represent, then we have to actually not just talk the talk, but walk the walk and take the action. And that applies particularly, I think, on immigration and on housing. Brexit was won not because people like me were wittering on about parliamentary sovereignty for many years. It was won on the issue of immigration and people in the Midlands and the north of England feeling that their government was out of touch on immigration. I welcome the new bill that is now being promoted. The fact is, though, that there are perhaps 1 million people in this country who we don't know about, who are illegally here. This is a real issue and of real concern. And what really angers people is when they see these daily pictures of illegal crossings on the Channel. I believe that the only way to stop this is to make it a criminal offence to try and enter this country illegally. And once that is proven, that would entail a custodial sentence and deportation. If we don't take action, then this trade will continue. It will get worse and worse, and sooner or later there will be a horrible tragedy in the Channel, and people will drown and they will die. So the bill is welcome, but we have to be robust on this. But because we can't protect ourselves simply by creating a wall around this country. Why do people come here? These are not bad people, they are good people, they just want a better future. They are coming here because their own countries are in chaos. And therefore we have to commit ourselves to international aid and overseas development. And I won't labour the point, but I have been critical of the way the budget has been cut. We promised to restore it, but we have to concentrate aid in a practical way on the poverty which is motivating this mass migration. So immigration then is a vital issue. The next one is housing. Now I know that some of my colleagues, quite rightly, who represent prosperous seats in the South East are worried about this bill. And personally I see no point in encouraging developers to build on greenbelt land. They always want to build executive housing on green land. We want to build housing in the cities, in the towns, in the north of England, in the Midlands. And I think we should reconnect with people by committing ourselves to a Macmillan government-type programme of building 300,000 houses a year. Now, his mistake perhaps was to build council houses. I want to build housing for young people which they can afford, they can convert rent into purchase. And this will really connect with young people who in places like the South East simply can't get on the property ladder. That's how this government will be a success, is giving people a stake in their own society and not just being renters. That is a true levelling up agenda. And I'm grateful too for the government to taking on this issue of free speech in the universities. And it's none of my business really, but I think if the Labour Party is to reconnect with so many of their natural supporters in the north, they have to turn their backs on this sort of woke, politically correct agenda of denigrating our past. The past is the past as it is. I mean, apparently, on my mother's side, I understand that my grandfather was born in Barbados. He was the son of a missionary. But it's quite probable that his grandfather, great-grandfather, were involved in the slave trade and may even have owned slaves. Am I to denounce my own family? The fact is that the slave trade was so endemic in the 18th century, there are probably hundreds of thousands of people in this country who descended from slave owners. Slavery is wrong, it was wrong, it is wrong. We led the world in abolishing it, but the history is as it is. And similarly, when I go up to the committee corridor, I see a picture of Queen Elizabeth I, a glorious picture of Gloriana. Well, she ensured that my ancestor, Richard Lee, was hung, drawn and quartered for no other reason that he was a Catholic priest. But do I condemn Elizabeth I? No, it's part of our history. So we have to be proud of Britain. We have to stop tearing down statues, stop denigrating our past, and accept the past is as the past, with all its benefits and regrettable occurrences. And of course I'll give away, yeah.
For giving way, and agree on some level about the need to protect our nation's history. So on that basis, will he condemn comments made by the Universities Minister on Radio 4 yesterday about the Holocaust and Holocaust deniers and people who wish to debate the facts of the Holocaust being protected speech under the new free speech in universities legislation, which his government is putting forward, if he is so concerned about ensuring that the nation's history is protected?
I didn't actually hear the interview, but all I can say is that anti-Semitism, like all these sort of isms, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, they're all completely wrong, regrettable and horrible. And I hope, actually, it wouldn't have been necessary to bring in this sort of bill, because there'll be all sorts of unintended consequences. And I heard a university vice-chancellor say yesterday that how are we going to police it? I understand all this. Therefore, it's down to the leadership of the universities and the schools to ensure free speech within reason. Free speech should be governed by good manners. It shouldn't be governed by laws, and we should therefore protect free speech, and it's down to head teachers and vice-chancellors to ensure that this ridiculous platforming stops. Just because, I mean, I don't want to get into the whole transgender issue, but just because you're a well-known feminist writer who has made a few comments on transgender issues, you should not be barred from speaking at university. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is the union. This is the single most important issue we have to deal with, even more important than the other issues I've talked about, like immigration and housing. We have to fight for the union. But I do counsel the government in saying this is just an economic issue. Of course, we have to take on the SNP on the economic issues. We mustn't make the mistake of the Remainers in the EU referendum in saying it's all about money. We mustn't play Project Fair. We must say that we love being together with Scotland. We love the Scottish people. We love the Union. We've achieved so much together. Let's keep it going.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right on cue. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Gainsborough for the love bombing there, but that in itself won't be enough, I can assure him, to save his union. Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to young people, their choices, their rights and their future, once again we have a tale of two governments. One here that refuses to give 16 to 18-year-olds the vote, and one here that's trying to suppress voting the electoral register bill. And when the SNP first extended the voting franchise for the 2014 referendum, we should note both Labour and the Tories were opposed to young people getting their chance to vote. And why was that? Because they feared the young would vote for independence. However, it was actually a long-standing SNP policy, and it's a principle of ours, and we extended this to parliamentary elections. Madam Deputy Speaker, we believe in democracy and maximum participation, and that's why EU citizens also have the vote, and it's why we've now extended it to refugees. And in terms of democracy, we live in a parliamentary democracy. Pro-referendum and pro-Indy parties get 72 seats to the Union's 57 seats. And the SNP achieved the highest constituency vote share of any party ever at a Holyrood election and achieved in a record turnout. And at that election, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Tories made it clear that the referendum was a key voting issue, and yet they only secured 23% in the last vote, with pro-Indy parties achieving over 50%. So therefore, why does Westminster think it should have a veto in our democratic choices? What messages does that send to the young voters? And it's young people that have had to face the brunt of Brexit, so surely they deserve a chance to choose their own path, a different future, a chance to consider the merits of an independent Scotland within the EU, getting a government the people vote for, a government with the full economic levers of independence, able to make its own decisions. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's a normal country, and one that could choose to implement a new Green Deal, for example. So it's no wonder 70% of 16 to 24-year-olds favour Scottish independence. When it comes to climate change, we know young people are more engaged and recognise it's the biggest threat to their future. And they know the Scottish Government has declared a climate emergency, but the UK Government so far haven't followed suit. And the young want to see a green recovery, which actually is only possible with Scottish independence. Why should Scotland remain in a union where energy policy is reserved to Westminster? It means everything we do is effectively done with one hand tied behind our backs. While we were forging ahead with ambitious renewable energy targets, David Cameron down here was trying to cut the green crap. And this led to the blocking of onshore wind development in Scotland, and we're also stuck with a grid charging system that sees operators in Scotland pay the highest connection fees in Europe. And Madam Deputy Speaker, despite this, Scotland still managed to produce over 97% of its electricity demand from renewable energy in 2020, truly leading the way. So why should we be stuck with an energy policy that's wedded to new nuclear power stations, which is piling money onto our electricity bills? The £20 billion Hinkley Point C project is 4 to 5 times more expensive than the current offshore wind prices. And we don't actually need nuclear for base load, because the National Grid Chief Executive Officer debunked that myth in 2015. So it's utter madness to commit further billions to new nuclear power stations or small modular reactors or nuclear fusion. We're actually just creating another nuclear waste legacy, and the existing one is already costing us over £130 billion. It's obvious, Madam Deputy Speaker, that renewable energy is the future, and we need to grasp the opportunities to create these green jobs, potentially providing rewarding careers and opportunities for careers that could see people travelling around the world. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing, in the Queen's speech for renewable energy policy. For baseload and energy policy, we need the go-ahead and pricing mechanism for pumped hydro storage. For just around £1.5 billion, we could see the Crooken Dam extension and the new Corrie Glass scheme constructed. So these would create much-needed high-quality job opportunities in rural Scotland. And even better, analysis by Imperial College suggests that investment in pumped hydro storage could save us £700 million per year in system costs by 2050. So let's get this done. And when's the UK Government going to do something to get the CCS project Peterhead over the finishing line? Equinor and SSE say this could be operational by 2026, so it could be part of the just transition and provide vital job opportunities for our young people. And it's the same for hydrogen. Agree a CFD mechanism and get the Fergus project up and running. And Madam Deputy Speaker, why, oh why, is the UK Government not doing more to get wave and tidal projects at a stage where they can be scaled up? This really is the way that Scotland can lead the world, but instead we're constrained by UK Government policy and procurement processes. Now, we've actually already missed out on green jobs in manufacturing fabrication hubs because of flaws in the CFD process with regards to offshore wind procurement. So this is further proof that Westminster doesn't work for Scotland. And where's Westminster's policy for scaling up heat pump production and installation to get 600,000 installs per year, which the 10-point plan tells us is going to happen? There's only 20,000 installs a year at the moment. When's Westminster going to get a grip of energy efficiency policy? They need to treat it like a national infrastructure project the way the Scottish Government does. The Scottish Government spends 4 times what Westminster does on a per capita basis, creating jobs, and that long-term investment is what's required. And Madam Deputy Speaker, even when it comes to tree planting, Scotland by far leads the way. 85% of the trees planted in the past decade in the UK has actually been in Scotland. Indeed, the Queen's Speech Bill document, the UK Government brags about planting 13.5 hectares of trees last year. What they don't tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, is over 80% of these trees were planted in Scotland with the Scottish Government. It was nothing to do with Westminster. So this is greenwashing of the highest order. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, Westminster cannot con us with greenwashing. They cannot con the electorate who knew full well what they were voting for at the Scottish elections last week. They know, by voting in the SNP and the Greens, that this is a clear indication that they want an independent Scotland leading in the way to net zero and creating a bright and optimistic future. And Westminster should not stand in that way, and I suggest Labour shouldn't be backing the Tories in that either.
Edward Timpson.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's fair to say that the pandemic has made many of us re-evaluate our real priorities in our own lives, at home, in our communities and across the country. What do we truly value? How can we nurture all that we need for future generations to thrive and not falter? Now, it could well be a crowded field, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I'm in no doubt that providing every child with the best possible start in life should sit at the very top of that priority list. And it's why I was delighted to be involved in the seminal review carried out by my right honourable friend, the member for South Northamptonshire, to whom I pay tribute, and also understand it's her birthday today, into the early years healthy development that was published in March of this year, and pleasingly forms a key part of this government's legislative and policy programme set out in Her Majesty's gracious speech. And within that review, I very much support many of the key action areas that came out through a lot of work, deliberation and evidence gathering. In particular, the Start for Life offer, which mirrors in some ways the local offer that, when I was Children's Minister, we brought in relation to special educational needs and disability. The formulation and growth of family hubs, and again I welcome the Government's commitment and investment to date, but there's plenty more that we can do to realise the huge potential that the family hubs model has. And also the development of a more modern and skilled workforce to meet the changing needs of children and families, and also making sure that in doing that it's relentlessly child-focused, so we can build the proper support around children and their families that we know works. And crucially also how we can improve the accountability, the data and the understanding the impact of some of the interactions and interventions that we have with families, particularly in those very early years when we know we can make the biggest difference. And if we don't get it right in those critical early years, weeks, months, then we're simply storing up deep-rooted difficulties for decades to come. And that's why, as you will have heard earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've also, alongside the always sunny Honourable Lady for Washington and Sunderland West, have been co-chairing an early years commission looking at the 0 to 5 age group, which will soon be published as a cross-party manifesto, in recognition of the fact that we needed to come together to seek to address the long-term challenges associated with the early years and to set out a long-term plan that has the capacity to endure beyond the changing faces of government. Now, many of those findings and conclusions, with some relief on my part, chime with and complement the early years healthy development review, whilst at the same time stretching some of the core of this offer to children, as I say, up to the age of 5. And the review is unequivocal in its recommendations that when it comes to the levelling up agenda, which we've heard so much about, particularly for those children living in households with high levels of deprivation, the education, health and development of young people must be society's top priority, as must community and professional support for parents to help them make their homes a nurturing, safe environment from where babies and toddlers can take their first steps towards a healthy, happy and productive life, and by putting children at the centre of their community and public services. And by prudently and effectively investing in early years education, we can, I believe, together start to transform the life chances of many more children in our country, wherever they happen to live. I also very much support the education recovery plan that's being led by the Commissioner, Sir Kevin Collins, who I know is working hard to find the right formula to help bridge the gaps and build a system that is giving better and fairer opportunity for children as we come out of the pandemic. And that's against an important backdrop of £1.7 billion worth of support through the education recovery plan, the catch-up package, the tutoring programmes and the recovery premium, as well as the £400 million we know that's been used to improve access to remote learning, the digital divide that we saw play out during the last year, including in Edinburgh, in my constituency. And we also know that the increase in support for schools needs to be replicated in the early years. But there's two other aspects, just quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker, and Tom, I want to touch on in respect of school life and how we need to continue to do more and have better focus. The first is on school exclusions. I led an independent review of school exclusion 2 years ago, and there has been some progress, for instance, the £10 million on behaviour hubs, but there's still much to do. For instance, the Practice Improvement Fund and making sure schools are responsible for children they exclude, as well as moving alternative provision into the mainstream as a centre of excellence. So I hope to meet with ministers soon to discuss the progress of all of my recommendations so that we can make further and important progress. I've also, as I found myself on the backbenches, Madam Deputy Speaker, found time to chair a task force on the future of physical education, with support from the Association for Physical Education and others, including Jason Robinson, the England Rugby Union star and World Cup winner, who saw PE as the thing that changed his life from a road of failure to one of success. And one of the consequences of the pandemic has been a deeply concerning drop-off in physical exercise and activity amongst children of all ages. But now with schools back and sports and activities reopening, there are signs of improvement, but there's also evidence emerging, I'm afraid, that some schools are reducing physical education time in order to focus on catch-up in other subject areas. So we do need to look specifically at physical education, and within that, a key life skill of swimming, where we saw 150,000 children leaving primary school without being able to swim 25 metres. The situation clearly needs addressing, both urgently as part of a welcome catch-up programme and more systematically with physical education by ensuring that all its irrefutable and lifelong impact on physical, social, emotional and cognitive development is at the very heart of school life. And in doing so, we can take another step forward in our shared ambition of giving every child the best possible start in life.
We now go to Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And listen, I'm really pleased to be able to respond to Her Majesty's most gracious speech and to highlight the issues affecting my constituency up here in the North East Wansbeck and, of course, in North East as a whole. You know, there isn't anything more important than this nation's young people, our children, and sadly, there's millions being left behind as we speak. I want to focus on the real world of child poverty, not some rose-tinted parallel universe that many people appear to be living in. And I think we need to address this issue absolutely as a major imperative of the government. Of any government, child poverty should be of extreme importance, if not top of the agenda. The Queen's speech proclaims that measures will be brought forward to ensure that children have the best start in life, prioritising the early years. And it also says it will address the lost learning during the pandemic and ensure that every child has a high-quality education and is able to fulfil their potential. You know, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are noble aims, but the government could do a lot worse and look to reverse our own dismal record over the past 11 years. You know, the government cannot dare talk of levelling up unless it tackles the gross inequalities and opportunity affecting our young people right across the length and the breadth of this country. A decade of brutal austerity and cuts have really, really taken a toll. Now, children in my constituency look around at communities that are spoken about with such pride and nostalgia from the parents and the grandparents, and could be forgiven for scratching their heads as to wondering why. The schools are overcrowded, underfunded, and in many cases absolutely falling apart. The high streets are ghost towns, and the traditional industries that once fostered such a strong sense of community are ghosts of the past, leaving them with no clear idea of what to do with their future. We also lack reliable systems of support, and they often look around, these young people, and look around themselves and simply find they have nothing to do. The serious issues. In my constituency, part of Wansbeck, there's almost half of children grown up in poverty. Now, that's not acceptable. It really isn't. In 2019, we decided to, with the National Education Union, we decided to produce a child poverty report, including the testimonies from teachers and others on the front line. Not only were the teachers routinely providing food and basic supplies to children, but what the testimonies included were absolutely heartbreaking. There really were tales of children without winter coats, without proper shoes, holes in their shoes, different size shoes, different shoes, and of course issues with school uniforms. What does that actually mean, Madam Deputy Speaker? What does this mean with regard to child poverty? Now, it means that kids are going to school without any food in their bellies. You know, it's not fair. It really isn't fair. And politicians of all colours, by the way, of all political persuasions, we need to push this to the top of the agenda, because I'm sure, in my mind, there's not one member of Parliament, despite the fact that some people decided to vote against free school meals, I'm sure that there isn't anyone in Parliament wishing to see any kid go to school hungry, starving, in fact. And we all owe a debt of gratitude to the teaching profession, everyone in the education system who've worked tirelessly to help the kids. You know, we live in the 5th richest economy in the world, and our children shouldn't be forced to live like this. Rickets is on the increase. In the North East area, there's over 1 in 4, that's like 35,000 children living below the UK poverty line, and they're not eligible for free school meals under the current criteria. More than 1 in 10, that's around 13,000 North East children who are currently eligible do not take up this offer. And there's another 4,000 school children in the North East who are not covered by universal infant-free school meals. They're in families with no recourse to public funds, many of whom will be living well below the poverty line, but not usually eligible for means-tested free school meals. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, to make things worse, this government, have changed the way funding is allocated to school leaving. I should say, allocated to schools, which is leaving them thousands of pounds worse off in missing pupil premium funding, whilst those same schools are unable to take advantage of the government's catch-up funding. In the North East alone, this amounts to a cut between £5.16 million and £7.26 million. All of this after a decade of cuts to our school that really has hammered our schools and the school infrastructure. School funding in the North East is down 2.6% in real terms since 2013-2014, and class sizes have greatly increased. To turn the tide, we need bold government intervention and initiatives to breathe life into our schools, communities and industry to give our children a fighting chance, a fair chance to go on to honest work, so they can build a life for their families and break the cycle for the next generation. You know, our asks are modest. A fair chance for our children to find good, decent, dignified work that they can build a life around, a family around. We should accept nothing less in a country as rich as ours in the 21st century. Levelling up will mean nothing, Madam Deputy Speaker, if our kids continue to go to school hungry. Everyone has the right to food. It's a human right.
Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Wansbeck and to speak in this debate, welcoming the measures outlined in Her Majesty's gracious speech. And I do want to put on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, my thanks to everyone here, everyone in West Worcestershire, everyone across the land who has helped us get through such a difficult year. It has been a truly testing time, and it is wonderful at this moment that we can look forward to seeing an end in sight, and thank you to everyone who's worked so hard to get us here. And I think last week in the local election results, we really saw across the land support for so many Conservative candidates. And I think in the Queen's speech as well, we saw that we have a government here nationally that is one which really listens to what people want, pledges to deliver what people want, and then gets on with the task of delivering that. And I think the measures in the Queen's speech really cover a wide range of those pledges, and the job is now delivering in terms of those pledges. And I want to cover three disparate topics in today's debate, all related to a brighter future for the next generation. And the first is to do with further education in my constituency in West Worcestershire, and specifically the situation with Malvern Hills College, which was taken over in a merger by Warwickshire College back in, I think it was 2016. And unfortunately, during the last year, Warwickshire College have announced that they're going to close the site at Malvern, and they're going to start delivering the courses elsewhere, sometimes as much as 40 miles away. And I just wanted to say how much I back the local initiative to take over Malvern Hills College with a community-backed offer. It's something where I think with the Lifetime Skills Guarantee, for example, we could use the college as a way to deliver some of those courses and that important training that we're going to need for our flexible economy. And I know the board of Warwickshire College is meeting next week, and I would just urge them to engage very seriously with this community bid. Malvern really wants to keep this college in our community. It's been there for over 100 years. It performs an incredibly important function. Now is surely not the time, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be closing that college. The second topic I want to talk about is the important commitment that we made to the world's poorest in our manifesto. And, you know, the Whips know my views on this subject. They know that I am sad that we are breaking our promise to the very poorest in the world. But I do want to welcome the announcement that we heard today in terms of a plan for girls' education and the leadership that the UK government is showing to making sure that every child in the world can get 12 years of quality education. Surely there is nothing better that we could do for our world to make sure that every child, wherever they're born in this world, is able to have an education. It will make our world so much more prosperous, so much healthier, so much safer if we do that. It will tackle so many of the issues that we are facing in this country, where it was alluded to by the member for Gainsborough, so many desperate people are fleeing parts of the world. If they can get a good education where they are born, then surely this is the way forward in terms of a better world. So I'm welcoming the leadership that the UK government is showing on this issue, co-hosting with Kenya in July the replenishment of the Global Partnership for Education. Now they're asking for a $5 billion replenishment over 5 years. And I hope that with the UK's, albeit reduced amount in terms of UK aid, that we will be able to contribute very, very significantly to that. We're asking for 600 million of that 5 billion over 5 years from the UK government. Then the third rather disparate topic that I wanted to touch on, Madam Deputy Speaker, about a brighter future for the next generation, is just to play the role that I'm afraid I played in the budget debates of a bit of a Cassandra in terms of the bond markets. And as someone who traded the bond markets back as long ago as, well, I don't even like to mention how long ago it was, but a long time ago when we had bear markets in bonds, the bond markets can turn on a dime, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think with the amount of fiscal stimulus we have in this country, the amount of monetary stimulus that there is quite a strong risk that we might spark inflation. We saw inflation in America in the statistics that came out this week. We saw the way the markets react to it. We are running quite a large risk in terms of our deficit with the potential for interest rates only to go one way from here, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's upwards. And that could really damage the brighter future for the next generation. So I just urge those who are looking at the leading indicators in terms of our economy, and urge the Chancellor, as he thinks about some of the fiscal choices that he's going to make, that often a stitch in time saves nine in terms of fiscal decisions, and that to ensure a brighter future for everyone and for future generations, I do want to see us bring our deficit back into a manageable and one which gives bond markets confidence that the UK gilt market is one of the best places in the world to invest. Thank you.
We now go to Deirdre Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the House for the opportunity to speak in this debate today. Now, often parents or guardians of new children reevaluate their priorities and dedicate themselves more fully to creating a better future for those children, a better world for their children to grow up in. It's clear, though, that this is not always the case. Now, what parent would stop their children living and working in other European nations? What parent wouldn't act on the climate crisis? What parent would make elections less fair? What parent would keep nuclear weapons? And no amount of interior decoration can make up for a future blighted by unfairness, inequality, and restricted freedoms. This Queen's speech could have set a direction for a better future. It turned out, sadly, to be anything but. Food and drink exporters have borne the brunt of the Brexit burden as their European markets become inaccessible to them, as customs hold-ups saw their produce rotting away in the backs of lorries, as rules which have been in place for decades turned out to be a surprise to the UK government. Where in this mess before us is the supposed help for them? Where the boost to help their families plan for a financially secure future? It isn't there. These businesses, employees and communities have been left swinging in the wind. The future is being failed for these communities, and that means that children are being failed. And that's not the only way that children are being failed by this government. Today in Glasgow, immigration officials raided the peace of asylum seekers, restarting the horror of dawn raids, the state acting to blight a bairn's life. Now, the neighbours stood up for the asylum seekers. Scots from other parts headed in to support them. Scotland and her people have shown time and again that care for your fellow human being can trump suspicion and ill-feeling. The UK government, meanwhile, reinforces the hostile environment. Where in this Queen's speech are the measures to reverse that hostile environment and to restore some humanity to the immigration system? There are none. And last week, Scotland and Wales exercised an extended franchise that let refugees and young adults vote. This week, the UK government wants to limit the franchise to those who have photo ID, something the poor are less likely to have, and the young poor even more so. Top that all off with a sour dose of the government's favoured few communications companies twisting misdirection into politics through their social media tricks, and it's a bit of a steaming great mess. That does not build a better world. Of course, building a better world only works if the world is still habitable. And I can think of no issue which engages young folk today more than the climate crisis. In a year when the UK is hosting COP26, it took the US president to arrange a summit to agree some action. Not enough action to be sure, but some. Now contrast the UK efforts with the global diplomatic effort France put in back in the day, which resulted in the Paris Agreement. Now, UK government ministers should be embarrassed, ashamed of the pitiful efforts towards finding solutions. It's not even greenwashing, it's just a faint suggestion of pistachio. Now, it wouldn't have been too hard to look at the example set just across the channel and seek to at least match it, but ambition has been posted missing. We're told again that the Environment Bill is coming, a little like the Tooth Fairy though, it comes in the night and is gone again. 3 years in the legislative process, promised for much longer than that. I get the impression that it's more about keeping the window dressed than addressing the issues. That's more important for England than the rest of us, and it puzzles me that the opposition parties in England can't find it in themselves to demand it moves faster for the sake of the children breathing the dirty air, if nothing else. I welcome the measures to enhance animal welfare. I wish they'd been matched by measures to enhance human welfare, but I welcome them for what they are. Live exports for fattening should be banned. Proper welfare policies for animals in the wild should also be introduced. I assume that the intention is then to ban the shooting of game birds and deer for sport. I look forward to seeing the content of those bills and checking whether the truth lives up to the spin. Always check the receipts, I say, even when the donors are paying. I cast one last look at this Queen's speech 5 years after the Brexit referendum. Is this all that taking back control amounts to? Is this it? All that upheaval, all that bitterness, all the failures of Brexit, so that we can have this insipid, uninspired stuff? Taking back control. Aye, right.
Jackie Doyle-Price.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It won't surprise you to know that I'll be taking a rather more positive outlook on the Queen's speech than that we've just heard. And after the difficult events of the last year, of course, it should be true across this House that we all want to guarantee a brighter future for everyone. And we must particularly think about the children who've had massive disruptions to their schools, and indeed university students for that matter. Not least because it's not only damaged their education and potentially their life chances, but the fact of the matter is that they're going to be paying a much higher taxes for the rest of their life to deal with the consequences of this. And I really want to reflect on the speech given by my honourable friend Eleanor for Worcestershire, because she's absolutely right. We can only spend the money that we collect from taxpayers, whether it's taxpayers of today or taxpayers of tomorrow. And there is a risk, if confidence falls in our economy, that there would be consequences for the markets of that. And I think we do all need to be very conscious of that, particularly when, in the wake of this pandemic, it's very easy for us to ask the government for more money for this and more money for that, but it's not without consequence, and I think we have to be very, very careful. So I really want to make a plea, not just for the taxpayers of today and tomorrow, but also for everyone, because if we do end up in the situation that my honourable friend has described, as she says, interest rates can only go one way. Everyone will feel impoverished, everyone with a mortgage, and we really do need to be careful of that. It is perhaps a number of decades since we had that experience in this country, but that doesn't mean it will never return if we are not always vigilant about protecting our money and having a sensible monetary and fiscal policy. But it's also fair to say that the quality of our public services shouldn't be measured by what we spend on them. They should be measured by what they actually deliver. And I have huge confidence in all our public services, all workers in them, that they are as determined as we all are to get us all out of the position that we're in. And I'm sure there will be great amounts of innovation, imagination and leadership in order to get us back to a new normal. Now, it's also worth saying that the impact of the pandemic has not been borne equally. But our focus on building back better must be inclusive. It needs to be fair to all generations and to all communities. We do need to govern as one nation, where everyone has a stake. And I have to say that having been an MP for 11 years, I am happier now, more than ever, that we are doing just that. You know, there are communities out there who thought that the political classes were not speaking for them. My own friend, the member for Gainsborough, referred to the issue of immigration as being influencing Brexit, but that was just one. There was just a general feeling amongst the public that all politicians really weren't talking about the world they lived in. Because we know we live in the greatest country in the world. But every time we switch on the news, we hear how terrible everything is. But that's neither true, nor is it what people want to hear. And communities don't actually want to be told they're being left behind. You know, our citizens are proud. They're proud of the communities that they live in. They don't want to be talked down to. They do want hope. They do want to be able to realise their ambitions. And they want their communities to be the best they can be. But they want to lead that. They don't just want to be take what's been given to them and be grateful. They want to be assured that their government is working for them. And that's why I'm so pleased with this Queen's speech, because those communities will be very pleased to see the investment that's being delivered by this government. In Thurrock, we are hugely excited to be delivering the Thames Freeport. Tilbury, in my constituency, is the poorest of the 100 poorest towns in this country. And I'm proud that it is a one-nation Conservative government that is showing its confidence in Tilbury through the Freeport and through the Towns Fund, and it's been a long time coming. After years of neglect from a Labour government and a Labour council, I'm proud it's a Conservative government and a Conservative council that is investing in Tilbury and making sure that we realise that ambition. And generally, it feels very much to me that the Labour Party have historically neglected their core voters in their traditional communities, in the view that those voters would have nowhere else to go. Well, they do. And the results of the last week prove that they are now voting Conservative because we are giving them hope. And we are talking about the things that matter to them. Turning again to how we build a better future for all our young people, we absolutely must grip this issue of building more homes. And I know that's not something that's going to be welcomed by everybody on these benches, but I'm afraid this is something where we must show responsibility and leadership, because there are too many young people for whom the ambition of owning their own home seems to be a pipe dream. So we need to properly invest with imagination in the ability to deliver housing solutions that they can then respond to. I really welcome the proposals for legislation on tackling the strategy on tackling violence against women and girls. I think we've had a moment of revelation in this House about the issues that women face today. But for women who are members of this House, it was not a revelation to us, but we must make sure that we are able to take action which enables women to feel empowered and not threatened as they go about their lives. Similarly, I welcome the Online Safety Bill. I think it's fair to say that the legislative environment hasn't kept pace with the development of social media and the internet, which has become weaponised as a tool for abuse and bad behaviour. That abuse and bad behaviour is now spreading out into the real world, sadly, and we must take advantage of that. And I think in the short time I have available left, one of the things the Chancellor of the Exchequer said in approaching this pandemic is that the NHS would have all the money it needed to deal with it. And I think largely that's been true. In fact, in some respects, it's had too much. Track and trace is a huge budget for perhaps not being as effective as we would like it to be. But I'll just say again, just to shout out for our pharmacists, they've really stepped up to the plate during this pandemic. They were open when GPs weren't. But we know that the financial costs of that are leading a third of them to face the potential closure. I don't think we can afford to lose that valuable part of our NHS, and I hope the government do something to address it.
Steve McCabe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just say that I concur with the last point that the Honourable Lady made about community pharmacists. When I listen to the rhetoric about levelling up, increasing opportunities, improving life chances, I agree. That's what many families and communities all over this country now yearn for. They want a future for their children, a home, a job, and hope for the future. So I don't challenge the government in what it says, but the question is whether the programme matches the rhetoric. There are bills in the Queen's speech where we could go further if we want to address the levelling up agenda. I hope we'll see a willingness that's been absent in the past for ministers to accept amendments to their plans in this Parliament, amendments designed to improve legislation and to address real concerns and worries of our constituents. If we really aspire to a bright future for the next generation, we need to start with the early years. And so I welcome proposals for family hubs and the plan for 1,001 critical days. It's taken 10 years for the government to get here, but I welcome it nonetheless. We need to identify children with difficulties or disabilities at an early age and give them the help they need. We need to reduce the spiralling costs and numbers of children being taken into care, increasingly because of family poverty. And our custodial settings are full of people with speech, language and communication difficulties which have gone undiagnosed for years. We've got to address this. If we want to improve life chances, we need early intervention, structured support and vastly improved provision for those with speech, language and communication difficulties. I acknowledge recent support for children's hospices, but I urge that the government looks again at core funding for palliative care for children with life-limiting conditions. And we need to do more for carers, both in terms of paid leave and respite care provision. I'm glad to hear the government address the question of the skills gap. It's a big problem in the West Midlands, and I welcome the idea of the Skills Accelerator programme and hope we'll take advantage of employer involvement to look again at a more flexible and imaginative use of the apprenticeship levy, which is in danger of becoming a jobs tax. And I'm afraid I'm sceptical that a man or woman made redundant in their mid-40s will be motivated by the prospect of a £10,000+ loan. We should be using the National Insurance Contributions Bill to see if there's a way that people with a long record of contributions facing such choices might be entitled to an advance to help with retraining. We also need more local commissioning for job programmes in areas of high and stubborn unemployment, and especially when it comes to helping disabled people back into work. The planning bill may improve the supply of housing, which I welcome, but where are the measures to address illegal conversion of family homes into houses of multiple occupation, which, when coupled with the current exempt accommodation market, is creating a gravy train for crooks, spivs and, in some cases, organised crime? How have we ended up in a situation where women and children fleeing domestic abuse find themselves housed alongside ex-prisoners with a history of violence or people with major substance abuse issues? We have the Victims Bill, the Building Safety Bill and the Planning Bill. We could halt the dangerous and dodgy conversions which turn family homes into HMOs. We could guarantee safe, decent and reserved accommodation for victims of domestic violence, and we could ensure that supported accommodation means exactly that. And while I welcome proposals for the Online Harms Bill, I wonder if we need to address the situation where paedophile porn is legal if the actress dressed as a child looking prepubescent and filmed in a child's bedroom is actually over 18. What market are these films aimed at? They glorify incest, rape and abuse of minors. And how can a man who openly acknowledges his appetite for this legal material be regarded as safe to work with children and have unsupervised access to his own young daughters? What bright future is there for the children who fall prey to perverts fuelled by this legal filth? I'll back the government when it brings in measures to offer people a brighter future. And I hope ministers will back my constituents by allowing us to amend legislation to address issues happening right now which are destroying the future prospects of far too many people.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Queen's speech? I'm delighted to see that the Prime Minister yet again says that he is going to back 12 years of quality education for girls. And this will affect millions of girls around the country, around the world. It's a very important and ambitious pledge. Sadly, I would love to think it is all going to be achieved, but because of the developing countries have had such savage cuts by the FCDO to the ODA budget, it is unlikely to happen. 0.5% from 0.7% is a double whammy, as our economy has gone down. So this ambition is very important here in this country too. And unless the ability for children to marry under the age of 18 is banned, then it's highly unlikely to be achieved. The law dating to marriage, where children can marry between the ages of 16 and 17 with the parents' consent, dates back to 1929, and I think this should stop. It was when marriages could be as much about family dynasties as being in love. And this law was appropriate for the time, but today it's responsible for the misery of hundreds of girls across the UK every year who are coerced into child marriage by their parents. The bill that I tried to put in the last session would have removed this exception, but sadly it fell. The scale of the problem is very difficult to estimate because many such marriages are clandestine, while fewer than 100 marriages involving children aged 16 and 17 are recorded in official statistics. The volume of calls received by charities such as Karma Nirvana and the Iranian and Kurdish Women's Rights Organisation, which support victims of honour-based abuse and forced marriage, suggests that the true number is much greater. The majority of these do not consent to the marriage into which they're being pressured, but are unable to articulate this to their parents or access help. And I've been informed that the problem due to the coronavirus has been exacerbated because the closure of schools has meant that teachers and trusted people cannot be accessed or have not been accessed. The harms of child marriage are significant. The victims of child marriage can expect to suffer from rape, domestic abuse and controlling and coercive behaviour. They're frequently taken out of education early and isolated from their wider community. Those that are extricated from this situation experience considerable difficulty improving their employment and earning prospects because of the lack of education. By contrast, the only cost of the proposition to stop this happening would be to ask a small number of young lovebirds to wait a year or two before they commit the rest of their lives to each other. Compared to preventing years of exploitation and abuse for the most vulnerable girls, this is not a weighty consideration. The benefits of criminalising marriage under the age of 18 will also be felt internationally. The UK is a leading country in women's rights issues, and I welcome the Prime Minister's very strong personal commitment to ensuring 12 years of quality education for girls across the world. And in this global context, the exemption that allows girls aged 16 and 70 to marry with their parents' consent appears curious. Following the first Girls' Summit in 2014, the Department for International Development allocated up to £39 million to support global efforts to prevent child marriages. The UK also signed 2 international human rights conventions which demand that signatories end child marriage in their jurisdictions. Yet we, in the UK, permit child marriage, and that undermines these international efforts. Furthermore, proposals to stop this happening would strengthen the government's existing honour-based abuse and domestic violence. Forced marriage was criminalised in 2014, and the Forced Marriage Unit established to protect those at risk. However, I've become aware through conversations with charities that the Forced Marriage Unit often feels unable to act in cases involving children because the victims have been groomed to appear to be willing. A clear statement in law that children aged 16 and 17 can never consent to marriage would strengthen the Forced Marriage Unit's hand and lead to the vulnerable being protected and criminals punished. Removing the child marriage exception in UK law would send a clear message to other countries like Bangladesh and others which look to our leadership that child marriage should not be tolerated. With the international aid budget cut, it would also be an efficient way the UK could show global leadership in the issue of children's rights and girls' education. So I'm very disappointed that this opportunity was missed in the Queen's speech. There is the opportunity in a bill going into committee stage, and I will be tabling amendments to that. And if that fails, I'll be tabling amendments at report stage, because I feel passionately that girls in this day and age need to be given the opportunity of education and living a life and getting married when they can choose at age 18 or later. So although there are some very good things in the Queen's speech, and I look forward to supporting them through their travels through the House of Commons, I do believe that this is a wasted opportunity, and I hope that the government will look at a way which it can include this embryo bill into another bill so that it becomes law without any further delay.
Thank you. Conor McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I might use the opportunity to get something off my chest, one of the most consistent and intriguing aspects of my tenure as the Member of Parliament for St Helens North is to have constituencies and communities like mine endlessly analysed and labelled, sometimes, God forbid, even patronised by politicians and commentators alike. Those designated and much vaunted working class northern communities like the one I live in and represent are en vogue at the minute. There's what I call a single transferable speech or pamphlet or article doing the rounds about why the Conservative Party have made gains in these sorts of places and what Labour needs to do to win them back. I think the problem for both of us, actually, is that the debate we're having and the terms we use have completely passed people who live in those communities by. No one in St Helens thinks they live in a wall, red, blue or otherwise. People don't go about their daily lives feeling left behind. They don't understand what levelling up means, something I suspect they have in common with most government ministers. And they certainly aren't the homogenous lumpen proletariat caricatured. Most importantly, actually, they aren't stupid. They know that the rhetoric of what the government says and does doesn't match the reality of their lives, promises not delivered, and they're not getting worse, not better, over the last 10 years. Thankfully, from the government's perspective, I suspect there aren't even that many promises to break in this Queen's speech. But neither are they turned on by the rose-tinted nostalgia that patronises their past instead of offering anything for their future. Now, the last year has tested every citizen and community in our country. The impact on older people more susceptible to the ravages of the virus, more isolated, often lonelier, has been tragic and obvious. But the impact on children and young people and their families has also been profound. Here's what we know, Madam Deputy Speaker. A fifth of children in my constituency now live in poverty, up by 25% on the figure recorded 5 years ago. The number of apprenticeship starts in St Helens has halved in the last 5 years. Disadvantaged pupils are now the following number of months of learning behind their peers. In early years, almost 6. For primary school pupils, 9. And for secondary school pupils, a shocking 21 months. And we've had an 80% rise in unemployment for 16 to 24-year-olds in St Helens in the last year. Now, behind all of those figures, it's a point I've made before, is a person, a family, and a wider community. Now, I think it's a shameful record for the party opposite after over a decade in power. But you know what? Me just making another speech attacking the government, however justified, won't change things, and it doesn't cut the mustard for the people that I represent. So instead, what I and political community and business leaders in St Helens Borough and across the Liverpool City region have done is work together to support the ambition, the creativity, the resilience and the vibrancy of our young people by protecting the most vulnerable, ensuring opportunities for all and encouraging excellence while giving hope for the future. It's an approach that was endorsed last week when the Labour Party in St Helens increased its vote by 15% and retained control of the council. It's why we've directly invested in young people now, but are also planning for the longer term, from £750,000 on free school meals and record support for children's services this year to a £200 million partnership with the English Cities Fund to radically regenerate our borough over the next 20 years. We've said that ensuring children and young people have a positive start in life is the top priority for us. We've also said we want to make St Helens the best place to live, work and visit in the northwest of England. And these are complementary and, in fact, I would argue, co-dependent aims. Madam Deputy Speaker, the next generation need and want to know about our past, the proud traditions and heritage we have. But we have a responsibility to ensure they realise they and we have a future too, and it's theirs to build and to shape.
Hugh Merriman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for St Helens North, and he talks with great experience about his community, and I hope that I can do likewise for the community that I represent and have been proud to have represented since 2015. And I think it's a real sort of importance that we are opening this debate and talking today about young people and what we must do to ensure that we deliver the brighter future for the next generation. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the pandemic, whilst it has impacted all generations, has had a huge impact on the youngest. And I think it's absolutely right that we look at the young and how we can give them the opportunity to get some of those the lost year back. What people, I think, tend to forget is that for those at my age or similar ages, this has been a difficult time, but we will get that time back. It's almost been a time of hibernation in that particular sense. But for those young people, where a year of their life is also a year where they develop, where they are nurtured, where they grow, that cannot be given back physically. And I think that's why we have to do everything to ensure that we put all the resources into young people, to invest in them, to give them the skills that they perhaps have lost in the last year. And that's why I really welcome the Queen's speech and the commitment it gives to both education but also to skills and a lifelong requirement for that skill base to be given to them. And I also want to touch, because again it relates and always has done for younger people, on the reference within the Queen's speech to the need to fix our housing problem. For so many young people now, getting on the housing ladder is not something they aspire to. It's something that they think that generations before them had that opportunity and it won't be there for them. And that, to me, is an absolute tragedy, not least from this side of the benches. We've always given people the dream, the aspiration, the incentive for them to work hard. We will reduce their taxes, give them a home that they can afford and own for themselves. And for many, they feel this is out of reach. So I absolutely welcome the target of delivering more homes. 300,000 homes per year is absolutely right. It does mean that more homes will have to be built in areas of the country where people would perhaps rather not have them. But I say this, and I've said this on the doorsteps, and I've had doors in my face as a result, when I point out that the reason why the house in the field adjoining the property of the owner I'm talking to, the house is going to be built on that field, is because that young person needs the same opportunity in the way that the house built on what would have previously been a field that I was then talking to had to be built, so that every generation has that opportunity to own a home of their own. But with the housing must come the infrastructure, so that those not just moving to the area, but also those that exist in the area, have all of the schools, the medical facilities and the roads that they require in order for the productivity gains to be delivered across the entire community. And again, I perhaps will reference my corner of the country being in the south east. It's notable that if you look at the increase in population in England as a whole, there has been a 19% increase in the south east in terms of the population, whereas in the north west over the same corresponding time the numbers have dropped by 6%. Yet the amount of spending per head on transport for somebody in the south east versus the north west is exactly the same at £370. So what we see there as evidence is that there's been more house building in the south east, but there hasn't actually been the spend on the infrastructure. And it's also notable for the south east that of all of the major transport projects that are part of the government's welcome £640 billion of investment in infrastructure over the next 5 years, only one of those projects is in the south east. And so I think my message to the front bench is, if we do want to see more houses, and I absolutely do, in the south east, in my constituency, we need hundreds of them per year to give the young people in my constituency the chance of a home of their own. Can we also ensure that the infrastructure spend is built on those areas that are going to deliver the houses, and not to the other parts of the country that might be a little more fashionable than the constituency of Bexhill and Battle when it comes to politics these days? In the 2 minutes I've got remaining, I also want to focus on another huge impact on young people's lives, and that is violence. The shocking increase in knife crime over the last 5 years is something that this House has not spent enough time talking about. It is absolutely outrageous. An 84% increase in knife crime since 2014. Almost 50,000 offences caused by a knife or bladed instrument in the last year. Yes, it has gone down a little in the last year, but we don't know if that's as a result of greater government focus, which I have welcomed over the last year, or the lockdown. But what's absolutely essential is the legislation that's being promised targets those offenders that ruin people's lives and families' lives, and indeed their own, by the use of a bladed weapon. And I want to see the government really come down hard on those perpetrators, but also look at this from a health angle and a community perspective to ensure that people know that this is something that they cannot continue to do. I also want to focus on the other end of the spectrum. We talk about the younger population. Indeed, social care reform will impact on the young who need social care as well. But I represent a population that is ageing and that number continues to increase. And those people need more than just a few words and commitments that proposals will be brought forward to reform social care. They need the reform of social care to start this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, because just even in the 6 years I've been in this place, we talk a great deal about it, but we're not seeing the action. Successive governments have not delivered the reform that's badly needed. I hope this is the year when we find out what those proposals are and we start to legislate it, because it's essential that older people are given the dignity and care in their advancing years. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would always implore the Government to remember it's not just a question of legislating, but good legislation, looking at the law of unforeseen consequences that can come out with good intentions but bad legislation. Let's make sure we use the brains of this place and the other place to make legislation better and really deliver a good, proper period of reform. Thank you.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in the debate on the gracious speech today. National aid was enshrined in law as the democratic will of the House of Commons on the basis of a manifesto commitment the British people voted for and have voted for time and again. Reneging on this commitment is not a matter for the Chancellor alone. It is a matter for this Parliament. So I ask the Minister to confirm whether the Government will bring forward legislation so that the many members in this place who believe slashing UK aid to be profoundly wrong can vote against it. Madam Deputy Speaker, each one of our precious children and young people deserves a brighter future, but the meanness and poverty of ambition in this gracious speech will only let them down. They deserve a bolder and more ambitious plan for our country than this meagre offering, and I call on the Government to reconsider its cynical cuts to our schools, universities and councils in London and to international aid, and instead to equip, fund and empower our local communities to deliver for everyone.
We now go by video link to Neil Parish.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in the Queen's speech. And I very much welcome the Government's commitment to protect the environment and invest in our new green industries to help us reach net zero by 2050. I'm very fortunate to represent a very green constituency. My constituency starts in Exmoor, it goes down through the Blackdown Hills, and down at Seaton we reach the sea on the south coast of Devon. It is a very beautiful constituency. It's one that relies on a lot of farming, a lot of growing, and a lot of tourism. And so a green recovery is so important. And as we come out of COVID, I look forward to the government pursuing a green recovery. In particular, I look forward to the return of the Environment Bill to Parliament. The bill will set a range of binding targets to be enforced by a new world-class Office for Environmental Protection. I know that an interim OEP is expected to be operational by July. It is essential we get that up and running as soon as possible so that it can lay the groundwork for the full body to be established. The bill also sets out ambitious targets for tree planting, which I welcome. I am keen to see what I describe as smart tree planting, which means planting the trees in the right places to maximise the benefits. For example, trees can not only capture and store carbon, but they also keep soil from eroding, and in the right places can form natural flood defences. We can achieve this by making sure we properly reward farmers for tree planting. It has to be financially attractive to them to ensure that the take-up is strong and we can deliver the trees that we want to plant in this country. If we can properly join up agriculture and environmental protection, we'll be able to protect and enhance biodiversity while maintaining a good level of food production. But it's not just action here in the UK that we need to take. We must look at our global footprint. It is right the Environment Bill includes measures to protect the world's forests and hold companies accountable for illegal deforestation they cause. But I think this measure can be even stronger in two key ways. First, we must ensure that financial companies are also held to account and are not excluded from carrying out due diligence. The UK global deforestation footprint is not only coming from the products we buy as consumers, but also from UK banks providing money to companies driving illegal deforestation in places such as Brazil and Malaysia. Second, indigenous peoples are often being exploited by corporations and in many cases seeing their lands and livelihoods destroyed. I want to see us protect these people by ensuring that their consent is obtained before any development takes place. Taken together, I believe these measures would ensure that the UK has robust deforestation laws which can be proud of and will set a high bar for the rest of the world to follow. The final points I would like to make is one about air quality. Tackling climate change and cutting our carbon emissions is rightly a government priority, but poor air quality is affecting people's day-to-day lives and has serious impacts on their health. Poor air quality is linked to an estimated 64,000 premature deaths a year. It was earlier this year named in a coroner's report as directly contributing to the loss of life for the first time. We need to improve the quality of air across this country, but it's a particular issue in our cities and big towns. I know that the government has laid out targets for air quality in the Environment Bill, but I would like to see that go further. I would set more stringent targets, including, for example, bringing limits to the pollutant PM2.5 into line with World Health Organization's standards. But overall, I think the government is taking great steps to protect the environment and ensure a greener recovery from the pandemic. In hosting COP26, we have a prime opportunity to show a global leadership on these issues. And I think we can also move forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, with making sure that we have a good agriculture sector, a good horticulture sector, and that we are producing very high quality, environmentally sound and animally welfare friendly food. And we can balance that with producing a very clean and green environment. So I hope that the government will now take this opportunity to make our environmental laws as robust as possible. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to be called to speak in this hugely important debate and to follow the honourable member for Tiverton and Honiton. And I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable friend from Glasgow North West who led the debate for the SNP earlier today. And she was absolutely right to frame her contribution around and against the backdrop of the SNP's quite stunning victory in last week's Scottish parliamentary elections. A victory that saw the SNP re-elected for the 4th consecutive term, with the most votes ever received by a party in a Scottish parliamentary election. It was also an election that was remarkable because it saw the government party, after 14 years in power, actually increase its share of the vote and take seats from both main opposition parties. And it was an election in which parties standing unambiguously on a platform of allowing the Scottish people to decide their constitutional future in a referendum won a clear majority of seats in our Parliament. And I hope and I expect that, having received just 22% of the vote for their ill-conceived Vote Conservative to Stop Another referendum campaign, that the Tories, now having had time to reflect on the scale of their defeat, would accept that there is no legitimate or democratic reason for them now to stand in the way of the will of the Scottish people when it is expressed by our Parliament. And apart from the remarkable result, what was also striking in last week's poll was the level of public engagement, with a record number of people turning out to cast their vote in those elections. Now, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, these things don't happen by accident, and it was the Scottish Government in 2014 which led the way by extending the franchise to include all 16 and 17-year-olds, and more recently, I am very proud to say, all refugees living in Scotland and those foreign nationals with leave to remain were also added to the voters' roll. And as a result of extending the franchise and actively encouraging as many people who live in Scotland to have a say in the future direction of the country, we now enjoy a thriving, healthy and robust democracy. And it is telling, indeed very worrying, that while Scotland builds that thriving, healthy, robust democracy, here, this government are trying to introduce the Electoral Integrity Bill, legislation which they will try to pass off as nothing more sinister than as a benign attempt to eliminate voter fraud by getting people to turn up to polling stations and produce photo ID, but which we know is nothing more than a crude and transparent attempt to cleanse the register and disenfranchise millions of people, mainly from minority, disadvantaged or already marginalised communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a shameful proposal, and it's one that comes straight out of the Donald Trump alt-right playbook. First, conjure up a demon. Then, convince people that the demon poses a threat to them and that something has to be done. And finally, introduce draconian and totally disproportionate legislation to slay the demon that you've just invented. And before you know it, millions of people who you know would rather eat their own toenails and vote Conservative are removed from the electoral register. And what's most chilling about this is the transparency of it all, and the fact that the government don't even feel the need to hide particularly what they're doing or why they're doing it. Because they know it won't be the well-heeled, affluent middle classes who'll struggle to produce a passport or a driving licence at the polling station. They know that disproportionately it'll be the young, it'll be the poor, it'll be the marginalised, it'll be minority communities who don't have a passport or who don't drive or who haven't managed along to pick up or register for their voter ID card that will be affected by this legislation. They know that in the UK there are already between 2.5 and 3.5 million people who do not have photo ID, and they know that many of them will be added to the list of the 9 million UK citizens who are already missing from the electoral register. Let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one's saying that voter fraud is not a serious crime. Of course it is, and it has to be treated as such. No one's saying that those who commit such a crime shouldn't be punished for it. Of course they should. But the fact is, voter fraud, particularly personation at polling stations, is such a rare occurrence that to have a government legislate for it should set alarm bells ringing among those of us who believe that all governments should be trying to remove barriers rather than to raise them. Quite simply, there is no evidence whatsoever that voter fraud is a widespread problem in the United Kingdom. So why are the government pursuing this venture? A venture that even Ruth Davidson, of all people, admitted in person last night was virtually non-existent. Why would they seek to introduce legislation to make it more difficult at a time when more and more people are electing to vote by post? The only conclusion one can draw is that this isn't about protecting the integrity of elections at all. This is an exercise in voter suppression. The voter-suppressing electoral integrity bill is something we'd expect to see from the right-wing Republicans in the state of Georgia, not from this Parliament. This anti-democratic piece of legislation indeed hasn't gone unnoticed among civil rights groups in America, of the Southern Poverty Law Centre, Common Cause and the American Civil Liberties Union, all expressing concern that this is being imported into the UK. They can see that this bill is nothing more than a crude tool of voter suppression. We can see it too. We know it's being introduced to slay a demon that they invented and to provide them with a fig leaf with which they can hide behind while they cleanse the register. It's wrong, it's fundamentally anti-democratic, and if they pursue it, we will oppose it at every stage in this House.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Anne-Marie Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to be speaking in this debate about the gracious speech. And I absolutely welcome the agenda for national recovery which the government has set. But in that recovery, we must not forget the South West. Clearly, the North needs help. But if we look at the levels of deprivation, they are as severe in the South West as they are in many parts of the North. And that needs to be taken account of. The rural areas need support, and in particular, support on infrastructure and broadband, which should be focused on those areas currently most exposed in the rural heartlands of the South West. But two of the key planks of this speech have been education, but also health and care and our NHS. The proposed suite of legislation to deliver that world-class health and care is extremely welcome. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a number of issues which I believe have been missed. First, mental health is clearly something that must have parity of esteem with physical health, but nowhere on the face of the health and care bill is that clear. There is no provision for representation on the new integrated care system boards for those providing mental health services. That's a must. There are no provisions for measuring outcomes for mental health measures. Secondly, COVID has demonstrated beyond doubt that medicines and devices are as much a key part of delivering good health and care as doctors, nurses and hospitals. And yet they too are absent from this legislation. If we are talking about integration, it cannot be just about integrating health and care. It must be about integrating health, care and the provision of medicines and devices. We know that access to medicines and devices has been one of the most challenging issues generally, not just during COVID. And unless we look at these new commissioning arrangements in the new legislation, which looks at all four parts of the system, health, care, medicine and devices, then we will sub-optimise and we will not deliver the health and care that people need and people deserve. Thirdly, social care. Very welcome. But we need to remember it's not just about money, it's about the system itself. And again, it's about parity of esteem. Social care has for too long been the Cinderella service. That must change. We must see proper recognition. We must see a proper career structure. We must see training for those entering social care alongside those entering our health system. Nurses must be able to transfer across and between these two systems. And the pay for both, frankly, must be equal, transparent and fair. We also have a very sensible focus on public health, and I'm delighted at the focus on obesity. It is clearly a key issue of our time. But I would suggest that there is more than obesity. We need to recognise the increasing interest that individuals have on purchasing all sorts of substances across the counter, from beauticians, from pharmacists and from other professionals, which at the moment are regulated not to the same level that something which is a medicine would be. There is a committee which is under the auspices of the MHRA, the Borderline Substances Committee. And between that committee and the Food Standards Agency, these sorts of substances are evaluated for their efficacy, but also their safety. And I would suggest, in the light of the Cumberledge report, that the Committee for Borderline Substances and the Food Standards Agency are reviewed to see whether or not the systems they have in place are adequate for this increasing demand for these new substances, nutritional and otherwise. This is urgent and it is important. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I turn to the legislation proposed for victims of abuse, and again in a health context. These victims need all the support that we can give them, but at the moment their first port of call is very often the police. But the reality is they would deliver far more valuable information and they would get far better support within the context of general practice within our NHS system. But at the moment there is no training provided for GPs and no expectation that they should deal with this as a real front and centre concern coming into their doors on a day-to-day basis. I'm delighted in Devon we actually have, I think, the only pilot from our CCG which actually has a lead officer on domestic abuse and sexual violence. But that should be rolled out. This sort of offence is going to be best detected and best treated within our general practice and within our NHS, and that needs to be looked at urgently if we are serious. These issues that I raised, Madam Deputy Speaker, are crucially important if we are to deliver this absolutely best-in-class health and care system. And these issues need to be covered not in secondary legislation, but on the face of this upcoming series of legislative provisions. What is legislated for will be done. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Rupa Haq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all want a brighter future for the next generation, but the experience of this government over the last 10 years, although they try and kid us that they're brand new, shows abject failure of our young, which the contents of this Queen's speech do little to fix. Levelling up surely should encompass intergenerational readjustment rather than simply rewarding gerrymandered Tory voting territories. As coronavirus has been cruel to all of us, but its effects have been no more acutely felt than upon the young, already reeling from imbalanced housing market effects and stuck in precarious employment. Generation rent, now forced back into the bosom of the parental home, boomerang generation, with rocketing youth unemployment, an education system in disarray, and a mental health crisis. And all those natural expectations of youth as a carefree phase you know, you're only young once, that you'll always do better than the lot of your parents. Shattered. And cue in the middle of all this a Queen's speech of missed opportunities and broken promises, viewed with disbelief by young people for whom, I don't know, say a flat of their own costing £200,000 might be something they dream of, and then they see refurbishment by a Prime Minister in very questionable circumstances for the same price tag. No renters' rights legislation here, no new cladding protections. So much for no one losing their home to COVID. Another discarded assurance from a PM never knowingly undersold. Remember lying down in front of the bulldozers to stop Heathrow expansion? Nothing here to combat climate change, the most important issue of our generation, everyone's generation, and particularly championed by the young, as we've seen in Greta Thunberg and the school strikers. Mind you, all schools have been on strike, in a way of speaking, for the last year. No employment bill here to tackle 0 hours contracts that the young are so familiar with as the sort of bulk of the gig economy. Nothing to do anything about the repugnant, immoral practice of fire and rehire that companies exploiting the crisis have all been up to while we've all been distracted by the virus. Nothing on child poverty, and the sectors and working ways of the young have been hardest hit, like hospitality or startups, shafted and punished for their courageous forays into self-employment and freelancing. Remember, 3 million people have had no government support for over a year because they fall between all the cracks. And at every turn of coronavirus, it feels the young have been an afterthought, forgotten, even sacrificed, as seen in the exam shambles of last year, or the unhappy situation of undergraduates hoodwinked into paying full fees for a barely functioning student experience, and compounded by their usual lifeline of casual work too, gone. The artificial situation with millions of the young on furlough is another bubble set to soon burst when that is withdrawn as we lurch from cliff edge to cliff edge. Where is the commitment to the jobs of the future that Labour's Green New Deal would deliver? Or any kind of jobs guarantee in all this? Instead, people are paying more and more to be less and less secure. And I must be getting old because I'm looking fondly at my own youth. I think we were called Generation X in those days. We were able to benefit from Erasmus, no longer open to the Generation Y. I think they're now called the Millennials and Generation Z, who instead have the inferior, sort of more monoglot, distinctly Anglophile Turing scheme. And it's a startling fact that nobody born after the year 2000, that's 21-year-olds and everyone younger, a sector set to grow and grow, had any say on Brexit, and they are the most opposed. And what do we get instead in this gracious speech? An imagined war on the woke with solutions to non-existent problems. And it's funny how that usual parroted line when we ask about casework to do with universities that they are autonomous institutions is ignored here when we see this academic freedom so-called legislation, when figures show that the number of speaker events that this would apply to are less than 1%, i.e. this is more than 99% not needed. Yet there's no action on student hardship or mental health support or education cuts. And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I actually agree with the Scottish High Tory Ruth Davidson on this second non-existent problem I want to identify, and that's the, it was mentioned by the honourable gentleman from the SNP, the Trumpian tactics of voter suppression via the need for photo ID. And the adjective she used on TV last night sort of rhymes with Jackson Pollock's, I believe. So, I mean, if we look at an electorate of 47 million at the last general election, how many cases were there of impersonation, the thing that this is meant to tackle? One solitary single case. This is a youth issue, because they're going to be the people less likely to have a driving licence. And it's also an equalities issue, because black people and non-binary trans individuals are the kind of people that are going to fall foul. And they're already overrepresented in the 3.5 million voters that have no photo ID at the moment. And Cut to the Bone councils already have enough on their plate to be dealing with this as well. And we've seen how it's the low-hanging fruit of things like libraries and youth services that all councils have had to axe. It's another wrong priority, and nothing at all for the biggest item of local government expenditure everywhere, social care. We were promised a clear plan, up and ready, I think it was. And there's a demographic time bomb coming down the track, nothing in there on this specifically. And, you know, people, I suppose life cycle means new generations. People talk about people my age as being the sandwich generation, caring at one end for offspring, at the other for parents. So look, I want to end positively, so I will quote Dua Lipa from the Brit Awards. Things are opening up, the vaccination programme is rolling out. She identified another thing that was missing, an NHS pay rise. There's still time to do this, they could do it if they wanted to. So, yes, to really level up, I think we should look at intergenerational rebalancing, not just pitting people against each other, regions against each other. And the other thing that was missing was Dennis Skinner.
Steve Double.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from Central Ealing and Acton, although I take a much more optimistic view of our country and this Queen's speech. And perhaps if there is one thing that the Labour Party should consider from the results of the election last week and, in fact, the last general election, is that the people of this country want their representatives who actually believe in their country and have a positive view of the future of their country. And all of this negativity and continually talking down our country, I think the voters have had enough of that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I count myself doubly lucky, if you will excuse the pun. First of all, because I was born in Cornwall. And if to be born British is to win the lottery, then as far as I'm concerned, to be born Cornish is to win the Euro Millions. But secondly, not only being born Cornish, I have managed to stay in Cornwall for all of my life and managed to build a reasonable life for myself and my family while remaining there. But sadly, too many of my contemporaries didn't have that choice. They had to leave Cornwall in order to fulfil their ambitions, and too many that chose to stay had to make compromise and reduce their ambition and miss many of the opportunities that other parts of the country take for granted. And this was one of the key reasons I got involved in politics in the first place, because I wanted future generations, my children, my grandchildren, and, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will reveal to the House I will become a grandfather in just a few weeks' time. I want them to have the opportunities to have a good job and a career and be able to stay in Cornwall. And that is why I welcome many of the measures contained in this Queen's speech. The government's commitment to level up, to strive for equality of opportunity across our country is at the heart of the legislative programme for this parliamentary session, and I absolutely welcome it. I just want to mention three things very particularly. I'm delighted to see the emphasis being placed on further education. It is so important to ensure our young people, and indeed adults, are able to gain the skills they need for the future jobs market. I welcome the Lifelong Skills Guarantee, which will enable those who have sadly lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic to obtain the new skills they are going to need so that they can take advantage of the new jobs that are coming. And I think that's a very, very positive step. Job opportunities, Madam Deputy Speaker, are something that are absolutely essential for Cornwall. We need to create the well-paid jobs of the future. For too long, average wages and productivity in Cornwall have been among the lowest in the country. Average salaries in Cornwall are more than £10,000 per year below the UK average. And I would just gently say to the ministers on the front bench and to the government, no, in fact, actually, I would strongly say to them that any plan to level up our country must have Cornwall front and centre. It cannot just be about the north. I welcome the commitment to bring forward the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, and I would remind the government of clear commitments made by the Prime Minister and others to Cornwall that we will receive a dedicated fund of similar quantum than we have previously received through EU funding. The new opportunities exist in Cornwall, the emerging space sector with Spaceport Cornwall, the development of lithium extraction and our ambition to have a gigafactory in Cornwall to manufacture the batteries for our future electric vehicles, along with renewable energy, particularly geothermal energy. Cornwall can become a real powerhouse of the future jobs in this government's green growth ambition and contribute to our nation's prosperity. But we need the government to back us to realise these opportunities. Another thing I want to mention, Madam Deputy Speaker, is something that really needs urgent attention, and that is the growing housing crisis in Cornwall. It has been difficult for Cornish young people to be able to buy their own home for decades. The gap between our low wages and high house prices has been increasing for many years. But one of the results of the past year has been that it is now more difficult than ever. We have seen a staggering 140% increase in demand to buy property in Cornwall. In the first quarter of this year alone, there have been 15.2 million searches for purchasing property in Cornwall. Now, I can fully appreciate why so many people want to move to the most amazing part of the country to live, but it is not a sustainable position for local people. Average house prices in Cornwall are now £311,000, an increase of £38,000 or 14% over the past year. It is simply putting buying a house even more out of the reach of local young people. And whilst I recognise the government's desire to reform planning in order to make it easier to provide homes for the future, I do believe we need to be cautious. There is great concern in Cornwall that making it easier for developers to build new homes will see vast swathes of Cornwall built over, that will change the unique character and nature of Cornwall, yet these new homes will still be out of the reach of local people and will simply continue to fuel the second homes and buy-to-rent markets. I am well aware that this is a very complex challenge, but I would say to the government that a one-size-fits-all national approach is not going to work for every part of the country. We need to find tailored solutions to places like Cornwall where demand far outstrips supply. Simply building thousands of new homes that only people from outside of Cornwall can afford are not going to be the answer. Schemes like Help to Buy, New Homes Discount, the 95% mortgages and community housing trusts can all play an important part. I want Cornish young people to have a bright future in Cornwall, to have a great education, a well-paid job and to be able to buy their own home. Last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of Cornwall put their trust in our party like never before. In a historic election, they elected a Conservative majority council for the very first time. The Queen's speech contains many measures that will help us together to address these challenges. Cornwall is ready to level up. What we must now do is repay their trust and deliver the funding, the support, the investment and the economic growth the people of Cornwall need so that our young people can enjoy a prosperous future in the place that they love.
Stephen Bonnet.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the member for St Austell and Newquay in this important Queen's speech. A brighter future for the next generation, Madam Deputy Speaker. What better gift can we give to our young persons than the gift of determining their own futures? Of course, in Scotland we already offer the young adults in our country the right to vote, extending the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds. And we saw in the recent Scottish general election and that of those across England and Wales our parliamentary democracy in action. And the people we on these SNP benches represent in greater numbers than ever before made their views known. Scotland has spoken, and our democratic will has been made abundantly clear. I am in no doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the strong voice of the Scottish people has echoed right through the heart of these chambers and indeed into the government offices. Scotland has had enough of being disrespected. Brexit was and is the final straw. While the election we recently went through was different in so many ways, the results in Scotland were once again the same. The UK Government's programme was roundly rejected, Tory ideology rejected, and once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, the good people of Scotland put their faith in us, the SNP, and return Nicola Sturgeon as our First Minister. The SNP have been re-elected for a fourth historic Conservative term in government in Scotland. The Scottish people have chosen to ensure that Scotland's future is firmly in Scotland's hands. The Tories must not and cannot and they will not stand in the way of our democracy. The last time Scotland let the UK government take hostage our sovereignty, we were ripped from the European Union against our will. With that came the uncertainty to the lives and the livelihoods of everyone across these nations, but in particularly so our next generation and their chance of that brighter future. And is it any wonder that our next generation in Scotland are completely fed up of Tory regimes and their overlords they did not ask for, and certainly did not vote for? A generation fed up of the lack of accountability and lack of integrity of successive and continual Tory governments. A generation who have grew up hearing from the supposed opposition benches that they are going to stop the Tories and they are going to win in the hope that it might be less bad for Scotland. A generation fed up of hearing time and time again their representatives that are sent here to these benches being roundly ignored our democratic views and our constructive suggestions to safeguard Scotland being utterly rejected. And a generation fed up of a Prime Minister who simply bumbles from one ill-considered strategy to the next, leaving only a trail of woe in his path. It is of no wonder that recent polls from the Scottish Political Monitor show huge support for independence among the young people of Scotland. 79% of 16 to 24-year-olds and 68% of 25 to 34-year-olds now say they would support leaving this union, for it is only a union in name. They know that we are not on a two-way street, but on an endless path of right-wing destruction. The question, therefore, then must be, why is the UK Government looking for any which way to block the wishes of Scotland's electorate and new generations to have their say on Scottish independence? If the Government really wanted to reform voting franchise that this place uses, then why not empower the young persons across the United Kingdom by extending the vote to them? Instead, the Queen's speech in this area will likely lead to further disenfranchising of the young people across these nations, as my honourable friend for Argyll and Bute made reference to. Madam Deputy Speaker, with 16 and 17-year-olds now able to vote in Scottish elections and seeing many of our young people engaged and energised truly inspires real hope for our future. And in the recent Holyrood elections, for the very first time, foreign nationals and refugees also had the right to vote and take part in our democracy. That is a tangible symbol of the inclusive country that Scotland is. I'll happily give reason.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I wonder whether he could confirm that the majority of voters last week voted for parties opposed to a second independence referendum. And therefore, if the Scottish Government respected Scottish democracy, they would realise that there was no such appetite.
I thank the Right Honourable Minister for his contributions there. And I think it's worth noting, Madam Deputy Speaker, the SNP winning 62 first-past-the-post constituency seats is comparable to one of the UK parties, the Conservatives, the Labours, the Lib Dems. So it's comparable to one of them winning 552 seats in this place. Would that be a mandate? Would that be a mandate for the Government to carry out? Yes. So I think I have answered the question. Yes, I'll be happy, Richard.
Is the honourable member's making a characteristically excellent speech? Would he agree with me that it's a remarkable achievement in a proportional electoral system to achieve the result that the Scottish National Party did last week, and in that proportional representation outcome, the exact proportion of Conservative and Unionist MSPs to Scottish National Party MSPs was 1 to 2. So the SNP achieved over twice the number of MSPs, as did the Conservatives.
I thank the honourable member for his contributions, and I think everybody in Scotland sees the results for what they are. Everybody sees democracy in action in Scotland, and everybody sees the actions of this Conservative Government. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we contrast the Tory Government in this Queen's speech where the intention is to introduce voter ID at Westminster elections, and has been said it is a Trump-like action on the rights of refugees and others, and a blatantly, utterly blatant form of voter suppression. To those whose voices actually matter most, yet are continually suppressed. The Tories are repeating the same mistakes that they made after the last economic crisis, blighting young people's futures by forcing through damaging cuts, damaging policy that is threatening Scotland's recovery. Instead of building us all a fairer society to live in and to allow our youth to flourish, this government is entrenching inequality and pushing people deeper into poverty by imposing a public sector pay freeze, imposing cuts to universal credit and an efficiency of review in the public services. Young people in Scotland want the opportunity to have their say on their own future, and the UK government cannot and will not justify blocking them. With that independence, Scotland would have the ability to become a more prosperous nation, holding the power to create bespoke and sustainable economic growth strategies. And the SNP are already leading the way and showing us exactly what a progressive society in Scotland can look like. The Conservative government don't offer free tuition. The SNP Scottish Government do. The Tories don't offer us any child payment. The Scottish SNP Government do. The Tories don't offer a real living wage. The Scottish SNP Government do. The Prime Minister and the government he leads must respect the will of the Scottish people, who voted overwhelmingly to re-elect the SNP with a cast-iron mandate for a post-pandemic independence referendum. The Prime Minister must come to accept that the people of Scotland know that their constitutional status depends not upon decisions of a supposedly sovereign Parliament here in Westminster, but lies upon the wishes and the sovereignty of the Scottish people. This country cannot afford any more dithering and dodging by the Prime Minister. We in Scotland were dragged out of the European Union against our will, in direct contradiction, as I say, with the majority in our country. We in Scotland were totally neglected, of course, in the negotiations, and with no regard to our interest or our future prosperity during the negotiations with our European counterparts. And yet, it is we in Scotland, and it is our next generation of young people who will pay the price for the storm that is brewing. That is why the choice of the young people in Scotland has been made clear. The young people of Scotland, the electorate of Scotland, have chosen the SNP to represent them. They have chosen to take their future into their own hands, and they have chosen to be asked the question on Scottish independence. Thank you.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Coatbridge, Tristan and Belton. I'm sure he's much more fun over a beer than he is maybe over in the chamber right now, and I look forward to enjoying one with him next week as we reopen. But areas such as Stoke-on-Trent, Kidsgrove and Talk had been forgotten. But this Queen's speech reaffirms that under this Prime Minister we are delivering on the people's priorities and levelling up our United Kingdom. Like the geothermal potential that lies beneath the potteries, waiting to be unleashed in the green industrial revolution, Stoke-on-Trent is a hotbed of potential and talent. For levelling up to mean something in Stoke-on-Trent, Kidsgrove and Talk, we need to ensure that people can get access to the skills they need and the opportunities to use them. As a teacher, I saw the impact a good education can have. But sadly, Stoke-on-Trent currently has one of the lowest take-up rates of level 3 and 4 qualifications in the country, with too many children not reaching their full potential. So the introduction of the Skills and Post-16 Education Bill and the new Lifetime Skills Guarantee is transformative, offering access to skills across the country that will allow people to reskill or upskill for the jobs of the future. But whilst education is crucial to levelling up, so too is the opportunity to access high-skilled and well-paid jobs in our local area. That is why I continue to campaign for the Home Office to make their second home in Stoke-on-Trent as part of the Places for Growth programme. I hope my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, a Keele University graduate and former Stoke-on-Trent resident, will hear my calls once again this afternoon and deliver for her adopted city. We can also deliver jobs through the fantastic Advanced Research and Invention Agency Bill in this Queen's speech. The new agency ties in neatly to the campaign of Lucidian's Chief Executive Tony Kinsella, whose global headquarters is based in Stoke-on-Trent, which, with £36 million of government investment in Advanced Ceramics Campus, would unlock £150 million of private investment and create up to 4,200 jobs. This is a campaign being led by my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, with the full support of my honourable friend, the member of Stoke-on-Trent South, and me. This government is also investing millions into previously forgotten towns through the Levelling Up Fund and the Towns Deal Fund, creating new jobs, all in the name of levelling up. Under a Conservative Staffordshire County Council, Conservative-led Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough Council and a Conservative Chancellor, we have managed to secure £7 million of funding collectively, which will see this important community asset revived in 2022. In total, the £17.6 million Towns Deal Fund for Kidsgrove is unlocking the opportunity to regenerate our high street, upgrade our railway station, create up to 2,000 new jobs at the Chaffley Valley site, and invest in activities for young people, such as the 3G Astro pitches at the King's School or the soon-to-be-completed pump track at Chinky Park. That in comparison to when Labour ran Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough Council in 2012 to 2018, where they spent the grand sum of £15,000 over 6 years. It is a Conservative government, Conservative County Council and Conservative Borough Council, all of which are blue, that is delivering for local people. But now looking at the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill, again we have legislation that delivers on what the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork want. Tougher sentences for child murderers, tougher sentences for sex offenders, tougher sentences for killer drivers, tougher sentences for drug dealers and tougher sentences for knife carriers. It also adopts the Private Members Bill brought forward by my honourable friend, the member for Bracknell, introduced almost 12 months ago, which creates a distinct offence and punishment for anyone who desecrates war memorials and war graves to our glorious dead. How anyone can object to this list baffles me, and I hope members opposite will have seen the recent local elections as a wake-up call and now back my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, in passing this vital piece of legislation. I also hope members opposite will recognise that people want us to sort out the immigration system and back my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, as she brings forward the new Sovereign Borders Bill. This legislation is positive, long overdue and important to the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork. But what I've mentioned today is only a snapshot of a bold and ambitious domestic agenda. Whilst, therefore, it's a shame that the Labour Party has adopted such a negative attitude in this Queen's speech, it is not a surprise. The Labour Party is simply a party representing the views and opinions of the few, not the many. In jest, I described the Labour Party on BBC Radio Stoke as having become the party for the avocado-eating, chai latte-drinking elite. But I think the honourable member for Birmingham Perry Barr was much more succinct when he tweeted the Labour Party had become a London-based bourgeoisie with the support of brigades of woke social media warriors. This is no better evidence than by the former Labour Council leader of Amber Valley Borough Council, Chris Emmis-Williams, who said after his electoral loss, "The voters have let us down." It is the mentality which shows the Labour Party has adopted the master and servant complex. The champagne socialists of North Islington carry on tweeting their ideology, violently denouncing anyone who doesn't agree with them, whilst we on these benches proudly listen to and serve the hard-working men and women of this country, the silent majority that make our United Kingdom the best country in the world.
We now go by video link to Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to say it's a pleasure to follow the member from Stoke-on-Trent North. This year has been like no other for young people in Luton North. Last summer, when the government nearly snatched away offers from the brightest of kids in Luton, I met with 16, 17, 18-year-olds who felt like this government was holding them back because they were seen as coming from the wrong town, because this government saw them as coming from the wrong background. They felt like they were a total blind spot for a Conservative government that does not speak for them. And I know what it feels like to be judged by what your parents did, what school you went to, and I don't want that for Luton's future, because we should take pride in our roots and pride in our town. I'm optimistic about Luton's future, but I want to ask the ministers here today why it is when they talk about levelling up, they're not talking about kids in Luton North. Schools and parents have done everything they could over the last year. Tawny Boys School reached out to provide digital support for parents. Chiltern Learning Trust continued their fantastic professional development of teaching staff. Lee Manor School made sure no child went without and purchased digital equipment when the Education Secretary fell short again. Leland School fiercely advocated on behalf of their students when it came to mental health impacts because of the exam chaos. Cardinal Newman School kept their pupils' minds and bodies active with a combined walk of over 11,000 kilometres. and Luton Sixth Form provided additional support for their staff and students throughout. Schools and parents work their socks off to provide the best future for Luton's children. It's time the Education Secretary did the same. Our primary schools and early years went above and beyond to ensure life was as normal as possible for young ones. But it breaks my heart that they are forced to do so much to tackle the impacts of child poverty as much as they are educating our children. They now provide the very basics because this government has failed. If a child is hungry, they aren't learning. But what kind of society is this where a food bank in a school is now the norm? Where was the plan to lift 4.5 million children out of poverty in this Queen's speech? It's a shame these children aren't a priority for this government, because they are for the rest of us. Every child deserves a bright start, and I will unashamedly fight for young people in Luton North's ambitions to be met. In this gracious address, government seemed more obsessed with attacking students and student unions than they were with improving access to higher education for young people. The postcode of where you're born should never determine the opportunities you get in life. If we're for anything as a Labour Party, it's that. Why shouldn't a child in Luton North have the same opportunities as a child who went to Eton or Harrow? Which is why contextual offers for universities and skill training offer a genuine chance to level the playing field. It's about who the student is, what they're capable of, and what they know, rather than who they know. We need this to equalise the life chances of children in Luton with other parts of the country, or even just from one end of Luton to the other. And to finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me ask if any of us are genuinely shocked that an arguably talent-less Education Secretary wants to cut funding for teaching by half for those with real talent. Cutting support to the arts is economically, culturally, and in so many other ways complete and utter nonsense. Before COVID, UK creatives were contributing almost £13 million to the UK economy every hour. Our artists' talents should be valued for their input to our culture as well as our economy. Fantastic people at the Youth Network in Luton told me loud and clear that our arts and cultural sectors deserve to thrive, and they're absolutely right. So, if the party opposite really thinks that our musicians, our artists, our performers should face 50% cuts to teaching, then to any bands, artists, actors or DJs listening, I'll back any campaign that charges Tory MPs 50% more when they try to get into concerts, theatres, galleries, festivals, or even clubs. Madam Deputy Speaker, this very thin Queen's speech showed a government failing to match the ambition of young people in Luton North. Good, secure jobs with better rights at work, decent training and improved access to higher education, ending inequality and living happier, healthier lives in a place to take pride in. That's what we needed in this Queen's speech. I'm optimistic about Luton's future, and I'll be standing right alongside young people, parents, charities and schools, all fighting for a bright future for every child in Luton North. I hope one day we'll get a government which does the same.
Thank you. Henry Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for affording me a few minutes to contribute to this gracious speech debate on a bright future for the next generation, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Luton North. This was a Queen's speech that very firmly lays the foundations for the next generation to build our country back better from the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I would like to start by welcoming legislation coming forward to support our NHS going forward, to make sure that it is the most innovative health service anywhere in the world using the most up-to-date technology. When it comes to the future of education for our young people, and indeed people of all ages, I very much welcome the announcement of the Skills and Post-16 bill that was announced in the Queen's speech a few days ago. And just this week, I welcome the fact that Crawley College, working with the universities of Sussex and Brighton, have got to the next stage of introducing an Institute of Technology to be based at that educational setting. I also very much welcome the Building Back Safer announcements made in the gracious speech as well. Has been mentioned by honourable and right honourable members earlier, the very worrying rise in knife crime, particularly here in the capital, needs addressing, and a scourge that is affecting my constituency and many others has been county lines drug dealing, and I welcome the fact that the government is committed to increasing support and resources for law and order so that those issues are tackled, because young people are all too often the victims of criminal behaviour. I very much welcome as well the announcement of an environment bill. This will secure the UK's place in the world as global leaders in the new green industrial revolution as, again, we recover from the pandemic, but in a sustainable way. And I should declare, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the chair of the Future of Aviation Group, I welcome that British Airlines last year committed to net zero carbon by 2050, and that the government has committed to the Jet Zero Council to ensure that we are at the forefront of technology that will deliver that. But talking about the future, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also wanted to mention specifically the animal welfare legislation that was announced in the gracious speech a couple of days ago as well, and I again declare an interest as a Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Animal Welfare and a patron of the Conservative Animal Welfare Foundation. In the last session of Parliament, it was wonderful news that just a fortnight ago the sentencing for those who commit animal welfare abuse, that piece of legislation became on the statute book. And we now have a whole raft of measures that have been announced in the Queen's speech in terms of delivering further on that animal welfare pledge. The introduction of sentience into UK law is something that I think is very important. Anyone who has grown up with animals or who works with animals know that they are sentient beings, and it's vital that this will now be enshrined in our legal system with an animal welfare and sentience committee to ensure that that legislation is delivered in the very best way. An issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I have campaigned on for many years is to end live animal exports for fattening and for slaughter. This incredibly cruel practice has been going on for far too long. Now we have left the European Union and the European single market. It is possible for us to end this cruel trade, and I'm delighted that that announcement has been made. I would also say to the government that I think this is a two-way process, and we need to be doing more to ensure that cruelly produced products are prevented from being imported into this country. In the last Parliament, I spoke about the cruel practices of foie gras, where ducks and geese are force-fed to produce a fatty liver, which some people believe is a delicacy, that the importation of that product should be banned, as should be the importation of fur banned as well. But I do welcome the announcement in the gracious speech of the International Animal Welfare Bill, which will strengthen measures against trophy hunting products being able to be imported into this country. I was pleased in the last Parliament to be on the Ivory Bill Committee. That is now law, and we are going further still. More domestically, I very much welcome the introduction of legislation announced in the Queen's speech to ban puppy smuggling. The practice causes great distress and ill health to many animals, and is a fraud often perpetrated on people who want to provide a loving home to a pet, and it's important that that matter is addressed as well. I also very much welcome the establishment of the pet theft task force that the government announced the other day. Pet theft is a horrible crime where much-loved members of families in the form of their pets are taken and causes great distress. And I also welcome the introduction of microchipping for cats, as is the case with dogs, so that those pets who are lost have a much better chance of being reunited. This Queen's speech really did represent a solid foundation for future generations, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend it to the House.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Beth Winter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today on this important topic. The Queen's speech is an important date in our calendar, but sadly, this Queen's speech was another missed opportunity to deliver the transformational change needed to enable every young person to reach their potential. It lacks ambition and is hardly the radical change we need to build back better or level up. The proposed legislation laid out in the Queen's speech does little to address the issues that threaten future generations: poverty, inequality, unemployment, debt, poor education, low skills, mental health strains, high cost of living, and crucially, an impending climate and ecological crisis. The returning Environment Bill is insufficient to tackle the climate emergency. I have concerns that it will not prevent regression on environmental standards as we leave the EU, especially in regards to air quality, waste management and the use of pesticides. The proposed introduction of voter ID will disenfranchise and marginalise young people, alongside Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities, by creating additional barriers to voting. The failure of the government to include the much anticipated employment bill will mean that when entering the workforce, future generations will continue to be exposed to poor pay, insecurity, inequality and the continued damaging and immoral fire and rehire practices. In Wales, we have done better, and there's a lot that the UK government can learn from us. We are the only country in the UK to have a Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which places a legal obligation on all public bodies to improve our social, cultural, environmental and economic well-being. The Act includes 7 well-being goals, which all policies should work towards. They are prosperity, resilience, health, equality, building cohesive communities, being responsible globally and encouraging a vibrant culture and thriving Welsh language. The need to protect future generations is therefore in Wales embedded into law, and it has made sustainable development the organising principle of government. This means that the needs of the present should be met without compromising the needs of future generations. And the UN has described the Act, which was introduced back in 2015, as world-leading. Legislation is cross-cutting and underpins all the work of the Welsh Government. It has contributed to the introduction of bold, progressive and radical initiatives in Wales, like the declaration of a climate emergency, retention of the education maintenance allowance, a new innovative school curriculum, free school meal provision for all school holidays up to and including Easter 2022, a bill that enables 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in Welsh elections, which they did for the first time last week. Under the leadership of Mark Drakeford, the newly elected Labour government in Wales has committed to continue this good work that seeks to secure a brighter future for the next generation, including a guarantee of an offer of work, education, training or self-employment for young people, a new framework for youth services in Wales, 125,000 all-age apprenticeships, real living wage for social care staff, enactment of the Social Partnership Bill, and abolition of the use of single-use plastics. Despite our progress, decades of underfunding and austerity by successive UK Tory governments continue to impact negatively on this good work. The Welsh Government budget set by the Treasury here is still lower per head in real terms than it was in 2010. UK government's attempts to bypass the Senedd with the Levelling Up and community renewal funding exposes their contempt for devolution and their lack of understanding of the real priorities for us here in Wales. The process is a complete shambles. Funding is limited, not properly targeted, and excludes some deprived areas. To quote Jeremy Miles, the Counsel General and previous Senedd, this Conservative government has an appalling record of providing Wales with even a fair share of UK spending, let alone the kind of funding needed to level up. This government could have gone a lot further and followed the lead given by the alternative Queen's Speech by introducing a Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill, a Real Living Wage Bill, a Climate and Ecology Bill, and the Social Security Bill. So it will come as no surprise that I am supporting the following amendments that have been tabled. Amendment A, tabled by the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion, which calls on the Government to bring forward a Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill. Amendment C, tabled by the Honourable Member for Coventry South, calling for a People's Green New Deal Bill to provide a state-led programme of economic transformation with a green jobs revolution. And Amendment F, tabled by the Honourable Member for Leeds East, calling on the Government to bring forward a bill to introduce a progressive tax system, taxing the wealthy, and a windfall tax on companies making super profits. The late Dr Imtiaz, once Mayor of my constituency, Cynon Valley, sent me a Christmas card some years ago, and it said, "We do not inherit the world, we only borrowed it from our children. We need to be sure that we leave it in a better place for my children and yours." Thank you very much.
Thank you. After the next speaker, the time limit will reduce to 5 minutes, but it remains the same. For Flick Drummond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think I've really talked for more than 5 minutes ever in this chamber, but I shall see what I'm going to do. I'm really delighted to be contributing to this debate on the Queen's gracious speech. The next generation is crucial for the future of our country, and I'm very pleased that the Government has put it as a major focus. It is such a pleasure to be part of this dynamic government with far-reaching policies that are changing this country for the better. I think the Skills and Post-16 Education Bill is a great chance to upskill our country, as is the Lifetime Skills Guarantee. And I look forward to working with further education colleges and local employers in Mearn Valley on providing opportunities. Already, Kickstart, another great policy that we've introduced to help young people into work, has been taken up by organisations and is a success. Now, education is something I'm particularly interested in, having worked as an Ofsted lay inspector, a school governor for many years, and of course, like many others, a parent. It is one of the reasons why I pursued a political career, because sadly, politics comes into education. But firstly, I want to praise all our school staff who've worked so hard during COVID and pay tribute to the leadership of every head teacher. They have had to work very hard in difficult circumstances, and I've been listening I've been listening to all their views carefully in Mearn Valley. They are now focused on helping every pupil catch up, and I'm pleased that this is also a focus of this government. We are rightly considering extending the school day to help young people catch up, but we must ensure that additional time is used to broaden their education in the long term and retain a longer day after the immediate challenge of COVID recovery. I know this is something teachers welcome as an opportunity to bring outside specialists in areas such as arts, music and sport, to name but a few. COVID has also given us a chance to relook at our education system and assessment, and I do not believe that we have got the right assessment system in England for the modern day. The Secretary of State has kindly listened to my views, which were set out in the One Nation Conservative paper on education, which I wrote alongside my honourable friend for Truro and Falmouth, who wrote about early years education. I can't say that the Secretary of State has agreed with everything that I've written, but I am hoping that he might listen in future. Our assessment system is no longer fit for purpose. It is not helping those young people that want to succeed through vocational courses. Many vocational courses, such as apprenticeships and T-levels, are not being seen as important as academic ones. But if they were all put into a different assessment system, such as an all-encompassing national baccalaureate at 18, although I hope we would call it something else, Parents, teachers and young people themselves would be more likely to push for qualifications that fit the person rather than pushing them into directions that they might not be keen on. I welcome the work that the National Baccalaureate Trust is doing on this and its consultation, and I hope that everyone with an interest in the matter will engage with it. We must make sure that this is seen as an opportunity to level up vocational and academic subjects and help end the negative perceptions about vocational and technical education. For instance, GCSEs, why are we still spending valuable education time on doing exams at 16 when young people stay in education or training until 18? We need an education system that provides a wide-ranging curriculum from 14 to 18 that enables young people to achieve their goals with recognition that their achievement is on the same par as others. And one of the issues that really struck me when visiting a further education college was the high percentage of young people that were doing maths and English GCSEs over and over again, failing each time but unable to move on until they passed them. We do need qualifications and examinations too, but there are much better ways to assess people than allowing them to fail in an area which is not suited to them. And we all know that education is the way out of poverty, but it doesn't have to be an academic education, but an education that is seen as valuable to employers and, more importantly, to life chances. So my request to the Minister is to please listen to the many educators that are working in this field. Our levelling up agenda is going to transform this country, and education is going to be part of that. So I'm incredibly excited about the future of this country. The Queen's speech has been very clear that this government has the right policies, and I'm looking forward to delivering on our promises. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mira Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Queen's speech could have been an opportunity for the government to show real leadership on the challenges that face not only current generations, but the generations to come. Instead, it has been a lost opportunity. This government is good at making promises, but it is poor on delivery. It scrapped the Green Homes Grant, it cut grants available for people to buy electric vehicles. Under current predictions, we will not meet the 4th and 5th carbon budget, and current predictions say that the UK will fail on 14 out of 20 biodiversity targets. It is without question, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Environment Bill, which has been delayed without explanation, must be brought back to Parliament as a matter of urgency, and it needs to be much stronger. It needs to include a strong Office of Environmental Protection, which has the powers and resources to hold the government to account on its climate promises. And it needs legally binding interim targets so that the government cannot continue to delay. The climate and ecological emergency has the potential to be even more devastating than COVID-19. In just under 30 years, we need to cut our carbon emissions worldwide to net zero. It may already be too late to limit the rise in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. Given the promise that the Prime Minister made only a few weeks ago of bringing forward the 2050 target of curbing emissions by 78% by 2035, why is there no bill proposed in the Queen's speech to reflect the PM's promises? Adopting a bill specifically designed to cut most emissions by 2035, thereby mitigating against the worst effects of climate change in the next decade, would set the UK up as a trailblazer at COP26. It would make us the first UN country to have such legislation, but it is not there. A missed opportunity. While the government should not lose focus on our national targets, we also need to recognise that climate action begins at the local level. Many local authorities, including my own Council of Bath and North East Somerset, were quick off the mark in declaring a climate emergency. Government must work with local authorities to ensure that net zero development frameworks are included in the net zero strategy, and it should be enshrined in law. We should empower local authorities so they can deliver on green transport, homes, energy, infrastructure and waste management. Local authorities are best placed to understand the needs of their community, and they will be critical in delivering effective, coherent change on the ground. Climate change is not tomorrow's problem, but consecutive governments have failed to tackle meaningful action because its worst impacts stretch beyond the average election cycle. Issues that will have widespread consequences are too often neglected in favour of matters that seem more immediate and easier to see. If the government is serious about a brighter future for the next generation, it would support a well-being of future generations bill. From climate change to nuclear proliferation to risks from future technologies to future pandemics, we need to foresee and plan for growing risks, so we are properly equipped to tackle them. This would ensure that future governments publish a long-term vision for a better UK, as well as a national risk assessment looking forward at the next 25 years after every general election. An act dedicated to safeguarding the well-being of future generations would set a gold standard of ensuring that preventative safeguards are in place before it is too late. After all, the experience of the COVID pandemic has taught us that crisis prevention is even more important than crisis management. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Queen's speech has been more than disappointing. We need a bold vision for this country that is long-term and radical. We need a government that is honest with the people, stops making empty promises and instead delivers. Thank you.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many in this place, the last couple of weeks have given me the opportunity to speak and listen to the views of my constituents. It is clear that levelling up and achieving a one-nation recovery to the past year's events is on people's minds. In Keighley and Ilkley and across the country, people have yet again put their faith in the Conservatives to deliver this. And I am pleased, Madam Deputy Speaker, to welcome Julie Glentworth, Mohammed Nazem and Peter Clark to our local team of Conservative district councillors, and to see Russell Brown re-elected to represent the Rother Valley. This government have delivered a Queen's speech which puts levelling up communities like Keighley and Ilkley at its very heart. Levelling up is not just about pitting the north against the south or moving jobs from one city to another. It's about delivering solutions which will rebalance the economy towards communities like Keighley and Ilkley and bringing change that everyone in the United Kingdom will be able to see positively. A range of opportunities, a fair chance and an ability to grow, thrive in a direction of their choosing. Levelling up has been one of my key priorities since I entered this place, and that is why I am proud to be the parliamentary co-chair of the Levelling Up Goals campaign, alongside the Right Honourable Member for Barking. Levelling Up Goals is a cross-party campaign which has identified 14 goals, ranging from strong foundations in early years to closing the digital divide. The goals will make levelling up a reality and not just a slogan, and provide measurables and how policy will have a direct impact on making places like Keighley, those classic forgotten-about locations, a better place to live, work and thrive. And I am delighted that the government's agenda has shown through the Queen's speech that we are passionate and keen to deliver this. Building the right infrastructure is key to expanding opportunities for my constituency. No matter how big or small these projects, they are all very important, like the footbridge between Silsden and Steeton. For far too long, there has been no pedestrian linkage between these two places. Instead, people must cross a 4-lane dual carriageway and look at traffic coming in both directions. Now, to many in this place, it may seem that delivering a footbridge is a small project, but not to these two communities that want to see getting better access to their local train station in Steeton. And delivering on bigger schemes like the Skipton to Cone line, getting better connectivity from Silsden and Keighley to the west of the country. And I'm really determined that the government will deliver on this. The National Infrastructure Plan, outlined in the Queen's speech, will make projects like this a reality. Good health and well-being for residents in places like Keighley and Ilkley is also a key part of the Levelling Up agenda. The Airedale Hospital is a pride a community-based asset within our constituency, and it has served the people of Keighley for many, many years. In fact, this year it has its 51 years birthday, but yet it was built with a life expectancy of 30 years. 3/4 of the hospital is built from aerated concrete, which is known for its structural deficiencies. The Airedale Hospital needs and deserves a rebuild. It will ensure that my constituents get the best quality healthcare that they deserve and will level up the whole community. This project will be a great construction project which will deliver jobs for my community. Madam Deputy Speaker, the last few months, this pandemic has been extremely tough for my constituents. On top of the 3 national lockdowns, my constituents have been living in enhanced local restrictions since last July. Yet, in this place, we owe it to the entire next generation to ensure that their life chances are not defined by this pandemic. Levelling up and ensuring young people have the right advice, open recruitment and fair career progression is crucial to ensuring this. And I am absolutely keen on delivering this. And I must, at this stage, commend the hard-working effort of all of the head teachers right across my constituency. And I must, at this point, congratulate John Skerr, the head teacher of UAK, who has just recently been recognised for being the head teacher of the year within our community. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud that this government has levelling up at the heart of its agenda, and I'm pleased on the Queen's speech is able to deliver this.
We now go by video link to David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to follow the Honourable Member for Keighley and share many of his sentiments about this gracious Queen's speech. There is much to welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the measures outlined, from our armed forces to refugees to our youngest children, but time requires us all to focus on a few key points. And the theme of today is thinking very much about future generations. So the points I want to make are very specifically in that area. Firstly, there is a need to provide certainty for the future about a plan for social care. And whilst I have heard a good deal of criticism of the government in recent days, all of us who are familiar with the social care system will recognise that the solutions are not necessarily ones that require new laws. For example, the way in which we approach the funding of the sector, the structure of the sector, the work between the NHS and local authorities are not things which require new laws. But what we do know, and what I'm very pleased that the government recognises, is that our local authorities have consistently, in the work that we've already done in reforming the social care sector, been the most efficient at using the resources available because they know their communities best. And it's absolutely vital as we think about the future of social care in our country, given it is a sector in which only a small part of its work relates directly to what happens in the NHS, that we do make that resource go as far as possible. So we need a council-led system that places people and communities at its heart. And I look forward to hearing the proposals which I know government is working on in that area. The second area in which I'm thinking very much about future generations is in securing homes, home ownership and access to social housing, to rented homes for the people and the generations that are to come. I very much welcome the fact that the government has recognised that one size does not fit all across our country in this respect. It is important that we reduce the burden of national guidance, which leads to developers seeing sites as investments to sell on, rather than serving the interests of the community by building new homes. It remains my view that making the local authority decision final and ending the cycle of appeals and lobbying would see those homes delivered much more swiftly. But it's really important that the freedoms and the provisions that have been outlined in respect of reform of planning and zoning are used by our local authorities, and that we focus not just on absolute numbers of units, but also that we focus on the types of units, so that in communities like Ruislip, Northern and Pinner, we see the development of more downsizer units so that communities can remain intact whilst we are improving the supply of family-sized homes in a local area. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving on to the Skills and Post-16 Education Bill. As someone who spent much of my life in and around the education sector, I enormously welcome the provisions that have been outlined. in particular the flexibility to move away from a situation where it can feel like all or nothing at school leaving age to a situation where as people develop throughout their lives, they can continue to access the support that they require to retrain, to develop themselves. And the Early Years Health Development Review, which I've been involved with, is something which, again, is a fantastic opportunity to build on the work done by local authorities, by local NHS providers, to transform the life chances of young children and make sure that they get a start in life that sets them up for a bright future. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, preserving nature and wildlife is something that is close to my heart and close to the heart of many of my constituents in Ruislip, Northern and Pinner, which is a key part of the green lungs of our capital city and an important destination for leisure. I particularly welcome the proposals in the bill on animal welfare. I have significant concerns expressed by constituents that some of the elements would reduce the ability of conservation projects abroad to raise funds through charging people for hunting as part of their herd welfare and management activities. I'm pleased to see that the proposal today seems to strike a much better balance between ensuring that the economic contribution that's made by that hunting activity in those countries to conservation that's led to a transformational change in the resources to support animals who may be otherwise at risk will be able to continue, whilst we enhance the protection that is afforded to endangered species, something which I know my constituents and I personally very much want to see. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a huge amount to commend in this Queen's speech. I very much associate myself with the support given by colleagues across the Conservative benches, and I look forward to seeing these implemented and making a difference to the lives of the people I'm here to serve.
Thank you. David Johnson.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, and fellow Education Committee member. It's also a pleasure to speak in this gracious speech debate again, because the last time I did so was for my maiden speech, so it's at least slightly less nerve-wracking this time around. I spent 16 years running organisations for young people before I became an MP in December 2019. And so today, on a brighter future for the next generation, felt like the right day for me to speak. And I start by welcoming what it says about the importance of the early years, because I do think it's right that we try and give children the best possible start to their lives. I don't think it's enough by itself, and I'm reminded of what Geoffrey Canada of the Harlem Children's Zone says, that, you know, what is it you need to create escape velocity for a child that propels them through the rest of their life. I think early years are very important. I don't think by themselves they take care of everything, but I welcome the government's recognition of their central importance. The second thing I welcome is the government's focus on catch-up, because I think the closure of schools has had a profound impact on educational progress and on mental health, and it's going to take years to repair this. And I suspect public debate will focus much more on what the economy is doing and what's happening with NHS waiting lists, and both those things are vitally important. But I hope we will keep a focus on what's happened to children and young people and how we will repair the damage that was done with the closure of schools. I very much welcome the lifetime skills guarantee that's coming forward as part of this gracious speech. I think countries which succeed tend to invest in skills, and this policy will benefit a potential 11 million adults. I think that's very welcome. I think with the FE White Paper, it's a recognition by this government that the focus on 50% of young people going to university by the last Labour government. And I supported many young people to go to university in my previous life, and I understand why it's very important and valuable for young people. But I think it did lead to a neglect of the more than 50% that didn't go, and it did suggest to them that somehow if you weren't part of that target being achieved, you had not succeeded. And I think it's right that the government is now devoting more time to those who don't go to university. And here I would also bring in the race and ethnic disparities, because 2/3 of the young people that I worked with in my last job were from ethnic minorities, because we focused on low-income households. And you saw those disparities across education and employment. Different ethnic groups did very differently at GCSE, and then at A-level, and then in the rates at which they went on to universities, particularly the most selective universities. And then groups that had done well in education might not do anywhere near as well in the labour market. So I think the unfairly maligned report from Dr. Tony Saul and the Commission is full of data which outlines this position and good recommendations that we should be focusing on to try and close some of those gaps. And that brings me on to my final point, which is that these issues are, of course, very important for government, and government's got a key role to play in what happens for the next generation. But it's not just a job for government. What parents do matters. What schools and colleges do matter. We need universities to stop charging high fees for low contact time and poor graduate outcomes. We need our employers to invest in skills, not just leave it to government. We need them to provide work experience and internships and traineeships and apprenticeships and good jobs for young people, not work experience that only goes to the relatives of employees and clients, or unpaid internships, or focusing on recruiting people who are polished rather than those who have the most potential. Because if it was just a job for government, then one well-designed bill that we passed in this House would solve the problem. But that would have happened by now if that was the case. Actually, we need everybody who can play a role. Individuals, charities, social enterprises, businesses, universities, schools, and so on. Everybody who can play a role trying to create a better future for the next generation. But I'm hugely pleased that government is committed to doing everything it can.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to speak in the Queen's Speech debate on the theme of a bright future for the next generation. I'm particularly delighted as parliamentary patron of the YMCA. North Staffordshire YMCA, my constituency, has recently received the Queen's Award for Enterprise for their outstanding work in promoting opportunities for young people from all backgrounds to aspire to and access. I'm sure the whole House would wish to join me in congratulating them. I have spoken often in this place about Stoke-on-Trent as a city with a big heart and a vision for the future, and this is captured in our love of STEAM. That is to say, STEM plus art. This dates back to our very own Josiah Wedgwood, who in the 18th century performed the ultimate alchemy, a blend of science and art, to produce world-class ceramics. More recently, the city was birthplace to the man whose planes won the Battle of Britain, typifying STEAM. We all know how beautiful a Spitfire looks, as well as being a remarkable feat of engineering in its time. When he left Hanley High School, designer Reginald Mitchell worked as an apprentice at a local locomotive engineering works, whilst also studying engineering and mathematics at night. With our lifetime skills guarantee, we will be encouraging a new generation of learners to grow their knowledge as the world of work and job market changes. From the heavy industries of the past to the advanced technologies and digital innovations of the future, Stoke-on-Trent is evolving, and the investment in our city-wide full fibre network has paved the way for the next chapter of STEAM opportunities for future generations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a local entrepreneur said to me, when he went to school careers advice, they simply focused on getting a job, any job. The main thing was finding work to pay the bills. Now the choices are far greater and are more accessible to those who may not have flourished in the more traditional education environment. Many new industries and creative businesses built on intuitive digital and media skills and aptitude rather than formal qualifications. And parents who have worked in traditional industries may find it difficult to appreciate these exciting new career paths in the digital industries and their transferable skills. Some of the most successful businesses in the last year have been the online businesses, and we know that gaming is not just a hobby, but a pathway to great careers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, STEAM is important because it blends our heritage with our future. Our heritage and creativity, maintained today as the world capital of ceramics, and our future which develops the limitless possibilities of ceramics as an advanced material, and our ambition to be the most digitally advanced city in the UK, enabling a new generation of creative innovators to start and grow their businesses close to home. An advanced ceramics campus in the University Quarter, as well as the rollout of Silicon Stoke strategy, which has been championed by my honourable friend for Stoke-on-Trent North, will deliver great opportunities for the next generation, and I will continue to ask for government support for these projects. What STEAM does is to act as the glue to bring together cohesively infrastructure, education, skills, jobs and a vision for the future, as Stoke-on-Trent continues to grow in ambition and capability. The City Council's recently published prospectus articulates this vision very clearly, and through the STEAM agenda we will be powering up the city, steaming ahead with the delivery of our vision that will position Stoke-on-Trent as the hub for new infrastructure, new skills, new jobs and new future. The city's history is a transport hub through our canals and railway networks. Our plans are to reintroduce railway links, improve bus services and reconfigure routes citywide, which will future-proof Stoke-on-Trent as a great place to invest, to work and enjoy a better quality of life, underpinned by our ambitious plans for digital connectivity, plans to be a gigabit-connected city. Stoke-on-Trent is the third fastest city in the UK in terms of jobs recovery. We need to, the pre-pandemic levels are increased by 17%. We need to ensure that our young people will have the right skills to fill these vacancies in this new world of remote and flexible working, and that those leaving full-time education are able to stay in our city, a city full of enterprise, innovation and culture, where house prices mean they can aspire to owning a new first home. Mr Deputy Speaker, Stoke-on-Trent is on the up and is levelling up. It is a vibrant, creative city that is experiencing a renaissance thanks to the investment of this government, investment which will ensure a brighter future for the next generation.
Sally Ann Hart.
Thank you,
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow on from the Honourable Member for Stoke Central. This week's Queen's speech set out a bold agenda to deliver on the vision to level up across our country, with an ambitious programme to unlock the pent-up potential and talent lying within all our constituents as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. I wholeheartedly support this Queen's speech, and in particular I support the bills within it that will help support some of those who have suffered most from the pandemic, students who've missed out on education and individuals who've lost jobs and need to find work. The agenda on levelling up the education and skills offer available to our constituents is possibly one of the most important aspects of this government's programme. The Skills and Post-Education Bill, which I welcome, will bring in the new Lifetime Skill Guarantee, which will give everyone the chance to acquire new expertise at any stage of their lives so that they have the skills employers need. This bill will transform access to skills across the country to ensure that people can train and retrain at any stage in their lives, supporting them to move into higher quality, higher skilled jobs and equipping the workforce with the skills employers need. The focus on education and skills is hugely welcome, especially for my constituents in beautiful Hastings and Rye. This amazing constituency, my home, is located in the affluent southeast, but it suffers from some of the lowest levels of deprivation in the country. Hastings is slipping further down the levels of deprivation and is now the 13th most deprived out of 317 local authorities, based on the 2019 indices of multiple deprivation. In East Sussex, 9 out of the 10 most deprived neighbourhoods are located in Hastings and St Leonards. Baird Ward, for example, is still among the most deprived 0.5% in the whole country. It makes me angry to see these levels of deprivation becoming increasingly worse after years of a Labour-controlled borough council. I am utterly delighted that in last week's local elections the residents of Baird elected Conservatives at both borough and county elections. Our residents deserve better, so we will give them better, because we believe in levelling up, not driving down. This Conservative government is committed to developing opportunities for everyone and every place across the country to fulfil their potential, to excel. As such, I was proud to stand on a manifesto commitment to level up, boosting jobs, driving growth and innovation, increasing opportunity for everyone, and ensuring that everyone has access to excellent public services, regardless of where they would live. I'd like to take this stand for parts of the South East, like Hastings and Rye, which must not be overlooked when it comes to levelling up. Yes, it is absolutely right that those neglected parts of our country, neglected by Labour politicians and taken for granted for generations, are given the opportunities and investment. But we cannot overlook parts in the South East which are also in desperate need of investment in education and skills, transport infrastructure, connectivity and job opportunities. We simply must not neglect nor take for granted our core support. If we do, we are no better than the Labour Party. Turbocharging our economic recovery in every part of our country, increasing and spreading opportunity is vital, and I therefore welcome the landmark Levelling Up White Paper, which will set out bold new policy interventions to improve livelihoods and opportunity in all parts of the UK as we recover from the pandemic. Grasping the opportunities of Brexit, the government is right. A one-size-fits-all approach does not work, and nurturing different types of economic growth and building on the different strengths that different places and different towns have is vital. At a recent meeting with my local Federation of Small Businesses, they were delighted, as am I, to find out that employers are being utilised at the heart of the post-16 skills system through the Skills Accelerator, enabling employers and providers to collaborate to develop skills plans aimed at ensuring local skills provision meets local needs. I do welcome the investment in road and rail, and again would harp on about HS1. We really need that for connectivity. With this Queen's speech and the vision, aims and legislation of this government, we have much to look forward to and a bright blue future.
Kate Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate on the gracious speech and to follow my honourable friend, the member for Hastings and Rye. As a new MP, I've seen firsthand just how committed this government is to uniting and levelling up across the country. Here in Burton, since my election, we have already received £750,000 towards regenerating our high street and are just about to start public consultation on our £22 million town investment plan. And in Uttoxeter, discussions are underway regarding what we want to see for the future of the town. We're also looking at how we might make best use of the £20 million Levelling Up Fund to invest in our community. These huge investments from the government will help us build back better after the difficulties we have faced throughout the last 12 months. But what is clear is that if we want the towns all across the country, towns like Burton and Uttoxeter, to prosper and flourish in the long term, then we must make sure the next generation have access to the skills and education they need to help them succeed. Burton is fortunate. We have low rates of unemployment, which is testament to the hard-working nature of my constituents. But businesses have reported a skills shortage, and a legacy of low skills in Burton means the resident workforce is underrepresented in higher paid, higher skilled jobs. We have more schools rated good or outstanding by Ofsted than the national or regional average, but a lower percent attaining good GCSE or A-level results. The Lifetime Skills Guarantee must offer educational options that engage our children and give everyone the chance to train, particularly those that want to look outside the traditional classroom route. JCB Academy in Rochester is a great example of how we can develop engineers and business leaders of the future by offering a curriculum embedded in real industrial practice. Burton's Town Investment Plan recognises the skills gap which currently exists and sets out to address the challenges faced by the town. The creation of new learning facilities through Burton and South Derbyshire College and the University of Wolverhampton will provide higher educational skills and training that responds to the need for clear progression routes. A health and social care realistic environment will offer simulated learning for those on health and science pathways, and a digital hub which will offer learning facilities for creative digital learning, games development, mechatronics and cyber security. The next generation, our children, are going to be faced with some tough problems to tackle. How do we change manufacturing methods to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? How do we feed an increasing population with less land available to produce food? We must ensure that the facilities are available for them to learn these skills, to engage them in learning that inspires them to achieve and succeed. We need to offer them the opportunity to broaden their skill horizon and increase the routes to prosperity within our towns. By providing these opportunities, we can make sure everyone in Burton and Uttoxeter has the chance to realise their potential, regardless of where they're from or their background.
Jim Wakeford.
Right. Deputy Speaker, it's an honour to follow my honourable friend, the member for Buxton, and several members of the Education Select Committee that I'm fortunate to sit on in today's debate. I want to start by echoing the comments for my honourable friend, the member for St Austell and Newquay, in relation to aspiration. For 3 days, we've had Labour members talking down their towns and this country. But we, on this side, truly are the party of opportunity, but more importantly, of aspiration, with the view that our best days truly are ahead of us. Mr Deputy Speaker, let's not forget those great, well-known philosophers, the band Chumbawamba, who in their hit single Tub Thumping said, "We get knocked down, we get back up again, you'll never keep me down." And Mr Deputy Speaker, this country has been knocked down by the pandemic, but we will never keep this country or this government down as we level up our regions and build a truly global Britain. Levelling up, however, can't be achieved without education, which is what I wish to focus on for the rest of my speech today. The Skills and Post-16 Bill will allow residents of Prestwich, Redcliffe and Whitefield to retrain later in life, with a lifetime skills guarantee ensuring that everyone will be able to achieve a minimum standard of achieving a level 3 qualification. As we bounce back from COVID, thanks to the vaccine programme, this government is delivering a long-term catch-up programme so all children across Radcliffe, Whitefield and Prestwich can achieve the fullest of their potential. However, whilst we are focusing on catch-up, this can not only be focused on attainment, it also needs to be focused on our children's mental health with a more holistic view, so they truly are catching up and achieving the most. Mr Deputy Speaker, I declare an interest in that having a very young daughter myself. I want the very best in our early years, so that our youngest children can get the best start in life, setting up their educational careers for life. And acting on the Early Years Healthy Development Review, we are truly able to do that. The government's free school programme is ensuring that the children of Redcliffe will no longer need to travel either out of the town or indeed many times even out of the borough to receive a world-class education. And after many years of failed Labour promises, it is this Conservative government that is achieving that. It is this Conservative Member of Parliament that has taken just over 12 months in this role to achieve just that. However, in order to achieve and ensure a bright future, we need to address the elephant in the room, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that is illiteracy. The BBC launched their programme this Monday to get the roughly 9 million people who have difficulties with reading talking about the issue and improving the country's literacy rates. Not reading holds us all back in terms of health, employment, opportunity, family. So if you can't even help your own child with their homework because you're unable to read, you're holding your child back as well. It's taken many years, Mr Deputy Speaker, to overcome the stigma of mental health. And with the help of the National Literacy Trust as the Secretariat for the APPG on literacy, which I'm very fortunate to chair, we will overcome the stigma of illiteracy as well. Because it cannot be right that in the 21st century we have 1 in 6 people in Britain, 1 in 4 in Scotland and 1 in 8 in Wales who are unable to read. And it is my task to make sure that the government will continue to focus on that, and hopefully the Minister will be able to focus on that later on as well, because it is a scandal that every single member of this House, every member of both chambers should be ashamed of, and we will continue to do all the work we can to address that issue.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to contribute to this important debate today, particularly given its focus on the next generation and looking to the future. I welcome the much of the discussion which has been had so far on skills and education, particularly given how important it is for my part of the world and for the region of the East Midlands. But given that so much has already been spoken about skills, I want to focus my remarks today on another key element of our future success, which is broader than just the acquisition of skills, knowledge or education, but extends instead into our confidence, both individually and collectively, to use those abilities. And when I talk about confidence, I mean the ability for us, as a mature democracy, facing huge opportunities, but also some challenge in the coming decades, to be able to identify, debate and determine our response to what, without doubt, will be massive change in the decades ahead. Bluntly, the ability to have difficult conversations, the confidence to create space for robust debates about who we are as a country, where we want to go and who we want to be, the willingness to engage in debate around and to subject our preconceived notions to rigour, scrutiny and critique. And that is why I particularly want to welcome the government's commitment in the Queen's Speech to guaranteeing freedom of speech on campuses, not just from the perspective of fixing a growing issue in some parts of academia, but also for making a clear statement about how this timeless notion should be continued to be upheld across wider civic society as a whole. That a bill guaranteeing freedom of speech is one which appears necessary is something which should give us all pause in a free, enlightened and curious society. How has an element of higher education managed to place itself into a place where it argues precisely against notions which it is supposed to uphold? Yet given that is exactly what it appears to have slowly done in recent decades, it appears necessary that we do legislate. And I say this as a Conservative who does not want to legislate against things unless it is absolutely necessary. Yet one of the very reasons I am a Conservative is because I seek to deal with the world as it is, not how I wish it would be. And whether I like it or not, it appears that some time-honoured Enlightenment notions of rationality and free speech are being questioned. And if that is the case, then it appears the government is going to have to be clear and make an unambiguous statement that freedom of speech is a value which is non-negotiable and which, if it cannot be guaranteed by manners, tradition and convention, it will need to be so in law. I remain astounded by the extraordinary and extraordinarily deficient vapid intellectual architecture which has grown within our universities in recent decades. 20 years ago, I saw it starting off with the no platforming debates when I was there at university myself. Now, it is the general lack of intellectual curiosity or othering of inconvenient viewpoints which results both in the loss of swathes of perfectly reasonable debate, whilst rendering it almost impossible to draw conclusions across anything. The product of an obsession with a postmodern relativism which has created a toxic quagmire of upended logic and muddled thinking, where no one really knows what can acceptably be said, where no one knows who can acceptably speak, or what level of debate and discussion can actually be had. The frames of the very concept of debate have been loosened to such an extent through the fashions of Foucault or Derrida or their fellow travellers that objectivity and rationality are discarded by some as if they're some kind of out-of-fashion, transient plaything. What follows is this dystopian reality that there is no real ability to draw any form of conclusion at all. That I have my truth, that you have yours, that this bench has its own. The whole discussion is narrowed and then disparaged to an extent where up becomes down and feelings become king. My, what it has come to, that a law is now required, that we have to, not to set reasonable boundaries about freedom of speech, but to ensure that those reasonable boundaries, that people can go to the extent of using them. People have the right to be heard. Viewpoints have the right to be challenged. Comfort must, by necessity, be discomforted
Our world demands pluralism of thought, deed and action as the price for process, progress and improvement, and I welcome the government's intent in this area.
Chris Loder.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate, and it's also a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for North East Derbyshire. Today we are debating the opportunities for future generations, and as the member for West Dorset, I want to make sure that we are in the best possible position to contribute our part to this considerable Conservative government effort for our nation. It is also important, though, that the government hears loud and clear that we in West Dorset are also a strong candidate for levelling up too. I am greatly inspired, Mr Deputy Speaker, by Alan Turing, the inspiration for the government's Turing scheme. He went to school in my hometown of Sherborne and went on to crack the Enigma code of the Second World War. Mr Deputy Speaker, as a farmer's son who has grown up on the land and watched my parents feed the nation, I am proud that we also have one of the best land-based colleges in the country at Kingston Moorwood. It plays a vital role in empowering young people to stay at home in their community rather than having to leave it for a good job far away like I had to do in my 20s. That is a key priority of this Conservative government and one that I wholly support. I ask the government, though, to ensure that we in Dorset, and particularly Kingston Moorwood, can play a much bigger role in providing this opportunity, not just to young people in Dorset, but further afield as well. There are two bills specifically that the government has set out that I commend to the House and support: the Environment Bill and the Animals Abroad Bill. Being from such a beautiful county, you would not think that my constituency of West Dorset has the worst place for air pollution in the entire country. But environmental issues do indeed affect us all. The village of Chiddock, between Bridport and Lyme Regis, has the highest levels of nitrogen dioxide in the entire country from traffic on the A35. The pollution is more than double the government limit. The issue is not new. It has been ongoing for some time, but urgent action is required, and progress can be made with the new powers that the Environment Bill will provide. Mr Deputy Speaker, at the end of the last parliamentary session, Her Majesty the Queen gave her royal assent to my private member's bill, now the Animal Welfare Sentencing Act 2021. But during the second reading of that bill, I outlined to Parliament my continuing mission for animal welfare in this country, and I am delighted the government has again responded to my petition for improved animal welfare in the Queen's speech. Our debates on animal welfare in this place have traditionally been about pets, but it is high time that we get a grip with the care of other animals as well. I want us to ban live animal exports, and I see that the government's intended bill will give us this opportunity, because it is disgraceful that our well-cared-for farm animals can be loaded onto a lorry and sent thousands of miles by land and sea to destinations in southern Europe or further for hours and hours and hours. As a farmer's son, I can tell you that no decent, caring farmer wants to see their animals get shipped abroad for fattening or slaughter. I also want to see, Mr Deputy Speaker, an end to non-stun slaughter of animals in the United Kingdom. I petition the government that we could find an opportunity within the legislative agenda here to stop this practice that causes unnecessary suffering to our animals. The Food Standards Agency have shown that in 2018, 94 million cattle, sheep and poultry were slaughtered in England alone in this manner. The Veterinary Policy Research Foundation says that of those animals non-stunned, for ritual slaughter purposes, some 70% is sold on the general market without labelling. It is a matter, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we need a full debate for in this House. Mr Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty the Queen's speech has been an example of how this Conservative government looks to govern this country, to bring opportunity to it as well as to Dorset and the South West across the country, and I wholly support the Government in its endeavours.
James Daly.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's always a privilege to follow my honourable friend from West Dorset, and I have to say this, I don't know why, I always follow my honourable friend from Derbyshire North East, who is the closest thing to a political poet that I've ever heard. Another wonderful speech, and I say that every time I listen to him. The agenda that this government sets is termed in many different ways, but if levelling up is to mean anything, it's about levelling up of opportunity. We can have all the buildings, all the concrete, all the stadiums, everything could be, we can invest in infrastructure, but if it doesn't have outcomes and positive outcomes for our citizens, we are certainly not going to have a bright future for the next generation. Now, at number 48 on the call list, I think every possible bill and every possible part of the Queen's speech has been discussed, and I don't intend to read out a list of the bits that I support. It goes without saying, as a loyal Conservative, I support it, and I support the intention of the Queen's speech, and I support what this government is trying to achieve. So I thought at number 48, what could I say? And I wanted to look, and I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight a group of individuals who are bursting with potential, bursting with all the skills and everything that we value in our fellow citizens, and that's children with SEND, children with special educational needs. And when I was preparing this speech, I wanted to think about how is it that we can get, or we can at least have that equality of opportunity for children with special educational needs, to give them the best chance at a bright future. And my suggestion, and I hope that my honourable friend on the front bench will give this some consideration, is that we should very seriously, as part of the levelling up agenda, consider the necessity for SEND hubs. SEND hubs would be a one-stop commissioning shop to support children and those from the most disadvantaged backgrounds. As we all know, education, health and care plans are nationally recognised as having a prevalence towards the education experience each child receives, but the health part is limited and on occasion not adequately underpinned with required strategies and services. The same for social care. So special schools or community special schools are often in the position where they have to commission further bespoke services for a young person, but there is not a regular unified commissioning body to provide these services. We therefore have a disjointed system with commissioning beset by delay, which clearly negatively impacts the young person. So the answer, in my view, for young kids with all the potential in the world who have special educational needs, and one of the ways to encourage them to have a brighter future is the establishment of SEND hubs in every council area within the country. Staff from various commissioning bodies working under one roof, where professionals and family members can turn for help immediately if necessary to find the support needed, so that we as politicians are doing everything to support the potential and individual needs of each young person in our country. But the SEND hub would have a wider remit, in that it would provide tailored support through careers and employment services to ensure that kids, no matter their background, have opportunities to enter the workplace, as sadly at present many do not have, the opportunities are limited. SEND hubs inclusive, continuity of provision, tailored to the bespoke needs of each young person at a local level to support the overarching aims of the EHCP would, in my view, be the very best way of closing the aching gap at present where children with SEND do not have equality of opportunity, and we must address this issue as part of the levelling up agenda and part of the bills that are contained within this Queen's speech. I have asked my local authority to make application by way of the Community Renewal Fund to put together a business case for a SEND hub in Bury, and hopefully then apply to the UK Shared Prosperity Fund and other revenue streams to make this a reality. So, I believe that this is a fine Queen's speech. This is a government that is set on changing each and every part of this country and giving each and every one of our fellow citizens the best opportunity to thrive and succeed. And I believe that for children with SEND, the proposal at Hub warm, welcoming, supportive is something that the government should strongly consider.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I just want to thank members across the House for contributing to this important debate today. In particular, I'd like to put on record my thanks to my right honourable friend, the member for Stretford and Urmston, for her continued work and the work of her team in fighting for a bright future for all children and young people across the country. I'd also like to thank the following members for their contributions. I thought the member for Washington and Sunderland West sort of really tackled the government's waiting times for health and cancer treatments, and the member for Birmingham Erdington talked about wanting the independent inquiry into COVID to be drawn up, the terms of reference to be drawn up in consultation with relatives of the bereaved relatives, and that they would be invited to give evidence and to get on with this quickly. I think it was an important message that we've really heard strongly from bereaved relatives this week about the inquiry. My right honourable friend for Wansbeck gave a moving account of child poverty in his constituency, and I thought he very much made the case for a decent, well-funded statutory youth service. The member for Birmingham Selly Oak is incredibly knowledgeable on this area, and I thought he really held the attention of the House when he spelled out exactly what it means when pornography that purports to be child pornography but is in fact filmed by adults pretending to be children and coming across that way, what that means when adults can legally watch that and continue to work with young people. And I hope that the government bench took a particular note to those remarks, and that there might be an opportunity to work to ensure that people who watch this kind of abhorrent pornography are not allowed to work with children and young people. My right honourable friend for St Helens North said there aren't many promises for the government to break in this Queen's speech. Indeed, he's quite right. It was something of a thin gruel. And I congratulate his Labour Council on their re-election in St Helens. It's a council that has been championing children and young people consistently for a number of years. My right honourable friend for Dulwich and West Norwood highlighted that children and young people were very much an afterthought in this pandemic, but very much must be a priority in our country's recovery. Then my right honourable friend, my friend for Ealing Central and Acton followed on from the member for Argyll and Bute when they both raised the issues around requirements to show ID, photo ID to vote. And I regret the Minister had taken a break, not unreasonably, at that point. And I urge her to read back the Hansard on those comments, as I thought they raised some very good points about those who would be potentially excluded from our democracy. My friend for Luton North spoke passionately for the children in her constituency and really praised the schools in her community for stepping up and filling the gaps where the government has dropped the ball, be that with laptops and equipment, the exams chaos, and shockingly, a food bank inside a school. My friend for Cunham Valley shared with the House the progress made by the Welsh Labour government. Indeed, in 2015, they introduced a Wellbeing for Future Generations bill, which has gone on to ensure that there is a bright future for the next generation in Wales, and that means that we have seen voting rights extended to 16 and 17-year-olds, free school meals extended, and a new framework for youth services. Mr Deputy Speaker, children and young people have been left behind by this government since long before the coronavirus crisis, but the pandemic is set to have a scarring effect for an entire generation of young people for years to come. Radical action is needed to ensure the next generation will reach higher with better opportunities than generations before them. This week's Queen's speech was an opportunity to take stock of the devastating year that we've all experienced and instigate that radical action. The last year has been like no other. Families have given up so much, and many have lost loved ones. Coronavirus has brought into sharp focus the inequalities and insecurities rooted in our society, and after a decade of Conservative governments, it's no wonder our public services are underfunded and underprepared for the pandemic. But even at this time of crisis, the Conservatives' Queen's speech was uninspired and unambitious. It fell short across the board, but particularly when it came to young people. And as Shadow Minister for Young People, I don't get many chances to speak at this dispatch box about my brief, and much of that reason is because, of course, on the Conservative benches we don't have a minister dedicated to young people. Their disregard for young people comes so naturally naturally, it's endemic in the way they organise their government, leading to disjointed, haphazard approach on many of the issues young people face today. So perhaps I shouldn't be surprised that this Queen's speech did not mention young people, and that the government have treated them as little more than an afterthought throughout this crisis. For example, the Queen's speech failed to mention the youth jobs crisis. Across this country, millions of young people needed the government to announce solutions to their patchy Kickstart scheme, which has only created jobs for 3% of all young job seekers. The government's Kickstart scheme lacks the scale and ambition needed for a crisis of this magnitude. Labour would deliver a guaranteed job or training opportunity to every young person who needed it and work to end long-term unemployment. Young people are the key workers of the future and must be recognised for their importance in our recovery from this crisis. The government also missed an opportunity to finally release the long-awaited Youth Investment Fund. It was pledged more than 18 months ago by this government, but not a penny has been spent. And COVID-19 has only worsened the crisis in our perilous youth services. Instead, over the last decade, what we have seen from the Conservatives is a 73% cut to our youth services. It has led youth services to be on their knees. So perhaps the Minister can confirm whether the Youth Investment Fund will be released in full, as promised in the last Conservative Party manifesto. As honourable members from across the House have mentioned, the government could have used the Queen's speech to set out how they will support the millions of children who have faced unprecedented disruption to their learning in the last year. Children's recovery should be at the heart of the government's work, and yet the Secretary of State has committed just 43p per pupil per day for catch-up. So does the Minister believe that this is sufficient, or will she be asking the Chancellor, or indeed the Secretary of State, to provide more support? This government's scandalous failings on apprenticeships have stifled young people most in need, and the dropout rates soaring and those from disadvantaged backgrounds have been locked out of opportunities. So can the Minister outline what action she is taking to rectify the 40% decline in new apprenticeships for young people since 2015? And as young people emerge from a devastating year, mental health must be a central focus. Indeed, the relationship between financial security and probable mental health disorders is undeniable. This inequality is well documented, but successive Conservative governments have failed to address it, and it has left less well-off young people falling through the cracks in the system. So can the Minister outline what steps she's going to take to reduce the waiting lists for access to child and adolescent mental health services? The Conservatives' track record on young people has been a series of letdowns and broken promises. After a decade of austerity, young people are facing surging house prices, stagnating wages and rising debts. And all the while, the government has failed to grant 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote, silencing their voices. With votes at 16 guaranteed in Wales and Scotland, there is now a fundamental inequality of rights in this country, a situation which is morally and politically unsustainable for the UK government. And as my honourable friend, the member for Stretford and Urmston, outlined in her opening remarks, Labour would have approached the Queen's speech very differently to guarantee a bright future for all. Labour is committed to making Britain the best place to grow up and preventing today's young people from becoming the lost generation. We would ensure that every young person had the opportunity to fulfil their potential. We would ensure affordable, accessible, high-quality early years education for all and childcare for parents who need it. We have a radical plan that would create time for children to play, learn and develop, and give the teaching profession the support they need to guarantee a world-class education for every child. We would deliver a guaranteed job or training opportunity to every young person who needs it and work to end long-term unemployment. Mr Deputy Speaker, we repeatedly heard that the generation of young people are being called a lost generation. It's not inevitable that a whole cohort of young people will be negatively impacted by this crisis. Let's be clear, it's a choice by the Conservatives. It's a political choice which will be remembered by the current generation of young people, because as long as the government continues to fail our children, the consequences will be felt for a generation. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank all honourable and right honourable members who have taken part in today's debate for what have been many valuable contributions. 2020 and the early part of 21 have been a time of enormous difficulty, and our nation's resolve has been tested by the pandemic. There's been huge disruption to the lives of young people whose futures we debate here today. And as my honourable friend for Bexhill and Battle rightly said, a lost year for us cannot be compared to a lost year of learning and development for them. With the end of the EU transition period in January, the UK began a new chapter in its national story, one of great change and even greater opportunity. And this must become the spur to do things differently and better, and in doing so create more opportunity for young people. We have to use this shift to shatter the stasis which has led to decades of underproductivity and disconnection between decision makers and communities. With UK politicians now being more accountable for delivery, we will pursue policies that work for young people across the UK, and with huge investment in early years, post-16 education, skills, infrastructure and technology, with freedom of intellectual challenge, we hope to create a more outward-looking and dynamic economy. My honourable friend for Harlow made a compelling speech on the skills agenda that he has committed so much campaigning energy to, and welcomed our lifetime skills guarantee. I'm grateful for the way in which he has engaged with me on civil service apprenticeships. I see those apprenticeships routes as absolutely fundamental to our talent pipeline for the digital and data specialist roles that we are creating across government to lead our drive to improve online government services to citizens. And I appreciated my honourable friend for Bury North with his suggestion on send hubs, which I think is an excellent one, and it's a point that I've just raised with the Secretary of State. I was very interested to hear the Honourable Lady for Glasgow North West criticise the English education system when Scotland's performance on PISA league tables has drastically slipped and the attainment gap has increased. Meanwhile, UCAS data shows that just 9.7% of those from Scotland's most disadvantaged areas have been accepted to university compared to 17% in England. I want to wish my right honourable friend for South Northamptonshire a very happy birthday and to thank her for her tireless commitment to the early years agenda over 25 years. As a relatively new mum myself, what she said this afternoon particularly resonated, especially on maternal mental health and support. That's been a real challenge for many new parents during the pandemic, and I wish her the very best on her work on the 1001 critical days that's now been recognised and supported by government. And it's really fantastic to hear of the input that my honourable friend for Eddisbury, who draws on huge experience, and the honourable lady for Washington and Sunderland West has had on that project. I'm sure that my honourable lady has wisdom and warmth that she brought to that role, which was invaluable. And she has raised an extremely important point about cancer services, and I know that NHS delays caused by the pandemic is an area of great focus in the Cabinet Office work on public sector recovery and reform. And it will be tackled also in new health legislation. Excuse me, I'm a bit hoarse today. I learned to my surprise that my right honourable friend for Epsom and Newell is the House's #1 champion of hedgehogs this afternoon, and I was glad to hear of his support for the ambitious environmental and animal welfare measures in the gracious speech. The honourable member for Birmingham Erdington raised the potential for COP26 to inspire and provide opportunities in green tech for young people, and the Cabinet Office in our sponsorship of COP agrees. We are tremendously ambitious in this area, and the London Gateway Freeport in my region and that of my honourable friend for Thurrock will help spur new green investment and jobs, which our work on T-levels, apprenticeships and skills will help local young people take advantage of. As others have made the point, levelling up is not only for the north. My right honourable friend for Basingstoke talked of retaining flexible working from the pandemic to help families, and this is something that the Cabinet Office is actively exploring in areas like public appointments and civil service HR. And my honourable friend for Bury South spoke very movingly on illiteracy, and I hope that our lifelong learning initiatives will help to address this. The honourable lady for Oxford West and Abington supported our education plan and our Kickstart scheme and raised apprenticeships, and I hope she engages with our Skills for Jobs white paper and recognises the enormous investment we're making in skills, including £3,000 incentive for firms to take on apprentices. My right honourable friend for Gainsborough is absolutely right about the emotional commitment we all feel to the future of the Union. Our family of nations has faced the great challenge of the pandemic together through protections to the economy, support from our armed services, procurement of vaccines and more. This is not the time to tear us apart. My honourable friend for West Worcestershire is right to highlight the futures of young girls beyond our shores, where this government is investing hugely in their education as the key to tackling a whole range of global challenges, and the importance of stable public finances to all our futures, something underlined by my honourable friend for Thurrock, who also made an oft-overlooked point that it is outcomes and not money spent that ought to define success in our public services. This is why the Cabinet Office wants to use procurement reforms and digital transformation to improve the performance of our services to all citizens. She talked also of our proposals against violence towards women and girls and to improve online safety to protect young people. And my honourable friend from Mid-Derbyshire raised the important issue of forced marriage, and I really praise her in her campaign. My honourable friend for Bexhill and Battle talked of the importance of new homes and infrastructure to young people's futures. But he also talked about the critical new legislation we're bringing in on fighting knife crime, as did my honourable friend for Crawley and the honourable lady for Dulwich and West Norwood. And this is something that affects far too many young people. It is with deep sadness that we lost Daniel Lascos to knife violence in my constituency on Friday, and his family have been in our hearts this week. I pay tribute to the work of local police officers on this case, and I hope that new powers will help them to do their very vital work so no more lives are lost to senseless violence. A number of honourable members referenced the Levelling Up agenda and its importance to young people in their constituencies, and there was one rather dubious reference to Chumbawamba. The Government is committed to boosting funding for communities in all parts of the UK, with the £4.8 billion Levelling Up Fund and another £220 million to invest in local areas ahead of launching the UK Shared Prosperity Fund in 2022, and a series of infrastructure initiatives of the kind that my honourable friend for Keighley described. We in the Cabinet Office are also committed to ensuring that the administration of government is less Whitehall-centric by locating more civil service roles in the regions and nations of the UK through our ambitious Places for Growth programme. The civil service needs to be visible in and representative of the entire UK across all departments, functions and professions. This will also play an important role in demonstrating our commitment as a government to maintain the integrity of the Union. The Cabinet Office has recently announced that our second headquarters will be located in Glasgow, with 500 officials to be located there in the next 3 years. A number of other departments have also announced their plans to increase UK government presence across the UK. This includes DfT building on its presence in Leeds and Birmingham, MHCLG establishing a second HQ in Wolverhampton, Leeds becoming home to second HQs for DHSC and DWP, and a new Treasury Economic Campus in Darlington. And I'm sure that my right honourable friend for Whitton will have heard the very passionate bid for a Home Office HQ from my honourable friends for Stoke-on-Trent North and Central, who have listed the huge investments already made in their city. We want opportunities for young people to go hand in hand with these moves, and again I'm particularly focused on using the tremendous talent in schools and colleges across the UK to get British students into exciting digital and data roles in the heart of government. Now, of course, the brightest futures can only be built on solid democratic foundations, which is why the government's bringing forward our elections bill, as set out in Her Majesty's gracious speech. This bill will deliver on multiple manifesto commitments and hopes to ensure our democracy remains secure, fair, modern and transparent. Now, the potential for voter fraud in our current system strikes at a core principle of our democracy, that your vote is yours and yours alone. Any instance of or potential for electoral malpractice damages the public's faith in our democracy and has to be taken seriously. Now, the Honourable Lady for Lancaster and Fleetwood and a number of honourable members use the language outside of this place to talk about straightforward proposals to request that voters prove who they say they are when they take up their sacred right to vote, calling this simple principle voter suppression in typically hyperbolic fashion designed to frighten and scaremonger. Now, I completely agree that the vote is a precious right, which is why this government believes we should make it harder for those who seek to interfere with it. Setting aside the fact that every voter will be able, for free, to secure a voter card from their local council if they want one, and that many people already have this kind of identification in the form of a passport or driving licence, the demands that have been made for evidence that voter fraud is a problem do not understand what's happened in my experience in Tower Hamlets from when I was a local councillor there. In that borough, disinterest and complacency from authorities about electoral corruption and fraud meant that it was left to 4 ordinary residents to challenge the election of the mayor there in 2015, risking legal bills of hundreds of thousands of pounds. It was not easy, and I pay tribute to them and people like Councillor Peter Golds, with whom I worked at the time, and raised with the Electoral Commission our very serious worries about voter fraud. The tireless work of those residents and that of their barrister Francis Hall exposed how easily the system can be exploited when authorities are just too nervous about taking action, and through their courage they had the mayor's election overturned. I do not wish to see other communities go through that simply because of reticence on our part to introduce a very simple check that a voter is who they say they are. Indeed, I noticed that Mr. Hoare himself tweeted last week that he had been subject to personation at the ballot box, so the idea that there is nothing to see here is, I regret, wide of the mark. Mr. Deputy Speaker, The opposition is not naive and experienced on this matter, and they will know that in many council elections, the margin for victory at ward level can be exceptionally slim, and yet we are electing people who will be stewards of public money and services for some of the most vulnerable in our communities. I know full well that the opposition frontbenchers understand the importance of identification at key votes because they ask for it to be produced for their own party selections and even to attend Labour Live insofar as there is any demand. So our plan simply brings into line with Labour's elections and also the Labour government's introduction in 2003 of voter identification in Northern Ireland, where participation has not been affected. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is happening.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On this point, we're discussing the importance of voting and democracy in a debate which is about the bright future for the next generations. Given that 16 and 17-year-olds have got the right to vote in Scotland and in Wales, how does she defend the current status quo in England where 16 and 17-year-olds are not given equal voting rights to their Scottish and Welsh counterparts?
It's a subject to lively debate, I know, and it's something that I know that has been explored by my honourable member for Norwich North, and I can take that point away to discuss with her while she is away. Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank all honourable members for their thoughtful contributions to this debate on future opportunities for young people, from huge investment in the skills agenda in early years to measures to keep young people safe in the street and online, to work on issues of passion to younger generations like the environment and animal welfare, and in giving freedom, in giving freedom for vigorous intellectual debate that challenges and hones ideas that our own in-house political poet, the honourable friend for North East Derbyshire, has so superbly set out. Her Majesty's gracious speech sets out an ambitious legislative agenda to put young people at the heart of our national recovery and economic renewal, and I commend it to the House.
I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. And you know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
Monday next.
Monday next, which is May the 17th. And we look forward to that day also, so that we can visit pubs and restaurants without fear of getting wet or indeed catching hypothermia. The glorious 17th. For those, please, leaving the chamber now before we go on to the adjournment, please do so in a COVID-friendly manner. Thank you very much. And we're going to ask, whilst Alexander Stafford moves the adjournment, that the dispatch box is sanitised and the Minister is not going to touch the box until it's done so. Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you, Minister, as well.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I feel privileged to rise today to discuss the Levelling Up Fund and its crucial role in the regeneration of Rother Valley's high streets. It offers local authorities the opportunity to bid for up to £20 million in investment in projects that benefit the whole community. Rother Valley has been identified as a priority area 1, meaning that a strong bid submitted by Rother Metropolitan Borough Council, RMBC, could be awarded with a grant for the full £20 million. Additionally, the Government has allocated £125,000 to enable them to put together a bid and has assured them that if their first bid in June is not successful, they can reapply in the future. There is no doubt in my mind that a project to regenerate my constituency's high streets will have the biggest impacts on the greatest number of people. I shall use this opportunity to discuss the transformative potential of the Levelling Up Fund and the Levelling Up agenda in Rother Valley. I and many honourable members of this House swept to victory in December 2019 as a result of the historic neglect of constituencies by the complacent Labour Party. People felt left behind, disenfranchised and ignored, and they decided to bring about change. The local elections last week showed that this sentiment is still as strong today as it was then. And I point to the results in my area of Rotherham, where the Conservative Party surged from 0 councillors to an incredible 20 councillors, breaking Labour's decades-long stranglehold on the area in the process. So why does the Conservative Party enjoy such strong support amongst people in Rother Valley and in similar communities across our country? There can be no doubt that a core element of our appeal is our levelling up agenda. We can no longer allow our areas to decline and fade into obscurity. To remain a great, forward-looking nation, we must build back better and level up in all four corners of our United Kingdom. Levelling up resonates with the residents of Rother Valley because they want to be able to see with their own eyes tangible evidence of progress and real proof that lives are being improved. For my part, I'm working tirelessly to ensure that Rother Valley collects every single penny of central government funding, and this debate today, joined by a petition presented to Parliament recently, is yet another way of doing just that. I'm sure the Minister agrees with me that Rother Valley is now known in Parliament and Whitehall in a way that it simply was not before the last general election. My job is to be the cheerleader for my area, and I always want to shout the loudest when it comes to representing my constituents. I first wish to address the repeated shortcomings of the Labour-led council to look after towns and villages of Rother Valley. For years, hundreds of millions of pounds of investment have been funnelled into the centre of Rotherham for white elephant schemes, such as the redevelopment of Forge Island, whilst the rest of the borough has been completely ignored. Another example is the Towns Fund, which only benefits Rotherham Central and not Rother Valley. Often it seems the Labour-led RMBC is a council for Rotherham Town proper, as opposed to its adjacent hinterlands. And there's a fundamental issue with how RMBC approaches areas like Rother Valley. It is not just that we do not receive any investment, but there are few plans in place for these areas at all. The lack of development plans is particularly extraordinary when one considers that Labour has controlled RMBC since time immemorial. There are no council plans in place for Rother Valley's high streets, and everyone in Rother Valley has known this for years. To fill the vacuum left by RMBC, parish and town councils have had to adopt neighbourhood plans to plug the gaps. Dingleton has just adopted theirs, and Maltby and Wickersley are in the process of devising their own. However, as commendable as our town and parish councils' work has been, individual and disparate neighbourhood plans are no replacement for a joined-up, coordinated approach across the constituency, and our towns and parish councils recognise that fact. Their efforts cannot even begin to match RMBC's financial resources and its capabilities with regard to economic feasibility studies and planning board. Neighbourhood plans, of course, have their role in the context of the building of new homes in existing communities, but they cannot be expected to imitate an overarching vision and a strategy for our area. We need RMBC to lead on this by adopting an ambitious master plan for Rother Valley's high streets and to work with town and parish councils to integrate their neighbourhood plans into a wider, unified scheme for Rother Valley. Of course, though, it is not just RMBC who are responsible for the lack of plans in place for Rother Valley. The Labour-run Sheffield City region has the power to transform Rother Valley's transport, fund large infrastructure projects and boost businesses and local skills. This all with central government funding. So it's a key part of the Sheffield metropolitan area which will be benefiting from devolution. However, very little comes our way. Whether it's RMBC's obsession with Rotherham Town or Sheffield City's region's fixation with Sheffield City, we lose out time and time again. The impact of this neglect by the Labour-run local authority on Rother Valley's high streets and communities is stark. I should take Maltby as an example, although similar can be said in Dinnington, Thurcroft and Crowns Cross constituency. In Maltby, a staggering 8% of residents are unemployed. 32% of households do not own a car, and travel time to the nearest town centre via public transport is 42 minutes on average. Broadband speeds are almost half the England average, and the community needs score for Maltby is 167 compared to just 68 in England, indicating reduced community cohesion and civic connectivity. These disturbing statistics highlight how the chronic lack of investment in Rother Valley's high streets, these areas such as Dinnington, Maltby, Thurcroft, Kiveton Park, risk withering on the vine under Labour's watch. This cannot be the fate of our wonderful towns, and I shall not stand for it. These are towns with immense potential, fulfilled to bursting with warm, friendly talent.
Order.
I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Alexander Stafford to continue his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is not that these aren't great places. I can assure you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are some of the finest communities in our United Kingdom. However, in order to thrive, they must be given a fair chance. That is all we ask for. Nothing more, nothing less. For the people of Rother Valley, this is the true meaning of the levelling up agenda, ensuring that we have the same chances that are afforded to towns in Surrey and Oxfordshire, or to neighbourhoods in London. Firstly, it is important that RMBC ensures money is allocated to rejuvenate all high streets, and not just like Maltby, Dinnington, Thurcroft. We must level up in every corner of Rother Valley, and this includes Kiveton Park, Waverley, Alton, Whiston, Wickersley, Aston, Todwick, Treaton, Wales, Anson, Swallows, and all our wonderful communities. RNBC must work with these areas and with me to embrace localism and deliver on these community priorities. There cannot be a top-down approach, and RNBC must not decide unilaterally what's needed in our areas. In Dinnington, I've been in extensive discussion with the Dinnington Community Land Trust and the Dinnington St John's Towns Council regarding what is needed to regenerate Dinnington High Street. The sheer number of boarded up, burnt out and abandoned buildings is disheartening. Both organisations raised the point that Dinnington was for many years the area's main commercial centre. It had a broad range of shops, as well as banks, a post office, a cinema, a theatre and other commercial outlets that one would expect in any busy local town. With money from the Levelling Up Fund, there are great possibilities for renewal on Dinnington High Street. There's always been a market in Dinnington, but over the years it has decreased in size and importance due to lack of vision from the council and poor quality facilities for vendors and customers. Yet it remains the only traditional market for many miles away and still enjoys a good following on market days. It needs rethinking to give a 21st century offering to its customers and vendors, with the specialist vendors encouraged to set up in the market area to win back customers who travel to Sheffield for products they cannot buy at the Dinnington market. My constituents will know how important an improved access road into Dinnington is in order to facilitate this inward flow. The presence of Tesco's and Aldi attracts up to 1,200 shoppers each day to the centre of Dinnington, and pre-pandemic, up to 200 people visit for the performances of the Lyric Theatre. We need to ensure that these people stay on the high street by way of an attractive and well-defined pedestrian route, such as a town centre gateway through Constable Lane, a complete rebuild of the indoor and outdoor market, and support for more restaurants and bars along the street to encourage a vibrant nighttime economy. The Levelling Up Fund must support business owners to renovate their shop frontages and tackle the preponderance for unsightly shutters. Similarly, Dinnington High Street is currently maintained by little more than one man and his brush. A small investment in street cleaners and waste bins will clear up a town centre and make it a more pleasant place to visit. Equally worth considering is a fully pedestrianised high street. This will tackle speeders and joyriders and allow vendors to spread out into the high street, permitting trees, street furniture, monuments and seating to be strategically placed to create a more open feel. We must not, however, forget our heritage. It is important that some money is allocated to a local history centre on the high street, which will pay tribute to our miners and will serve as a destination for local schools and community groups. These needs and wants are echoed on high streets across Rother Valley. In Maltby, we need to preserve the historic and iconic Maltby Grammar School building and dower it with a new purpose. Likewise, Coronation Park needs a comprehensive revamp. My constituents would like to see a nod to Maltby's glory days, with any rejuvenation efforts paying tribute to the town's mining heritage, textile industries, brickworks, library and picture house. Traffic congestion on the high street is a serious problem, with RNBC taking no steps to address the promised motorway bypass and, in fact, building more and more new houses without taking mitigating measures. We need to make Maltby High Street a destination once again. This means clearing up the broken glass and introducing frequent sweeps to the roads, supporting lots of new shops and restaurants, improving the roads between Maltby and Dinnington, and ensuring our high street complements local attractions such as Roche Abbey and our beautiful countryside and villages. Furthermore, we urgently need a reliable, frequent and fast bus link between Maltby and Dinnington, with a network extending throughout Rother Valley. It is a disgrace that we do not have a direct Maltby-Dinnington bus link in my constituency. In Thurcroft, the parish council has suggested that initial improvements with Levelling Up Fund money could include the renewal of bollards, street furniture, litter bins, new street management and the creation of additional shop units on adjacent land. Likewise, the Aston Parish Council recommended that Swallownest High Street, Rosegarth Avenue Aston and also Main Street urgently need funding for the return of the Lengthman, who clean the streets 3 times a week, alongside more dustbins, street furniture, foot repairs and increased police presence. In Kiverton Park and Wales, residents wish to see the Levelling Up Fund used to renew the roads and pavements, spruce up the existing shops, fund us more dustbins and street cleaning, yes, there is a theme, Mr Deputy Speaker, and back the introduction of flower boxes and grass verges, as well as facilitating the drainage of the Kiverton Park football club fields. On Wiston High Street, we must take measures to safeguard against flooding in order to protect homes and businesses. Vandalism and antisocial behaviour are a scourge on all of our high streets as well. We need the Levelling Up Fund money to spend on CCTV, street lighting and crime prevention measures, which will dovetail with my campaign to persuade the Labour Police and Crime Commissioner to have a police base on Dinnington and Maltby High Streets. Now, in light of this consultation with my towns and with the motion of the debate in mind, how will regeneration of high streets in Rother Valley lead to better outcomes for my area and my residents. It is important, though, to understand the role of the High Street in Rother Valley. Our high streets are not just the centre of our towns, but the very heart and soul of our community. It is a reflection of who we are as the people of Rother Valley, our heritage, our character and our aspirations, and serves as an illustration of the pride we have in our local area. And we are a proud people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, proud of our industrial and mining past, which forms the foundation of every town, proud of our roll up our sleeves and get the work done attitude, which encapsulates our straightforward and uncomplaining nature, and proud of our ambition and talent, which combine with our warm-hearted and friendly demeanour. This is who the people of Rother Valley are, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and accordingly we deserve high streets which match up to our rich history and to our bright future. And that is why it is an absolute priority that the Levelling Up Fund money is used to regenerate Rother Valley's high streets. We want to create the new high streets of the future, ensuring they are the places to be and the places to live. This mixed usage will see provision for housing, health, business and transport, where residents can shop and work and access vital service and spend their leisure time. This funding really will transform our constituents' lives, spreading jobs and opportunities throughout Rother Valley. And it is clear that a prosperous high street is a prosperous town and a prosperous community. I recently visited the regeneration project in Waverley, where they're plans to build a new, thriving, modern high street for the communities who live there. And I must say, it sounds very impressive. There's no doubt in my mind the principles being followed to build Waverley's new high street must be applied to our historic high streets across Rother Valley, keeping residents local by ensuring that they have amenities they need, building good transport links, clamping down on crime, and prioritising high-quality local employment and education. Of course, the rejuvenation of our high streets with Levelling Up Fund grants will build on the work I've undertaken to level up Rother Valley since I was elected. Recently, I presented a petition to Parliament on levelling up our area's high streets, which has been signed by over 1,800 constituents, and I fought ceaselessly in the House for access to the Levelling Up Fund and increased investment for Rother Valley generally. The co-chairman of the Conservative Party, the Right Honourable Member for Cannock Chase, and the Secretary of State for Local Government, the Right Honourable Member for Newark, visited me in the past on Dinnington High Street to support and discuss my High Street campaign. And over the past year, I've taken countless meetings with parish and town councillors, constituents and RMBC concerning what Rother Valley needs the most. I've sponsored debates in my campaign to bring high-quality, renewable energy jobs to our towns, for example, focusing on the hydrogen and critical minerals industries. I have vocally opposed fracking, which would denigrate our communities at the expense of fossil fuel companies. I've stood against HS2, which would cost huge sums of money for a project that destroys our landscape and our homes for no benefit to us, where we need the investment to be spent on transport locally. I've championed the reopening of the South Yorkshire Joint Railway to connect our towns and our villages, and I've led a bus campaign as part of the Rother Valley Transport Task Force, as well as convening the Rother Valley Rural Time Task Force and calling for reopening of police stations to make our towns and villages safer. I've also spoken out against CISRO's sale of our community assets, which have been paid for by miners and should have remained open for residents to enjoy. All of this work is part of my vision for safer, prosperous high streets and a truly levelled up Rother Valley. Now, as I draw to a close, I am pleased that RMBC has noted my petition and now agrees with me that high streets need to be prioritised in its bid. I ask the Minister to urge RMBC to level up for all our communities and for all the people in Rother Valley by restoring our high streets to their former glory and making them a place of pride once again. The Levelling Up Fund will be life-changing, and I look forward to seeing this change on Rother Valley's high streets in the months and years to come.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my honourable friend on securing this hugely important debate? I know that since his hugely important and historic election result in December 2019, he has shown his passion and determination to secure the brightest possible future for his constituents. He has been a true cheerleader for the Rother Valley, as he's demonstrated today, championing the local issues that he has outlined, like Dinnington High Street, through the impressive 1,800 signature petition that he submitted to Parliament, like his campaigning on high streets with the Right Honourable Member for Cannock Chase, like his work on bringing net zero jobs to his constituency, and the numerous meetings I know he's held with his local council, with businesses, with stakeholders to ascertain and understand their levelling up priorities to make sure these can be reflected properly to central government. He's already spearheaded the work to regenerate Swallow Nest High Street, as well as his work on saving Maltby's Grammar School building, and I commend him for all of his work as the lead sponsor for a South Yorkshire Joint Railway through DfT's Restoring a Railway Fund, which looks to reinstate the connection between Worksop and Doncaster, which I know includes a number of stops in my honourable friend's constituency. I know that revised bid has been submitted to DfT, and they're currently assessing that. I expect they'll be announcing that before the summer. These are hugely important achievements to his constituency and to his constituents, and I commend him for his work. He has also described very well the challenges and potential of many local high streets as lifelines for our communities, particularly over the last year, while so many people have had to base themselves at home and had to shop local in their high streets as well. They've been vital sources of jobs, of prosperity, of local pride, local identity and community, and with great potential to be even stronger local economic assets than they are now. And the towns and villages of Rother Valley are rich in their history, from their ancient beginnings to the proud industrial heritage. I remember very well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend's maiden speech when he explained how his constituents' hard work, their skills, their resourcefulness are forged into the heart of our very democracy, with the Palace of Westminster rebuilt from limestone, transported here from the quarries of Anston. However, of course, we completely recognise that over more recent decades, the pace of industrial and economic change has created new challenges, new barriers to growth, to prosperity and social mobility, perhaps particularly for places such as those in Rother Valley. And these challenges that he has outlined are exactly why levelling up is so crucial to our vision, and why we have set out a clear commitment to unlock economic prosperity across all parts of the country. And our landmark Levelling Up white paper we publish later this year, that will lay out bold new policies that will improve opportunity, that will support businesses, high streets, boost livelihoods across the country, including, of course, in Rother Valley. Levelling Up is about providing the momentum to address precisely these long-standing local inequalities that my honourable friend has so clearly articulated, and providing the means for people to pursue life chances that have previously been out of reach. And we are backing up these Levelling Up ambitions with considerable funding, helping to unlock the investments most needed within our communities, the investments that our constituents want to see, particularly as we support places to recover and build back better from the pandemic. The spending review in November last year announced £27 billion of investment in transport, energy and digital communications to help level up the entire country. Through the Restart scheme, we're providing a further £5 billion to specifically help businesses, including on the high street, as my honourable friend talked so passionately about, as the COVID-19 restrictions are lifted. And our £56 million Welcome Back Fund that we launched in April, with my honourable friend's local council receiving over £470,000. That builds on our Reopening High Street Safely scheme, which has been supporting councils and businesses across the country, helping to ensure a safe return to the high street. The High Streets Task Force will also be providing expert advice to a number of towns around the country, including visiting local towns alongside stakeholders, and that will be followed up by ongoing continued support that can help the wider area through planning, advice, training, workshops and other types of support. And I'm pleased to confirm that Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council is one of the areas who will receive this tailored support, and I'm sure that, of course, they will work with my honourable friend to deliver this support in the places that he names, in places like Dinnington and Maltby. This targeted support for councils and their high streets is on top of the extra local government support that's been received by local authorities this year through the finance settlement, but also in the COVID grants as well. We've provided over £9 billion directly to councils across the country, and that includes over £46 million for Rotherham Council, more than £24 million of which has been unring-fenced so they can spend on local priorities like supporting the high streets and economic regeneration, just as my honourable friend has outlined. And our reforms of the planning system are also set to further unleash the power and potential of local high streets, removing eyesores, transforming unused buildings and making the most of brownfield land, more freedom to allow outdoor markets and dining, longer opening hours, making it easier to change uses of buildings, to keep our town centres vibrant and support more thriving businesses. In total, Mr Deputy Speaker, around £25 billion has been transferred from government to businesses through COVID support grants during the pandemic, and across South Yorkshire, that amounts to over £487 million in support for businesses through local authorities, and over £177 million for businesses in Rotherham. Our £520 million Help to Grow scheme, announced at the budget, will also provide help to small businesses right across the country to learn skills, reach new customers and boost their opportunity and reach. Whilst the furlough scheme continues to protect those workers most affected by the ongoing impacts of the pandemic as we successfully move through our roadmap towards reopening of local economies. My honourable friend talked about levelling up and the Levelling Up Fund. The Levelling Up White Paper will be a natural continuation of our commitment to support local places, building in particular on the Levelling Up Fund that he has talked about, that £4.8 billion fund announced at the last spending review. This fund will allow local areas right across the country to invest in infrastructure that improves everyday life. This will include regenerating town centres, upgrading local transport networks, investing in cultural and heritage assets, exactly the kinds of projects that my honourable friend has talked about this afternoon. The prospectus that we published for the Levelling Up Fund in March explained how we are welcoming bids from all parts of the country, but we have also been clear on the areas of the country that have the highest category of need based on the fund's priority themes of economic recovery, improved transport connectivity and regeneration. And as my honourable friend correctly points out, Rother Valley, within the Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council area, is the highest category of need, and therefore councils in Category 1, such as Rotherham, will benefit from £125,000 of capacity funding to help them work up their bids for the fund. We've also recognised explicitly through the Levelling Up Fund prospectus the crucial and important role that local members of Parliament can play in championing the interests of their constituents and their communities and understanding the local priorities. And that's why we expect councils, bidding authorities to fully consult their MPs as part of that process. I'm pleased to hear that his council have been doing so, working with him on his priorities alongside other businesses and stakeholders in the area. Of course, MPs can officially endorse one of those bids by writing in and support other bids in the usual way. I think this is a hugely important part of this bidding process. It's a positive role for MPs in helping to shape the bids, perhaps acting as a local a brokering consensus about what the area really needs. So I'm grateful to him for all of his work alongside his council on that. We've also published some updated information on the 30th of April to clarify a number of issues for all bidding authorities to respond to some of the common questions, which will help address some of the issues that he's raised in his speech about the type of bids that can be submitted. It provides further guidance on, for instance, the how up to 3 projects can be presented as part of a package of proposals within one bid, and he of course referenced multiple projects that he would like to consider alongside his council and other stakeholders for that bid. We will set out more detail about future rounds of the Levelling Up Fund and how it will work from 2022 later this year. So whilst I can't comment on the specific merits of any of the emerging proposals that he is working on alongside his council, or unfortunately their chances of success, I would certainly encourage him to keep working with his council, get that bid in by midday on Friday the 18th of June, and we look forward to receiving that. I also want to mention, Mr Deputy Speaker, the UK Community Renewal Fund, which sits alongside the Levelling Up Fund to pilot new approaches towards tackling the skills, employment and local business support challenges faced in different communities. Ultimately, the UK Community Renewal Fund will help us pave the way for the introduction of the new UK Shared Prosperity Fund from 2022, about which we'll be saying more in an investment framework later this year. It's important that local areas look to both the dual opportunities of the Levelling Up Fund and the UK Community Renewal Fund, which have the potential to complement each other extremely positively. Given that Rotherham, of course, is in the high priority category for the UK Community Renewal Fund, we very much hope they will be submitting for both bids, and we look forward to receiving them. They should grasp that opportunity that both these funds are presenting. Mr Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend has passionately articulated the case for his community. I congratulate him for securing this debate and for his determination to deliver for Rother Valley. We believe that all areas of this country should have the means to positively shape their future. This is important now more than ever as we look to recover from COVID-19, and he has made the point that residents of Rother Valley can sometimes feel in need of levelling up. But it's also clear from the work that he is doing on Dinnington and Swallownest High Streets, the work he's doing alongside the Right Honourable Member for Cannock Chase on net zero jobs, on Maltby's Grammar School building, on the South Yorkshire Joint Railway proposal, that Rother Valley and the wider South Yorkshire is building on its rich industrial past, ushering in a new era of economic renewal and innovation under his leadership alongside his colleagues. I think one thing has been extremely clear, that since my honourable friend's election, he has placed Rother Valley at the centre of a political map. His community now has a loud, strong and powerful voice in Parliament which cannot be ignored. He has made sure that ministers and the whole government are listening, and he has left us in no doubt that we must deliver for Rother Valley.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that can say aye.
Aye.
You know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.